All right, there we go. Officially live on both platforms. Hello, everyone. Hello. Welcome back to the channel. We reviewed some snaps on Friday, but we have a lot more to look at today. Jennifer, thank you. Also, Jennifer, I saw your direct dono. I think you sent it in around 2:09. You already knocked out more than half of the goal before the stream even started. I really appreciate that. If you guys didn't see my Discord announcement, I was planning on going live at 2 today, at 2 p.m. Eastern time, but we had to go live closer to 2:30. Unfortunately, yesterday while I was out running some errands, I got a little message on my car computer. There's like a little, a little screen on my dashboard that'll report things that are going wrong, and it said I had an issue with the starting system. Now, luckily, the car was already on, so I was able to get back home. But once I turned the car off, it would not... Come here, Coco. Okay. This is Coco, by the way. She is going to probably be all over my desk. She's a baby. She's a baby. You guys will see her here shortly. But anyway, once I got home, the car wouldn't start. Fortunately, I did pay off the car in January, so I haven't had car payments for February, March, April, May, June. So I've been taking some of that money and setting it aside for vehicle repairs because, the car's a 2012. I've had it for a long time. I figured we were going to run into some kind of... Hi, little baby. I figured we were going to run into some kind of little issues with it. So, yeah, my guess with the mileage is... Yes, hi, Coco. My guess with the mileage is that the starter has most likely gone out. I just had it towed away. That's why I was live a little bit later. I called the tow company this morning. I scheduled to get the car serviced. But when I called them, they weren't going to be able to be here until around like 1:55 or 2 o'clock. So that's right when I wanted to go live. So they just picked up my car. It's on the way to the shop. Unfortunately, this is going to end up, it was $130 just to get the car towed. It's going to be another $80 for the diagnosis to make sure they're fixing the right thing. And then when it comes to replacing a starter for my particular model, which is most likely what the issue is given the mileage, it's probably going to run somewhere between 800 and 1,000 USD. So when it's all said and done, I'll probably be set back about $1,000. That all said, I just want to say a very big thank you to all of you guys because July was a really good month for us. You guys gifted so many subs. You guys showed so much support. And that definitely makes things a lot easier considering I was not expecting, car issues right now. But, here we are. So thank you so much for all the love and support you guys show this channel. Because, I would be kind of screwed right now if it wasn't for all of you guys. So I just want to say a very, very big thank you. And it's funny, before this happened, we just adopted Coco, and I not only did I shell out money for that as well, but since we had a good month, whenever I did adopt Coco, I also did a charitable donation to the adoption clinic. So, but this was before everything happened with my car. So I was like, you know what? I love all the animals. I love the little puppies. I love the kitties, the cats. And I like, it's called Sixa. It's like right behind our house.
Notice me.
So when we adopted the little girl, I did, since we had a good month, I was like, I'm going to give back a little bit and I'll do a donation to the adoption clinic. And then of course the universe rewarded my good deed by being like, yeah, now your car doesn't work. I'll say, okay then. All right. Well, it is what it is. But like I said, on the bright side, I finished paying off the car in January, so I haven't had a car payment. And, I knew something was going to go out on it. That's kind of how it always is. Like, once you finish paying for a car, that's when all of a sudden, you start having to deal with, like, maintenance and stuff. Okay, I think Coco's going to go explore now. Okay. Murphet, thank you for the primes, not primes up. Thank you for the tier 1 sub, my friend. That is very helpful. Also, you guys got us on a level 3 hype train. Very kind of you guys. Okay, here comes Coco again. And if you guys want to see... No, Coco, that's my water. That's my water. It's not your water. All right, you going to go get cozy over there? She's just running back and forth on my desk right now. So you'll probably be able to expect, Coco to interrupt the stream a little bit today. I would pick her up and show her to you guys, but she doesn't really like being picked up yet. She kind of freaks out. She'll cry. So if you want to see her, I can show you pictures of her if you want to see what she looks like. And yeah, she's gonna run across the screen a lot today, I'm sure. Yeah, that's my mouse. I'm using that to control the computer. It's not a toy. Everything's a toy. Everything's a toy to you, huh? But yeah, this is her. She just a little one. That's you. Yeah, that's you.
Sorry about your car troubles.
No worries, my friend. It'll happen. It'll happen. You know how it is. You know how it is. But yeah, she's an itty-bitty, teeny, tiny little baby girl. Now, we have not introduced her and Horton yet. If you're familiar with cats, simply throwing them into a room together can bring forth a lot of issues, especially when there's a big size difference. Horton is huge. He is a very big cat. And, this little baby is very tiny. She's only about 3.5 months old. So we've been feeding them on each side of the door. We've been swapping their bedding. She's been living in the stream studio and will continue to do so for about 7 to 14 days. Once the two are very acclimated to each other's scent and they relate each other's scent to positive experiences like playing and treats, that's when we'll do a soft introduction where we'll probably put Kohaku into a little carrier and set her in the room and let Horton walk up and sniff her. There's been a very minor amount of hissing on the opposite sides of the door. Horton hasn't growled. His body language isn't aggressive. He's more like, he's only hissed a couple times, and I think for him, it's more of a warning. He's like, hey, I don't know you. Don't try anything funny. And Kohaku has hissed a couple times, but only out of fear, because she's a very timid little creature. So neither one of them have shown aggressive body language or growling, which is a really positive thing. If anything, Horty's more curious about who's behind the door more than anything else. So yeah, I'll keep you guys updated on them getting introduced. We're just going to give it some time. We're going to let them really get used to each other's scent. And then we'll, I'll probably film their little introduction here. Anyway, let me say thank you for all the love here, you guys. Much appreciated. Also, on a level 3 hype train here. I just noticed that. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you so much. Let's see. Let me scroll down here because I have a lot to thank you guys for. Getting started. Weasley, I see you're on that beautiful tier 3. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. We'll talk about that in a second as well. So, Mags, thank you for the 25 bits. Much appreciated. I think there was...
Notice me, senpai. Notice me.
I think Mags first bits of the day, right? Hey, let's go. And we got a little hype train moving on here. Oh, I just noticed you guys already hit the goal. Let's go. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Goal number 223 on the books here. Very kind of you guys. Very kind. Thank you so much. Mags, first bits of the day. Thank you for the big 25. Fallen Angel, second bits of the day. Thank you for the big 100. Weasley, thank you so much for the tier 3 sub. That is incredibly helpful. Jennifer, thank you for the 100 bits. And Jennifer, by the way, thank you for the direct donation. I wasn't even live yet. When I opened my chat, when I was setting up for the stream, I saw you had already donated over half of the daily goal. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Very helpful, especially with the auto repairs. So much appreciated, my friend. Much appreciated. And he sent another 100 bits here. Mags, thank you for the 100 bits as well. Vox, thank you for the 101. JMR, thank you for the tier 2 resub. Let's go. Murfett, thank you. We got a brand new member of the supporter family here. Y'all give a warm welcome to Murfett, joining the supporter fam. Thank you for the tier 1 there. Very helpful. Cambria, thank you for the 100 bits. Black Knight, thank you for the 100 bits. Ghost Girl with the 200. Dekai with the 500. Thank you, Dekai. Weasley also with the 200. Belby with the 200. Kimberly with the 300. Jangle Bells with the 488. Said sorry about your car troubles. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. I do appreciate that. It'll happen, though. You know how it is. Fortunately for me, I'm very frugal. I don't really spend, so usually when something like that arises, I've got a safety net, so thank goodness for that. And since you guys showed a lot of support last month, I think we had like probably a record number of gifted subs last month, and we had like the Twitch drops. There was so much going on, so of all the months for me to have to shell out $1,000 on my car, probably one of the better times it would be right now. So, thankful for that. Sunshine, thank you for the 300. Weasley, thank you for an additional 200. Vox, thank you for an additional 100. Rope, thank you for the 500 bits. Midna, thank you for the hundo. Eyes, thank you for the hundo. And Fem Fatale, thank you for the 101. Says Ola Senpai. Ola Fem, Ola. Thank you guys, thank you. Thanks, 7270 on the board. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Frugal is a great word. Don't hear that enough. I love that word. It just sounds fun, and frugal is good. I've always liked the word frugal, and I haven't always been a frugal person. When I was in my early 20s and I was like partying with friends, I had no, I just was horrible about saving, and I just, in my early 20s, I didn't save much of anything. But when I got in my 30s, it was like, I started becoming much better at being an adult. And yeah, I'm just a very frugal person. Eyes, thank you for the hundo, and Scuttle, thank you for the hundo. Okay, so now that we've broken down everything you guys have seen, Kohaku, we've explained why I wasn't live at 2. So now we're going to discuss, this will be the first time, or I guess second time, where we're handling our snaps in a different way. So if you were here last week, starting this month, we are going to be pushing to try to get back into the Partner Plus Level 2 program, because if we can get into the Plus Level 2 program, I will get 70% of my sub revenue. Right now, I only get 60%, at least on Twitch. That's how Twitch does it. Thankfully, we do get 60%, because if you're not in the Partner Plus program, you only get 50% of your sub revenue. But yeah, in order to be in the Partner Plus Level 2 program, we have to hit 300 sub points for 3 months in a row. And this will be our first month attempting, and then we'll hopefully hit it in September and October as well. So, unfortunately, the Twitch doesn't make it easy. We actually have way over 300 sub points here. We have more like 700 or 750. But for the Partner Plus program, they do not count gifted subs. They do not count Prime subs. The only thing that counts is recurring subs. So for your recurring subs, I get 1 point for tier 1 subs, 2 points for tier 2 subs, and 6 points for tier 3 subs. So we get a whopping 6 points for any tier 3 subs. And I feel pretty confident that we'll hit it. I feel very confident that we'll be able to do this, because, you guys practically hit it for last month, but since it was on, they ended it right before you guys hit it. They ended it for the month because they were on Universal Time. If you were here on Friday, you know what we're talking about. Oh, and guess what we got on Friday, you guys? If you weren't here, guess what we got? We got the Gritty Goose. We got the Gritty Goose on Friday. So if you were here for that, thank you again. Thank you again. Finally got my goose. So, okay, good. Kohaku's actually chilling now. Look. You see her over there? Here's the little baby. She just resting. You happy to have some company in here? At least she's not running around the studio anymore. That's good. That's good. Hopefully she'll take a little break. Rest a little bit. Okay. So yeah, even though we're only... Let me snooze this ad for a second. Even though we're only on the first... Or sorry, well actually it's the third day of the month. We're already at 62 out of 300. So for August, we're already at 62 out of 300. And we still have the rest of the month to reach 300, so we're looking pretty good. So for this month, you guys, I do want to be very clear here. Never put yourself in a bind for my channel or for anybody else's. This is just if you have the means to do this and you have the means to do it comfortably, okay? Comfortably. So anybody that's on a Prime sub, if you want to help us get into the Partner Plus Tier 2, if you switch to a recurring sub, that would give us points towards it. And then again, Tier 2s give 2 points and Tier 3s give 6 points. And yeah, we only have to hit it for 3 months in a row. So if you do end up doing this, once we hit the 3 consecutive months, you can always switch back to the Prime sub if you wanted. You know, they'll basically reevaluate us next year, a year from when we hit it. And if we're not at 300, they'll take it away. That's what we were actually in the Tier 2 program before. But a lot of people would switch to a Tier 3 sub to help us get it. And then once we hit Plus Level 2, I just told everybody, you can just cancel the Tier 3s, go back to Tier 1s. And then a year later, they took us out of the program because we no longer had the 300 points. But back then, I wasn't doing anything special for Tier 2s or Tier 3s. So I didn't feel like it was fair or right for people to pay that much in support for a monthly thing. So what I've decided to do this time around, just to reward people that do go out of their way to be either a Tier 3 supporter or a Tier 2 supporter, is we're going to be going live a little bit earlier on Dreamsnap Review Days, and I have made a couple of new forums. So we have the Tier 3 review forum, which we already did some of these on Friday, and then we have the Tier 2 review forum. And then once we're done with these, then we'll start doing the primary reviews for all Tier 1s, gifted subs, Prime subs, and everything else. So if you do decide to become a Tier 3 supporter or a Tier 2 supporter, you will have a priority snap review that we'll be doing right at the beginning of the stream. And that's why I'm going live earlier, because I don't want this to end up making all of the Tier 1 subs have to get their reviews way later. So my plan is to go live like an hour to an hour and a half earlier than normal, just to knock out all the Tier 3s and Tier 2s. That way primary reviews for Tier 1s would start right when it usually does, maybe even earlier. Because I want to reward people that are doing the Tier 2s and Tier 3s, but I also don't want to punish the ones that are not doing it. You know what I mean? You see what I just want it to be fair for everybody. I want there to be benefits here, but I also don't want people to feel like they're being punished for being on Tier 1. You know, I want everything to kind of still feel the same and work the same. That's very important to me because, you know, every bit of support truly matters. None of this would be possible without you guys, so thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, with that out of the way, I think we're ready to go. We already knocked out. Oh, and by the way, for any of you guys, I know Weasley, you just changed into Tier 3 at the beginning of the stream. If you have a snap in here, Weasley, you could go ahead and move it to Tier 3 if you want to. Feel free to go ahead and put it in here, and we'll do it. And that goes for anybody else in here. If you had already uploaded into the Tier 1 forum, feel free to move yourself into the Tier 2 or Tier 3 if you have that access. And for my friends on YouTube, I know a lot of you guys are YouTube channel members that also get reviews. So if we go into the primary reviews, anybody with a red name here, like Lisa, Sue Lee, Claudia, Becca, Author, Anxious Smurf, like a lot of you guys are YouTube channel members, and I want to give you the same option that we have on Twitch, where there's going to be a Tier 2 and Tier 3 YouTube channel membership. But there's no Plus program on YouTube, so you really don't have to worry about it. I'm just going to basically set it up to cost the exact same as it does on Twitch. That way, if you're like, you know what, I like Senpai's content, I want to support Senpai, and I want to get my review earlier, then I will have that set up by next week. I was going to have that set up today for you guys, if you were interested in that at all. And keep in mind, for my YouTube friends, you really do not have to do this. I am not expecting a single Tier 2 or Tier 3 YouTube membership. I just feel like it's not fair to have the option for that on Twitch and not have the option for that on YouTube. So I will be adding that. That way, if anybody on YouTube wants to get their review earlier, they'll have the option to do the Tier 3 primary or Tier 2 primary as well. And we're just going to set it for the same cost as it is on Twitch. Okay, I think that's everything. I think we've covered everything. Let's take a look at this week's theme, and we'll dive in. So, we already did some of these reviews over the stream on Friday. This week's challenge is a pretty fun one. It's called Summer Street Festival. So, of course, we want to make sure it's clearly summer, and there's a lot of great ways to do this. We've discussed some really, good decor. There's, like, you can use the popsicles. Hello, Kohaku. You can use palm trees. You can use some of the new options. She just hopped into the laundry basket. There's a lot of great things. And summer dream styles, all very good. So, Summer Street Festival. So, you want it to feel summer. You want to make sure it comes off as a street festival. We also talked about ways to do that. And then, of course, you want to make sure it has those festival vibes. The challenge itself says create a festive, summery street scene. So that's exactly what we see in the title, right? Exact same wording. So summery street scene. And then it states whether it's a New Orleans parade with Tiana, a music festival, a food fair, or another celebration. So that "or" is very impactful here. Because I had some people saying, could I do a film festival with like the drive-in screen? And the answer is yes, because it clearly says here, or another celebration. So your Summer Street Festival could be celebrating anything you want. What's important here is that it's clearly a summer street festival. You want to have those very obvious elements that's going to make you more competitive. Now, the challenge closes out by saying something else very important here, which is going to greatly, I think, tie into performance. It states, bring the joy, bright colors, and fun. So when it comes to bringing the joy and bringing the fun, there is one tool above all others that is going to help you do that. And it's the most important tool in this challenge here. That is going to be your villager toggle.
Red heart emoji.
Oh, hello, Mom. Thank you so much for the super chat. Great to see you. Thank you. Welcome in. So, Rope coming in with the Tier 2 sub here. And the 3 months advance. Thank you, Rope. Thank you. Very helpful. Moving right on up with our plus level 2 numbers for this month. Thank you again, you guys. Thank you again. Dang, Tazzy, let's go! Followed by Tazzy with the Tier 3 support over here on Twitch. Thank you, my friend. Rope said, yay, I found a way to upgrade mine. Well, I really appreciate that, Rope. That is tremendously helpful. And yeah, like I stated, I'd love to be back into the plus level 2 program. It's going to be very helpful for me getting 70% of that sub revenue moving forward. So thank you very much. And Tazzy, thank you so much for the Tier 3 sub here. Like I said, that's a whopping 6 points. Incredibly helpful. And yeah, thank you so much, you guys. Thank you so much. We still have so much time left in the month of August to hit that goal. And then we would just need to have over 300 points for August, September, and October. Judging by what you guys have done so far and what you did at the end of July, I think we will likely crush this goal. So I really appreciate that. Should I hold off on locking the channels with people moving their subs? Ashley, you can still lock the primary forum. But keep the Tier 2 and Tier 3 open for people that may want to switch over. And once the channel's locked, they can simply... Oh, dang, Mama Flash with the Tier 3 as well. Dude, y'all... Oh, my God, bro. Y'all are gonna... Yeah. I feel like at the rate you guys are going, we'll probably hit our 300 sub points, like, well before the end of the month. Thank you. Mon-Flash also with the tier 3 here. That is so kind of you, my friend. Sabai, hello, how are you? I am good, all things considered. Had some car troubles over the weekend. I think my starter has gone out. Gonna be a pretty expensive fix. So I just spent like $130 getting my car towed today, and then after it's all said and done, it's probably going to cost me over $1,000. But we had a great month in July. We had, the Twitch drops. We had so many gifted subs. We didn't miss a single daily goal. You guys just have really been pouring the support on heavy lately. And, I mean, it means a tremendous amount. Now, going for the plus level 2, a lot of you guys have been switching to tier 2s and tier 3s. So it's very helpful. So, and the car thing, normally I would be a little frustrated, but I kind of expected it, I haven't ever had to pay for any repairs on that car, because when I first bought it, it had an extended warranty, and the only times it did need service, it was done without me having to pay for it. Even the first, I think 4 or 3 years of oil changes were all paid for. So, and since I work from home, I don't drive it that much. So I have not had to pay, for any repairs. And now that the car's been paid off, and with it having like 115,000 miles, I was kind of expecting something to go out. I was actually expecting the timing belt to go out, but it ended up being the starter. So, how old is the car? It's a 2012. I've had it for a while. Encrypted says, I give up. I know I updated something meant to be a tier 3, but apparently I did it wrong. Now it's saying all I can do is cancel sub. Gives me no option to upgrade it. Encrypted Angels! If you want any help with that, feel free to reach out to the mods, via Discord. They can walk you through how, if you want to. But if you'd rather just call it a day and stick with what you got, that's totally fine, my friend. You do not absolutely have to do the tier 2 or tier 3. But, if you really want to, my mods would be happy to help walk you through it, because Twitch doesn't make it the easiest thing to do for sure. Mon-Flash is always happy to support you, Senpai. You are such a great human being. Thank you, my friend. I always enjoy your streams, and you do very much for the Dreamlight Valley community. Thank you so much for being you. Well, I really appreciate that, Mon-Flash. And you know what? I can't wait to be best friends on Pokemon Go. Oh, by the way, is Hope Ann here today? Is Hope here? Hope, I really need you to send me gifts every day on Pokemon Go for the next 11 days, because we are only 11 days from being best friends, but you only send me gifts once every 3 days. So at this rate, it's going to take us months to become best friends. You're so close. Breezy said my car is a 2006. It's literally dying. The check engine light has been on for weeks. I'm still shopping for a new car. I thought about that too, since mine's paid off. I thought about maybe trading it in, but I don't know. I love not having a car payment, and I actually love my car. I've grown really attached to it. It drives very smooth. It's all-wheel drive, which is good for when it snows here. And when that car came out, it was an expensive car when it first released in 2012. I think they retailed for $55,000 or $60,000, and I got it for only, I think, around $18,000 or $20,000. I did payments for 5 years, on that car. But I got a pretty decent interest rate because I have good credit, and it's for an older car, for a 2012, for such an old car, because it's over 14 years old now. It's got great features. It's got dual passenger climate control, so you can have the heat going on one side and the AC going on the other. It's got heated seats. It's got cooling seats. Everything's motorized. The seats are motorized. The windows are motorized. It's got a little built-in GPS screen for a 2012. That's pretty nice, because that's mostly in some of the newer models. It's got a little powered sunroof. And, it's got the all-wheel drive, like I stated, and it's also got paddle shifters. I don't really use them, there's not much need, because it's also, you can do automatic or, whatever you want. So, I don't know. I like the car. I don't feel like doing car payments again, so I'd love to be car payment free for as long as possible. Hopefully it won't, if I'm going to have to keep repairing the car, though, I might as well have car payments. But hopefully once I do once I do the starter, I think it'll be okay for a while, but I do definitely think I'm going to need a new timing belt on there soon. The timing belt I've never replaced, and it would suck to have that snap while I'm driving because then I would just be stuck somewhere. So I know they're going to do a full inspection of the vehicle before they diagnose it tomorrow morning. So they might want to go ahead and do the timing belt, but unfortunately, it's on the opposite side of the motor from the starter. So if it were on the same side, the labor would cost way less because a lot of the stuff they would take out would cut down on the labor of changing the timing belt. But since they're on opposite sides, I'd have to pretty much pay for each of these jobs individually, and getting a new starter's already going to be, it's in the end, after the diagnosis, after towing the car, the parts, the labor, it's probably going to be something over $1,000. And then for the timing belt, and if I did the timing belt, I'd probably do the water pump too. That would probably be another $1,500. So now we're looking at like $2,500. And at that point, it's like, maybe I should just get a car payment, But on the bright side, if I did these things, they're not going to need to be replaced for like multiple years. Probably just the original starter has lasted since 2012. So once I replace them, I don't think I'll ever need to replace them again. Because I hardly drive the car. I work from home. So I don't know. And I also need new tires. I've had the same tires on that car since I got it, and they're pretty worn down. The more I think about it, the more I'm just like, bro, it's like almost like I'm buying a new car here if I do fix everything. But it wouldn't be quite as expensive. Like a new car, if I traded it in, we're probably talking, if I got something cheap, $15,000 with a new payment going for a while. If we're talking about something more expensive, we're talking $20,000, $25,000 versus I could just pay, over time, like $4,000 or $5,000 and get my Acura TL back in tip-top shape where it's got new tires, new water pump, new timing belt, new starter, all that stuff. And then if I did those things, I think I would be pretty safe in it. I don't think there's really anything else I'd have to worry about because the car's in good shape overall. Costco for new tires, good prices if you have a Costco near you. I'll look into it, Sunshine. Thank you. Mama Flash says my vehicle is 12 years old and I want to downsize, but no car payment is keeping me from trading her in. Dude, it is so nice not having a car payment. So I totally feel you there. I wish there was a way to just trade cars without having to finance something like Pokemon cards. Like, oh, I'll trade you this, Blastoise for your Venusaur. Like, okay, cool. Like, I wouldn't mind that. I mean, I bet you could do that if you find the right person, but it's just very rare. You're going to find things that are so close in value that you both just get to do a fair trade. But yeah, having no car payment is really nice. Use the non-car payment towards a good down payment in the repairs like you have been. Yeah, that's my plan, Married Mess. Since I haven't had a car payment since January, I've just been basically, I'm frugal, like I said. I rarely go out to eat. I rarely order food. I do a lot of meal prep because it's very cost effective. I don't really buy much aside from some cheap indie games to play with you guys on stream. The only thing I bought recently was a bike, and I got it off of Facebook Marketplace for $50. And then, of course, I did just adopt a new kitten, and I did a donation to the shelter, but that wasn't, I wouldn't really qualify that as me buying something. So, yeah, since I haven't had the car payment, it's not like I've taken that money and done anything else with it. I've just been saving it because I've always expected that there would be, things that need to be done with the car. And I do want to get new tires. Unfortunately, the tires for the Acura TL I have, I know are going to be expensive because it's got factory, I think 17-inch rims and low-profile tires. And the low profiles are a lot more expensive than your standard tires, unfortunately. M says, are the main street buildings in the premium shop worth it for Dreamsnap's utility? Absolutely, I would say yes. However, I would also play devil's advocate here when it comes to saying they are totally worth it. And I would say, if you have other options, you don't necessarily need to have these, right? There's plenty of good city buildings in the game. And if you don't have the 4,000 moonstones to drop on this, we have a cinema with Oswald's house, but it's black and white. So this is the only colorful cinema we have. So if we end up getting a cinema challenge or a movie night challenge where we're going to the theater, I think this is going to be very popular. And the way they click together is also really nice. Most of the premium houses and most of the, city buildings in the game, they don't really click together quite like this. So I do think these are really nice. But let's say, you don't want to buy these. There's still really good options for city builds, like stuff that's just in the base game. You got Chez Remy, you got Scrooge's shop, you got Remy's house, you have Mike and Sully's apartment. There are plenty of good city buildings just in the base game. So if you don't have to say, basically what I'm getting at here is if you're worried passing on these means you'll have a really hard time getting 4K in future challenges, I don't think that's going to be the case. I don't think that's going to be the case at all. I don't think you have to worry about that. There's plenty of other good options. But that said, as mentioned, these are very good. These are a really, really great new item. I think they have great utility. So if you have the Moonies, I would 100% recommend picking this setup. Very unique set, very good city feels. And you're getting 4 really great buildings that kind of click together, that have good details, good colors. So yeah, I definitely think they're worth it. I definitely think they're worth it for sure. Okay. So we've discussed the challenge. I think we've discussed everything. I think we can dive into the reviews now. Well, there is one last thing we need to address, guys. One last thing we need to address before we, get everything rolling here. If you're new here, if you've never been in one of these review streams before, or maybe you're watching this after the stream, maybe you're watching it back on Twitch or on YouTube, I do like to give a little breakdown of how all of this works. So first and foremost, one of the most important things to specify here is that the advice I focus on giving for Dreamsnaps, it's not about my personal preference. It's not really about what I like. Unless somebody submits like 3 versions of the same snap and they just want to know which one I like the most. That's the only circumstance in which my opinion is really given here. What we focus on when it comes to Snap's advice is what we see doing well week after week after week. So if you look at 4K results within the Dreamsnaps range, if you look at most of the snaps in the top 1,000, most of the snaps in the top 100, you're going to see that like 80 to 90% of them are doing a lot of the same things. I don't mean that they're built in the same way. I don't mean they're using the same decor. What I mean is a vast majority of them have really good lighting by having the sun behind the camera. And if they are doing a nighttime shot, they typically have strong boosted highlight. They've increased their character lighting, so almost all the snaps in the 4K range have good lighting. Another thing we see very consistently in the 4K range is the avatar or potentially villagers very prominently featured within the challenge. So having the camera close to the avatar, pushing the camera up, using items like the Vizier Alchemy Table, and then also, doing the same thing with villagers, having some good villagers in your foreground, can be very popular. Another thing we see throughout the 4K range would be things like balance and composition, filling out your corners to frame your photos, having good detail in your skyline. And then, ever since we got the new villager toggle, one of the more prominent things we see in 4K now is strong utilization of the villager toggle. People telling stories with the villager toggle. If we look at a lot of snaps from last week's challenge, right? If we look at snaps from Fabled Relics, we're going to see a lot of really strong storytelling. You know, because we had the untold creatures lurking, so utilizing villagers to kind of build some storytelling elements here. Flynn being stuck in the spider web where Pumbaa's like worried about him. Jafar wanting to steal this relic. Sully lurking out of the fog. And then, you know, you have like me and Donald kind of checking out, and Timon checking out this relic. You'll see this a lot in 4K now with most themes. Not every theme really requires villagers, but this week in particular, they're going to be very important. Otherwise, it's not really going to feel like a festival without a crowd. And with the challenge asking us to highlight things like joy and fun, you'll want to not only place villagers in your scene, but toggle through their different poses and try to showcase them being excited, dancing, performing, enjoying themselves at this festival. There's a lot of ways you can pull this off. So yeah, that's what the advice focuses on. It focuses on what we see consistently performing well within the 4K range, and it focuses on theme, which we've already broken down. With this being the summer street festival, we're really going to want to consider, you know, summer elements to make sure it becomes very clear that this is not a spring street festival or a fall street festival or a winter street festival. We want to make sure this is a summer street festival. And then also, you know, like we mentioned, giving it that festival feel. You can include things like concert stages like we have back here with the Coco stage. We have the Moana Parade float. And then to highlight the fact that it's summer in this example scene, we have a shaved ice bike. We have an ice cream stand. We have the pawsicles. And then in the actual example scene, we have tons of summer dream styles on the villagers and a summer style on the avatar. Additionally, we have these neon koi fish balloons and we have palm trees. I'm also likely going to add those new shell tiles that we have in the shop right now. I just need to log on to my Switch and buy them there. So there's a lot of different ways you can highlight summer here. Okay, with all of that out of the way, I think we're ready to dive into the snap reviews here. All right, diving into the tier 3s. First tier, we got Chewy up. Yo, Senora, thank you for the tier 3 resub. And that's not even a Switch. Senora's been on tier 3 for quite some time. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Much appreciated. Great to have you here, Senora. Hope you're having a wonderful day. All right. Chewy says, hey, somebody, the first shot is after watching your tip video. The second is updates after watching the Friday reviews. The first seems a bit washed out / too bright for me and is lacking villagers. The new toggle on Switch threw me off. The second I figured out the toggle, I added the palm trees, more fireworks, and adjusted the lighting. I don't like the banner, but I don't have the paper one. Oh, the paper pecals. Gotcha. And this was the most colorful. Which is the strongest submission, or how can I adjust it to make it even stronger? Okay, so we have option number 1 here. Oh, I like that you're performing. That's really fun. That's really fun. And then we have this one here. Okay. Well, we have a lot of good strengths here. First off, clearly in the street. Clearly a street festival. I love that you got Gaston kind of spinning back here as the DJ. And everyone's having a great time. So the way... Oh, Stitch is even playing his little ukulele or guitar. The way you portrayed the villagers here, I think, is very strong and very fun. Superb job here. Now, if you don't like the banner, like if it's kind of in the way, it does have great color. But if you wanted to add extra details to the skyline without the banner, you could use things... like the floating Tigger balloons, there's some, but, you know, the banner is very colorful. I think that is going to be really fun. One big recommendation I have for you here, Chewy, is don't use the sunlit plateau palm trees. This catches a lot of people. Look at how vibrant and bold this green is here. You can have this same nice vibrant green on these palms in the back. You'll just want to switch them out. So it's very easy to overlook this whenever you're setting up a build. And it's mostly because of the way Gameloft has set up these palm trees. If you go into landscaping, some of the first palm trees you're going to come across are going to be the sunlit plateau ones. Well, actually, the very first ones you see are the grubby ones. But we don't really want giant grubs in our city build, so we're not going to use these, but these do have the right shade of green. Now, if we keep going down, we're going to find a full set of palm trees right here. You have this medium one, you have the very tall one, and then you have the smallest one. But you see the color difference here? How one is a nice vibrant shade of green, and the other one is like kind of a darker, almost dirtier shade of green. So these palms are for the sunlit plateau. They match that darker grass. And these are your beach palms. So I actually have the grubby ones in here just because I didn't feel like... You can't see the grubs, so it's fine for me. But if you want to use the true beach palms, what you're going to do is you're going to go to trees and scroll all the way down. And then way down here at the bottom, there's a bent palm tree. Now, I don't know why, but for the sunlit plateau palms, they give you all three options, but for the beach palm, you have to just keep clicking it. So you'll get all three variations, but it might take you a few tries to get them all. Yeah, I'm still missing the smallest one. There we go. Okay, now we got all three options. Once you have all three of your palm trees, you can just duplicate them. Just set them somewhere near your scene and duplicate them. But I want to show you kind of the color difference here between these two variations. These ones are going to have much more of a summer and beachy feel. And not only that, but as we see in the 4K range, bold, vibrant colors definitely perform very strongly and help a Dreamsnap stand out well. So one of my big recommendations for you, Chewy, would be to always be cautious with the palm trees, because a lot of people end up, you know, they use the first ones that pop up, which are going to be the sunlit ones, which can be really good. But even in the sunlit plateau, I still prefer these. I really don't like these palms as much. These ones just have a better beauty factor, more lush color, and I think they're going to stand out better in your city or town build. So, yeah, I would swap out your palms for the vibrant greens. I do love the dune tree over here. And yeah, one thing I think you're doing very well is the way you're playing up your villagers here. The palm trees are good because you're giving it a nice summer feel. Same with these hibiscus, or whatever these little hedges are, the ones from the Stitch, the ones from the Stitch bundle. If you wanted to play up the summer vibes even more, I would try to make sure this shaved ice, like ice bin here, is somewhat visible, even if you have to scoot villagers around just a tiny bit. And then you could also take the popsicles that can be crafted at any cooking station and include those maybe off to the side. And then you can have a small villager here so we can see over them. That way we can see those elements if you wanted to have those elements. But that's about it. You know, I think it's a very fun scene. I like the fireworks down here in the corner. If you wanted to, you could put a tiny little bit of firework action right here. Or one of the Celebration Day baskets kind of down here in the corner with like little fans popping up. Could be fun, could be fun. I like the face paint here. I think a good summer fit. Overall, beautiful work, beautiful work. Bell B, as per always, appreciate your feedback. Thank you so much. Of course, of course. Nice. We got the brand new pose here. Very cool, very cool. Love the confetti, love the balloons. Paper Picals here. And man, yeah, the villagers look great here. I see Summer Merlin in the back. We got the puppies here. Mickey and Minnie. Now, to play up the summer vibes even more, Belle, if you have Mermaid Minnie, I would definitely use Mermaid Minnie. I think she's going to add more fun color to this. You already have so much red here. We have red and black here. We have red and black here. And we have red and black here. So it's a lot of red and black in this left-hand corner. And Mermaid Minnie not only would fit very well with the summer concept, but she's going to break up a lot of that color. And then for Mickey, to play up the festival vibes, I think Magician Mickey, if you have him, could be really strong here as well. I love the Anna Dream style you chose. It's sleeveless, works really well for the summer. Moana is perfect back here. Mirabelle's great. Summer Merlin's great. And then we have Joy and Vanellope jumping over here. Really good job with Sully on the DJ booth. I love that you put the microphone here too from like the recording set. Very cool, very cool. Confetti looks phenomenal. You got great summer elements. We can see the popsicles right here. We can see you got the vibrant green palm trees in the back. Very nice. And then we have the koi fish balloon. So you have some great, strong summer elements. Your face paint plays up the festival vibes. Your outfit has a very strong summer feel. You have summer dream styles. You have popsicles. And we're showcasing the street here. So we can see that we got the street festival vibe. Very good. Hey, Encrypted Angels. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Very happy to see you were able to work it out, my friend. You didn't have to do that, but you still push through, even though Twitch can be a little frustrating when it comes to figuring out some of these adjustments. So thank you, thank you, thank you, my friend. I wonder where Kohaku is. Oh, she's sleeping in the laundry basket. There's not even a bed in there. She's just sleeping on plastic. Oh, what a little cutie. Okay. Show us. We have a lot of snaps to look at, guys. You know, I got some cute pictures of her up. But right now we gotta try to stay on target. We gotta try to stay on task. Tazzy, been a rough couple of weeks, so not really feeling this week's snap challenge, but I'm open to suggestions. Okay. So my advice here, Tazzy, would be to adjust your framing a bit. Also, you're facing this bridge kind of away from you. What's really fun with this bridge is it has this really beautiful built-in like title and lighting where it says San Francisco Square. It's just a really, really pretty feature. So what's fun about this bridge is you can take two of them and just combine them like this. Because they'll stick right together there. And that way you have the front-facing sign on both sides. And you actually get to see the lights going up. Whereas if we turn it around, now we don't get to see the lights going up because they're going to be heavily obstructed by the poles. So we won't see them quite as much as if you had that bridge facing forward. The other thing I would recommend here would be to consider adjusting your angle a little bit. You see how your road is kind of going up this way? If you square off your angle, if you get this road line kind of perpendicular with the base of your scene, you could take these corner elements or these, Celebration Day baskets, and you can put them into your corners. I think the reason you're trying to angle it this way is for your confetti cannon here. But let me show you how you can set up those confetti cannons to where you're still going to have your corners, right? You're still going to have this nice balance, and we'll still get that beautiful shot from the confetti cannons. I'm not worried about her pose here. I'm just kind of putting her off to the side. Okay, so this is what I mean about making the road perpendicular with the base of the frame. This is going to give you really good balance in your scene versus doing it at an angle like this where the road goes this way, or trying to do it like this. I think that's kind of how yours was. The road goes upward here. If we go from an angle like this, you're going to be able to balance out your corners very well. You're going to be able to have these items on both sides. And you'll be able to feature the front section of that San Francisco bridge. And if you look at where my confetti cannons are, they're right past the corner. They're on the outer edge of the shot. So if we line it up here, you can barely see the edge of one confetti cannon here, and you can barely see the edge of one confetti cannon here. And you actually get a really nice effect from this angle. So we get all this great confetti dust popping up here. We get all the little orbs falling. So going back to your scene here, what I would recommend is showcasing the bridge, the front of the bridge, so we can see those beautiful lights going up, because that gives a very good festival vibe. And we can see that San Francisco bridge title. And also, if you straighten up your angle, you're not going to be showing all this emptiness over here. Like, look over here. We have a big empty grass field here, because I don't think you intended to show this section here. So yeah, I would turn it for more of a straight-facing angle there. That way you can move these gift baskets to your corners, and then you just take your you can take your confetti cannons and put them on the outer edges here, just right past those sides. Now, aside from that, with the pose where you're kind of holding the wand here, you know, you're not getting a lot of value out of this. It has a couple little bubbles, but it's not really doing too much for you. When you pose with an accessory, with most accessories, it's kind of rough because 99% of the accessories in the game don't give you any kind of options for your pose. You just kind of stand there with them with a smile on. There's so many poses you could do without the accessory that can showcase you welcoming people to the festival. It can showcase you, kind of leaning and relaxing in the festival. There's a lot of really good things you can do here. So I would experiment with your poses a little bit more. And I'm not sure if you have any of the Summer Dream styles. Oh, you do. So you have Summer Merlin back here. And you also have Ariel, a very good beach villager. So 2 of your absolute best summer villagers are buried way at the back of your snap. So if you watch my Thursday video, Tazzy, I talked about which villagers you might want to prioritize, which means showcasing them closer to the front of the scene. So Moana is one of them. Moana is perfect. But the only actual summer dream style you have in this photo, it's having him way back here to where we don't really get to see him. This is a great tool. A lot of people don't have this Merlin. They don't have this style. He's very fun. He hits a little dance. He's got those bright summer colors the challenge mentions. So bringing him and Ariel up a lot closer, I think, is going to be ideal here. So final thoughts. The main thing I would work on fixing here would be the angle. That way we're not seeing all this empty space out on the side. And then I would fix the foreground to where you have these baskets in the side, and I wouldn't put my confetti cannons here. Instead, I would put them right behind the foreground elements. And if you need to, you can just screenshot the way I have these set up and just set it up the same way. Because, this isn't unique. It's not, I wouldn't consider this stealing from my Dreamsnap. This is just how most people do set up their confetti cannons so they can get the confetti right at the front of the scene and not have it to where their foreground is empty. So if you want, go ahead and screenshot this, Tazzy. And also, if you want these little baskets to be colorful, because normally by default, your vignette is always on. The vignette in this game is always on. If we turn it off, you'll see, the edges get a bit brighter. So when you're at the sunset time of day and that default vignette is on, you're not going to get much lighting or color on those foreground elements, like this basket here or this basket here. And what we can do to fix that, that's why we have these chandeliers of the deep here. So by taking the chandeliers of the deep and putting them on tables, which is what this Icy River Kit is. The Icy River Kit is just a flat table. Keep in mind, this is the Icy River Kit. The fact that it's solid ice is why it acts like a table. But if you have a large table, you can drop these chandeliers of the deep right here, and we won't even see them in the photo, but what we will see is the light that they cast, making these foreground elements bold, bright, and colorful. All right. Sunshine is next. Love the photos of Kohaku. Adorable. And I'm sending wishes for a smooth transition. Your feedback is always appreciated. Thank you. Thank you, Sunshine. Thank you. All right. So we have a food fair kind of situation here. I love all the summer treats. This is really clever. Like if we are going to be featuring a lot of food, making sure it's things that would be great treats for the summer is perfect here. So the fact that we have this like little sorbet right here, a banana split, like all of this is nice cold treats. And the fact that this one is like a pineapple, which has that tropical vibe, plays very well with summer too. Summer Merlin and Summer Scrooge and Summer Stitch all packed in right here next to the avatar. This is what we're talking about when we talk about featuring these summer villagers prominently. We have them all right here. And then we have Ariel, Eric, Aurora, Goofy, Rapunzel, and Flynn, and Snow White over here. So really great spread on the villagers here. Some nice bold colors. I like the confetti on the sides. And to up the summer feels even more, we have these beautiful palm trees here. And then we have some of the, we have the new bus stop here, playing up that street festival vibe. Very nice, very nice. Super solid build. Great featuring for the avatar. And I love that you showcase the, all of these summer treats right at the front. You also have the vintage cooler back here. That's really clever. I actually don't think I mentioned using that, so good call there. And I can even see the popsicles here. I also see the shaved ice bike here. So yeah, you're really highlighting all the good summer treats really well. And you got some really good summer feels here. Looks like you already unlocked the new premium house too. Koi fish balloons. And the outfit has a great summer feel. So yeah, overall, very solid. Not much room for anything else, really. So I don't really think there's much I would worry about changing here. If you want to hide the green here, potentially you could do the trick with the wrought iron, where we seal the two paths together. That is if you don't want that green and that kind of strange little path gap. I wish the paths just clicked together naturally. I think that would be really cool. But yeah, these wrought iron tiles are perfect if you did want to bury that green. Totally up to you there. But yeah, very fun. Rapunzel is kind of clipping into the table here just a little. I don't think it's super noticeable. So if you don't want to worry about it, I think you'd be okay. And I know if you move her back, it might make Stitch a little less visible. And he's more important, I would say, than Rapunzel is. So I'd be careful there. Overall, very solid. Very solid. Yeah, only thing I think you could consider is if you wanted to, you could put a filler between the two road paths here. And yeah, you're already highlighting a lot of things we discussed. It's very fun. Ultimately, how like the food fair festival goes it'll depend, because there's some festivals that play up music really well. There's some that play up parades really well. There's some that play up all of these things. So, this would beat most snaps just on beauty and theme. I think the only snaps it could potentially, run into some issues with would be snaps that feature multiple avenues when it comes to the festival vibes. But as far as a food fair festival, this is about the best way you can do it, because you've got so many great summer treats right at the front of the scene, which heavily plays up the summer vibes. So, excellent work, very strong. Moving on to the tier 2s here. Model Newbie is up first. I know most people won't look too deeply, but I really like the villager interactions with each other, especially the little bits of story they each tell, like Donald and Daisy dancing. Tried to go for a summer seafood festival and kind of pulled it off, I think, for those who look anyways. Would love recommendations for foreground items that fill up space without covering the villagers and isn't just a bunch of random items. Okay. Well, first off, if you're going to use this new pose, I would be very careful. It's not worth using this new pose if you're not leaning on something, right? You want to have an item there that has it make sense. Otherwise, it just feels like you're using the new pose just for the sake of using the new pose. So let's talk about items you can lean on. And if you look at if you look at a lot of the high performing players that are using this new pose, they are going out of their way to include an item that's just the right height to lean on. So we're going to throw on our little broom. And let's say I was going to do this snap here. And you angle it a certain way. You'll have it look as if you were leaning directly on that item. But I would recommend being very cautious when it comes to just using this pose with no item there. Otherwise, it would be almost better just to keep the broom visible, because at least then you're showing what you're leaning on. And that's kind of what you always want to consider anytime you're doing a pose. It's like, what's the purpose? What are you trying to communicate? Hello. Hello. Hey, little one. You want to consider what you're trying to communicate with the pose. Another tier 3 was submitted after the stream started. Gotcha. I'll take a look at that one next. Thank you. Hey, little girl. What you doing? You want to get this stream? Okay. So, if you don't have an item that has the right height for you to lean on it, I would just use a different pose. There's for sure going to be a challenge where this new pose is going to be really handy. Or if you wanted to show yourself relaxing at the festival, you could have something here you can lean on. Like if we look at Belle B, she was actually kind of doing the same thing. Oh, and I'm glad we're talking about this, because one thing for Belle B is the item you chose to lean on, it is very pointy and sharp. I would almost caution, I think there's some items you can find that could be a similar height that are going to make more sense, or you can just do a different pose. I know it's tempting to always use a new pose right when it comes out, but I don't think it's the best pose for this week. If you look at some of the best snaps we saw on Friday, they were very interactive with the environment. So as fun as the new pose is, I think there are going to be some better options here. And with the pointiness of this, I don't know, it doesn't look too comfortable to lean on. But this is an example of what we're talking about here, Mono. You see how, she put an item here to lean on, so it makes sense. Every decision you make, Mono Newbie, when it comes to your submissions, you want it to be well explained. Now, the other thing we want to talk about here is, you said for this one you were doing kind of a, Summer Seafood Festival. You said, I think I kind of pulled it off for those who look anyway. That's not the right approach to take, in my experience, and in the experience of a lot of other players. You don't want to build your snap in a way to where the voter has to take a deep look into it to get what you're going for, to understand your direction. For example, let's go back and look at Sunshine. Do you think the voter's going to have to look for the fact that this is a food fair summer street festival? No, because she's made it incredibly obvious. No one's going to have to enlarge this photo and look at the details to figure out what's going on. The moment this picture pops up, the moment this shows up on their screen, they are going to be met with all of these cold summer treats right at the front of the scene. So anytime you're trying to tell, and the same thing applies to like your storytelling. You were like, I have some great storytelling here with like Donald and Daisy dancing. See, this is really good. This is perfect because you have them very prominently featured here. Like we can see them very well. But what are they dancing to? We saw snaps on Friday where villagers were dancing, but they had Eric playing his flute. They had Stitch playing his ukulele, right? Or they had somebody on a DJ booth. There are so many ways you can add to this storytelling. Simply having two villagers together and dancing, it's like half a story, right? We see them dancing, but what are they dancing to? What else is happening? Think about ways you can build on that even more, because there are some awesome things you can do here. The other thing is you have access to something here that a lot of players don't have. Something very strong. Summer dream styles. We have Stitch in his summer style, and we have Merlin in his summer style, and you have effectively nearly buried both of them. So, like we discussed in the Thursday video and like we discussed on the Friday reviews, villagers that work with the festival and summer dynamic of this challenge are the most important ones to prioritize. So, instead of having, you were looking for good foreground elements, right? What about Stitch? Why have Stitch way back here when we have all this room right here? He's short. You can see over him. You'd still see them dancing. You can have Stitch right here next to you, excitedly putting his arms out. There's a great opportunity there. And then, we have Summer Merlin as well. We see Mirabelle here. I'm guessing she's here because she's dancing, so she works for the dancing aspect. But what if instead of the canoe club, right? Because, where's the canoes? Where's the water? The canoe club's not really doing you any service here. What if instead of the canoe club sign, we had a DJ booth? And then we put Sully behind the DJ booth doing his little point pose. Now you have a DJ. You have a DJ booth. You have music. And that's what Mirabelle, Donald, and Daisy are dancing to. Now we're telling a story. We're not just showing villagers having fun. We're kind of explaining what's going on at this festival. So when it comes to your foreground, don't forget, foreground doesn't always have to be stuff from your furniture menu. Foreground could be villagers as well. I like the little conversations going on here, but maybe instead of a conversation between Vanessa and Mulan, what if it was a conversation between Vanessa and Summer Merlin? That way we're not burying Merlin in his summer dream style behind other villagers. We're featuring him right here at the front of the scene. And we can take Stitch and feature him right here next to you. And I would reconsider the pose. I think there's going to be really good weeks for this pose. I love a new pose. I'm excited to use this one. But for this particular challenge, it's a festival. It's high energy. We're bringing the joy. We're bringing the fun. For sure, there will be snaps using this pose that get into 4K, but I think most of them are going to show themselves leaning on something solid. And then for our little example here, you come to see little girl? She's chilling over here. We have, you know, same as the example here. You see how Stitch is in my foreground right here? And instead of doing the new pose for now, I'm using the dragon pose for 2 reasons. Number 1, I'm welcoming the voter into my street festival. I'm like, here it is. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the fun. We have a lot going on. And number 2, I wanted to feature the San Francisco Square Bridge very prominently here. And the dragon pose slides me to the left so I can do that. Now, in your shot, you probably won't want to use the dragon pose because it's going to slide you over here and it's going to block all of this interaction. But there are plenty of other great poses you can use here. And you could stick with this one, but again, it's going to kind of require you to put something here to lean on. And I don't think this is the best storytelling pose for the avatar. So not only do we want to tell a story with our villagers, we want to tell a story with our avatar when possible. And, you know, like I said, you have some great opportunity here. Instead of Mulan and Vanessa, Summer Merlin and Vanessa at the front of the scene is going to be fantastic. Instead of the canoe club sign here with no canoes and no water, a DJ booth. And then, in order to play up these summer vibes, since you're not going to have this canoe club sign, think about good summer items like pawsicles. You know, like you can craft those. Think about the ice cream stands. Instead of regular, you know, like sycamores, think about things like palm trees. There's so many good options for you. There's so many different things you can utilize here. So, just, you know, consider those elements. Consider featuring those summer villagers prominently where you can. And also, when you do add a DJ booth here to explain the dancing, it's going to cover this San Francisco food stall, but you can take this and you can kind of move it over to the side. You could replace this with the San Francisco food stall. And if you put a DJ booth here, I would recommend having some kind of like carpet or dance floor, like something here that showcases this is the area for dancing. And yeah, if you're doing a seafood festival, you know, what if you brought tables down into this foreground corner here and you had the seafood right on it? So you don't want voters, you don't want to say, I did this, and the voters that really look for it will find it. That's not the best path to 4K. The best path to 4K is to make what you're doing super obvious. Here's what you got to consider when it comes to Dreamsnaps. If you go vote, you're going to see that a majority of the snaps you come across are random selfies. They're random quest photos. They're empty fields with like a couple of items placed. We are the minority, people that put like a lot of time and effort and thought into their snaps. The majority of players are just there to get their quick moonstones, whatever that may be, 300, 600, 900. They're just getting a quick buck, right? When it comes to them getting that quick buck, they're going to take the same approach with voting. They're not going to spend a lot of time really diving deep into a snap unless it really impresses them. A lot of people just have 2 pictures pop up. They'll choose one of them within the first few seconds, and then they keep it moving. You want to make what you're featuring incredibly clear and incredibly obvious. So, if your goal is to do this seafood festival, perhaps instead of a bush here, we can have another table, not one with a big umbrella, because we don't want to put something covering the whole scene here, but another table with a little bit of that seafood action on it, like right here towards the front of the scene. And then, you know, you can have the dancing as well, still on the other side here. And then with the opening we have here, you could do Summer Stitch, and you can have Vanessa talking to Summer Merlin. So now you have all these summer styles at the front. You have a summer outfit. You're highlighting the seafood very well. And by the way, you don't even have to go the seafood route if you don't want to put seafood in the foreground. I'm just giving you some food for thought if you want it to be clear that it is about seafood. But I think, you know, just having the dance floor and having the excitement, and instead of like, you know, these trees having like palm trees and giving it more of a summer feel, I think is going to be more important than highlighting a particular type of food. And if you want, again, if you want your whole scene to be about the food fair concept, I would try to make it very clear as we see here. Alrighty. I think we had another tier 3 come in. It was Encrypted Angels. Been working on my lighting and camera position. Also, what is the item you use to push the camera? I'm using the fir tree from Storybook Veil. Appreciate your advice. Thank you so much. Of course, of course. Oh, okay. So, yeah, your lighting is definitely stronger here than we saw in previous snaps. Good job, good job. Fun summer style. You got the camera very close to the avatar. Be careful with your villager toggle, though. We still have a little shadow here from you. So if we take Piglet and we put him to the left a little bit, he won't be in this dark spot anymore. I love that you're featuring the ice cream here and you have Lady kind of looking at it. That's super cute. Now, the item I love to use to push the camera, because it doesn't cast a very big shadow, is the Vizier's Alchemy Table. You get this from Eternity Isle. I believe you'll get it from Jafar for the quest that you get with him at his level 7 quest. So it's called the Vizier's Alchemy Table. You can buy extras from Scrooge. I love this item because it doesn't cast a very big shadow. It has a nice small footprint, which ultimately makes it kind of an ideal item for pushing the camera. It's very, very useful. So yeah, I would recommend this if you have access to it. Another very popular item to push the camera up would be another Eternity Isle item known as Oswald's Car. That's another one. It's a little bit wider than the Vizier's Alchemy Table, of course. But if you search Oswald, it should come up here. Yeah. So this also pushes the camera, but as you can see, this has a much bigger footprint. So if I was using this, I wouldn't be able to have these Chandeliers of the Deep on the side, so I wouldn't be getting this light casting. That's why I prefer the Vizier's Alchemy Table over Oswald's Car. They both push the camera up the same way, but Oswald's Car is a good bit wider. So yeah, my favorite item in the game when it comes to pushing the camera would be this little guy right here. Let's go back to your photo here. Hey, Cheyenne, thank you, my friend, thank you. Appreciate that beautiful tier 1 sub, much appreciated, and welcome in, Cheyenne, welcome in. Thank you so much for the sub point. Very kind of you, very kind of you. We are working on getting back into the Plus program this month, trying to get back into the Plus program level 2. So we're working on that right now, so thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh yeah, I barely have unlocked Jafar a few days ago. Well, Encrypted Angels, it's very worth getting that table. So what I would do, as soon as you can, is go ahead and progress with Jafar. Make that a big priority. Because since you do have them unlocked, and since you do have Eternity Isle, you're very lucky. Because that means you do have access to one of the best items in the game when it comes to pushing your camera closer to the avatar. This is by far my favorite. And the favorite of most, I would say, most people here. This is like just a staple when it comes to pushing the camera up. I actually have so many of these. I buy tons of them from Scrooge. I only have 7 left in my inventory because I leave them everywhere. But I actually own like 40 of these. That's just how much I use them. I'll put them all over the place. So yeah, I would definitely make that a priority when you get the chance. Now let's go back to your snap here and take a closer look. So we got a fun summary outfit here. And you have some good villager presence here. We have Aladdin kind of on the DJ booth back here. Mirabelle serving ice cream. Lady's really cute. But what I think could be worked on a bit here is the way your path is set up, it doesn't feel quite like a street festival, right? A street festival closes down streets like in a community, and then the festival takes place there. But we have like a patch of gravel, and then we have a patch of brick, and then we have another patch of gravel, and we have all this green grass in between them. This doesn't really look like a road or any kind of like ground for a street festival that I've really seen before. So what you could do here, that's going to be very easy way to fix this, would be to Instead of paving in this direction, pave across the snap. Pave this way. So pave from the left to the right instead of from the front to the back. And what you can do is you can have one type of pathing here that fills out the bottom, and then another type of pathing behind that fills out the back. I would avoid some of the very pale grays because they can leach color out of your snap. You have so many good colors here, but the pale grays can kind of take away from that. So the darker grays are good because they kind of complement colors. Or you can use a path like the Main Street path. There's some great options out there for you. But what you'll see here in this photo is exactly what I'm kind of recommending for you here to make it feel more like a street festival. So what we're using here at the base is the asphalt path. And as you can see, it's been brought from the left to the right. And then behind that, we have the sidewalk. And we have these Celebration Day baskets in the foreground. And in the actual photo, there's villagers all throughout this scene, which shows that the road is closed and the festival is taking place in the street, making it a street festival. And then when we add all the summer elements on top of that, it becomes very clear that this is a summer street festival. So one thing I think you could definitely benefit from here, Encrypted Angels, is refining the way you've built your pathing to try to make it look more like a street festival. Right now, with the gravel on the side, like a little row of gravel, a little row of stone, and another little row of gravel, it doesn't feel quite like a street festival. And I think you could make this a bit stronger in terms of that street festival feel. Lastly, you got a nice little pocket down here in the bottom left corner. You could include a little item here. Just make sure it's nothing super big because you don't want to block your fun villager set here. Great items to use would be these fireworks. They're very short. You can craft these. These are Eternity Isle crafting item. And since you do have Eternity Isle, you'll find these fireworks at your crafting bench. And they don't have an animation. These are just for decoration. The other item here is a Scrooge shop item. You're going to find it very easily from just searching under your Encanto filter. So this is an Encanto item. It's called the Celebration Day basket or something like that. But it's got these little wind fans and like little trees, and it's just made for like celebrations and festivals. So that combined with the fireworks can be great to give you some foreground elements. But that should be everything. I think that's some great starting points for this photo. Keep up the great work with your villagers. If you do happen to own any summer dream styles, I would definitely try to include them here. Like if you have Summer Stitch, if you have Summer Scrooge, if you have Summer Merlin, they are going to be very, very important this week because not only do they have those bright colors that the challenge references, but they also have that strong summer vibe, that summer feel. And be cautious, Encrypted, using really large items like this in your foreground and midground. You want good scene visibility. You want to be able to see into your festival. Like I can tell back here you have the new San Francisco food stall, but we don't really get to see much of it. And you can also have more villagers back here. But with this photo booth right here, it eliminates any opportunity we would have to see into this scene more. I want to go back to my example scene and kind of show you what I mean about this. You see how in this scene we get really great visibility across the whole thing? It's because we're not using any large items in the midground or foreground. They get progressively larger as we move back into the scene. So that's why the stuff at the very front is just these tiny fireworks in this little basket. That way we can see over everything here. And then even when we get back here, we can easily see over this bike. We can see over this popsicle cooler. And by the way, I don't know if I saw these in your snap, but you can cook these at any cooking station. They're great to drop into your snap this week. Popsicles are going to work wonders for a summer scene. And yeah, all of these items we can see over. Now, where things get taller is when we get towards the back. That's where we're going to see things like the pretzel stand and the cocoa stage and like these big balloons in the homes or buildings, right? And this is something you'll see with a lot of... Hey, we got a raid coming in. Let's go, Lauren. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Great to have you. Great to have you. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you so much. This is something you're going to see a lot. You know, like, let's look at Bell B Snap again. Notice how the items in Bell B Snap that are towards the front and towards the mid-ground are all short or medium height, so we can see into the scene very well. We get that strong scene visibility. So the items Bell B is using here in the foreground are things that only come up into the scene a little bit. And in your scene, right where we see Joy and right where we see Vanellope, that's where you had that photo booth. So if you took the photo booth and moved it back, look at what you could be doing with that space. You could have villagers there. You could have more lights. You can have all kinds of fun stuff going on there. And I would recommend, you know, considering that for every challenge, every theme, whenever you're building a Dream Snap, just bear in mind that scene visibility tends to do wonders for performance. You don't need a ton of depth of field. You don't need to show a whole floating island. But since this challenge is all about the joy and the fun of a summer street festival, giving yourself a little bit more visibility gives you more opportunity for villagers, gives you more opportunity for storytelling. It's going to give you a chance to highlight some of those summer styles if you do have them. It's going to allow you to highlight more fun items like the pawsicles, or some other refreshments, or these fun scenes like this where we have a DJ and some dancing. But yeah, so far, you know, you did great with the lighting. You got the sun behind the camera encrypted, so this is awesome to see. I think you're doing great with the lighting here. You've got the camera close to the avatar. You're featuring the avatar very prominently. You have a good summer feel on the avatar. So a lot of things you're doing very well here. I think if you consider the other aspects we've discussed, you could build this snap in a more competitive way and have a very strong likelihood for 4K should you take those measures. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Good to see you guys. Thank you so much for the raid. How do we get characters in our Dream Snap, says Whiskey. Well, if you're looking for Dream Snap tips, every Thursday, I host a stream of Dream Snap Q&A where you can ask anything. But since you're new here and you guys just came in with the raid, I'll give you a quick, very helpful tip on how you can get any villager into your Dream Snap. So, as an example, right, here's what I did for... actually, I think the final one was this one. Here's what I did for Journey into Imagination. This challenge asked us to do a Universal Expo. In other words, a world fair. This is a very big global event where nations will highlight their architecture, their industry, their culture, and people come from all over the world to experience it. So what I wanted for this challenge was a very large crowd, because these are very crowded events. And we have these villagers kind of interacting with some of the things being displayed, as we can see. And one thing a lot of people may wonder is, like, how in the world do you get all these villagers into your snap? You know, because some of them are going to be at Chez Remy. Some of them are going to be in the screw shop. Zombie, let's go! Thank you, my friend, thank you! Zombie with the very generous 1,000 bits. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Hi, everyone. Hope you're taking these fantastic Dream Snap notes here, says Lauren. Oh, thank you, Lauren. Thank you, thank you. I am a little obsessed with snaps. It's the main thing I cover on the channel. So if you guys are a fan of snaps or snaps tips and advice, I do a video every single week on Thursdays. I publish a video on YouTube for every challenge. So every week I break down the theme. I talk about some good strategies, good ways to approach the challenge. I don't claim to be the very best in the world at snaps or anything like that. The thing is, I just have a really good track record with Dream Snaps. I've done every challenge there's ever been. In the past 2 years, I've had one snap not get 4K. And that's because I did something a little outside of the box. You know, it'll happen if you take a risk, but that's okay. And I've been in the top 3 a few times. But like I said, I don't claim to be the best. I don't have a big head about that. What has allowed me to perform very well in snaps has been simply observing and kind of studying what the voters like. And the best way to do that is to pour through tons of 4K Dream Snaps every week. And that's something we do live on stream. So every Wednesday on refresh day, we look at hundreds of snaps in the 4K range. We pick them apart. We see what's working. We see what, and that's really what you want to do. Instead of just looking at the top 3, you kind of want to look at a larger data sample, right? If you just look at the top 3, one of those photos in the top 3 could have just popped up against random selfies or random quest photos. So just because a snap has a really high rank doesn't mean it's better than everybody else's. It doesn't mean the voters liked it more. It just means it won more votes. And how it won those votes will be determined by what it popped up against. And I've even said that when I've been in the top 3. I said, I could have just gotten really lucky that week. I could have just popped up against snaps that were easier to beat. You never really know, because there's no way we can see what we popped up against. So the best way to have a good understanding of what voters tend to prioritize is to look at the results week after week after week and see what keeps happening, what keeps popping up. And for example, things that consistently pop up in the 4K range are people pushing the camera towards the avatar, getting these close shots on the avatar. The sunset lighting is very popular. So having the sun behind the camera, beaming light into your scene and lighting up the scene, not having a lot of shadow or darkness. Bold colors, so a slightly enhanced saturation can play very well. And ever since we got the new villager toggle, it has become very prominent within 4K to have great storytelling elements with your villagers found within a scene. Like if we look at this one, we have Scar facing off with Gaston, and we have Jafar wanting to steal this relic, Flynn stuck in a spider web, Sully's coming out of the fog, and then me, Timon, and Donald are checking out the relic. So there's a whole lot of different storytelling angles happening here. And that's just a handful of a few things we discuss. So when it comes to the snaps advice, and don't worry, I'm still going to tell you guys how to summon villagers. I have not forgot about that. When it comes to the snaps advice that I give here on the stream, it's not about my personal opinion or my taste, because that's not going to help you. What I like may not be what everybody else likes. And in some cases, it's not. The advice I give is going to be based on 2 very important things. Number 1, what voters choose time and time and time again. Like, what's the most common things we see in the 4K range? And number 2, being extremely clear with the theme. So whatever the theme is, making it as obvious as possible means even the pickiest voters aren't really going to debate whether you are or are not on theme. That way you can win over both types of voters, the picky ones and the not so picky ones. Keep in mind, you don't always have to do these things to get 4K. Like we stated, how you perform is going to come down to what you pop up against. Some weeks, you might be against a few random selfies or quest photos. And I've had so many people say, I can't believe I got 4K this week. I just threw together this submission in 5 minutes and took a quick photo. I can't believe it. And it's like, well, that can happen. You did the theme, which is the bare minimum, and then you probably just popped up against people that didn't do the theme at all. And here you are. Or, on the flip side, you could make a really good snap, like a beautiful snap, but then you pop up against nothing but really good, beautiful snaps, and you end up getting 25 or 15, so that can happen too. So the best way to approach Dreamsnap challenges to make yourself as competitive as possible is to always put a lot of thought into it. It doesn't have to be a bunch of time. You don't have to put 3, 4, or 8 hours into a snap just to get 4K. You can put 25 minutes into a snap and get 4K. What's more, because nobody's going to see a timer on your snap like it took this person this long to make. Nobody sees that. But what they will see is how much thought you put into it. What kind of stories did you tell with your villagers? What villagers did you use? How did you highlight the theme? Like with Hair with Flare, we canceled the dragon pose to get our hair blowing in the wind. We highlighted giant scissors and fashionable villagers like Cruella. For a challenge like Forested Book Nook, we're going to carve out a small little nook here right at the front of the scene. We're going to have books present, And then we're going to have some literary villagers like Belle and Merlin. And we're going to use kind of a resting pose and reach for a book for an element of storytelling. So, regardless of what the theme is, putting some thought into how you present the theme, how you deliver the theme, and how you can make the theme exceedingly clear and obvious to the voter, is just going to be a great competitive way to approach Snap challenges, so that's something we focus on as well. Anyway, let's go ahead and break down how to get any villager you want into your Dreamsnap. So we are on a floating island right now, and behind this fence, we have our tool right back here. The reason we're using a fence is because we don't want to get photobombed by everybody we're about to summon. Now, as you guys know, on a floating island, you could always just open your map, and you can summon whoever you want. Right? We can just come here, we can summon all these villagers. However, anybody with a house icon is not going to appear. And about half of these villagers, even though they don't have a house icon, still won't appear. Because anybody at the restaurant's not going to show up. And yeah, there's just an opportunity that most of these guys wouldn't even appear at all. That's why we like to use villager summoning items. Now, the nice thing about villager summoning items is that they are totally free. At least 90% of them are. Most of these items you get from villager quests. This is my favorite one to use to summon villagers. This is called the Unbirthday Cake, and you get it from Alice. Now, the reason I recommend using this one is because not all villager summoning items are created equally. Some villager summoning items summon 3 villagers, some summon 4 villagers. This table summons 7 villagers at a time. Now, you don't get a say in who shows up. It's just going to pick 7 random villagers in the game. But if you just use this over and over for like 3 to 5 minutes, and you're summoning 7 villagers every time, it is not going to take very long to get practically every single villager you've unlocked on your floating island. So that way, even if you're, even if all the villagers you want to use are in their house, or they're at the Scrooge shop, or they're at Chez Remy, you can still use them. You can summon everyone you want. Like for this week, with it being the Summer Street Festival, maybe you really want to use Merlin's Summer Dream style. Maybe you really want to use all 3 of the big summer styles. The Scrooge one, the Merlin one, and the Stitch one. But what if all 3 of those villagers are at Chez Remy? Well, use this. Use this method. You'll summon them all. And then once you have all the villagers you're hoping to use... Look, we already have all 3 summer styles. Look at that. We have only been doing this for, well, like maybe 40 seconds to a minute. Once you have the villagers you want to use, or you can just summon all of them if you're not sure who you're going to use yet. You can just keep summoning for 5 minutes. This is why we trap them. Because we don't want to have to toggle all of them off. We don't want them photobombing us. Because you could just use the camera toggle to turn all of the ones you don't want off. But that's just a huge waste of time. Because you truly don't have to go through that route if you just trap them. So, once you've summoned the villagers you want to use, now just use your toggle. We can just take Merlin here. Slap him right into the scene. Choose what kind of pose we want him to do. Could be his hello. Could have him waving at the camera there. Now we can take Summer Scrooge. We can put him right here. Now we can grab our little Summer Stitch. Wherever he may be. You get the idea. And you just add those villagers into your scene. And that's exactly how you're going to be able to create scenes like this. Or scenes like this. And always have the exact villagers you're hoping for. Always use exactly who you want to use. Anyway, I won't be able to take too many more Dreamsnap questions today, you guys, because we have a ton of snaps to review. So, if you have any Dreamsnap questions, and I also sadly cannot read chat too much on Dreamsnap review days. Friday, Monday, and Tuesday, I dedicate pretty much my entire stream to reviewing community Dreamsnap submissions, providing feedback and advice to make them more competitive, helping as many people in this community get 4K as I possibly can. So, since there are, hundreds of snaps that we review every week, it can just be really tough for me to read chat and get through these reviews in a timely manner. So, just wanted to say I'm not intentionally ignoring any of you guys. If you do ask a question, my mods might be able to help you. And if you come by on or any time that I'm not reviewing snaps, I'm always going to read pretty much everything that comes into chat best I can. Just want to give you an update there, just so you guys know, that I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to ignore you. That's all. Which is better for us to sub to, YouTube or Purple? Right now, Shielding, it's actually going to be Purple because we're trying to get back into the Partner Plus program. So if I can hit 300 sub points for August, September, and October, we'll be back in the level 2 program, which means I'll get more of my sub revenue. Right now, Twitch takes a lot of my sub revenue. So a tier 1 sub would be worth 1 point, a tier 2 would be worth 2 points, and a tier 3 would be worth 6 points. So all of those are going to be very, very helpful. So yeah, for now, I would say it would be more helpful on Twitch for sure. But once we get into the Plus program, just choose what, they're both going to be equally helpful. It'll be about the same. And honestly, for any of you guys, when it comes to where you choose to support, if you do want to support, I encourage you to choose what's best for you at the end of the day. Where do you like watching more? Where do you feel more comfortable? Twitch for live streams does have way more features, and you also have Twitch drops and stuff like that. So I like Twitch personally more for live streams, and I like YouTube more for video content. But not everybody feels that way. Some people just feel right at home on YouTube, and that's okay. So if you feel more at home on YouTube, do the YouTube membership. If you want to help us get into the Plus level 2, and you really enjoy watching on Twitch, go with Twitch. But at the end of the day, I appreciate you asking what's better for me. But the real question is, what's best for you? Alrighty. Let us continue. Okay, now I think we've done all the tier 3s. For tier 2s, I think we just have Gamer Mom and JMR here. Alright, JMR. I actually already... I think for you, I already gave you a tiny bit of advice in our Facebook Dreamsnap group. Oh, and by the way, for anybody new, maybe that came in with that raid, or anybody that's watching for the first time, we do have a very active Dreamsnap group on Facebook. It's called the Dreamsnap Hub. So if you use Facebook, my mods can share the link. Thank you, Samantha. Thank you. You are the bestest. I appreciate that. Check that link Samantha just shared. We have a group called the Dreamsnap Hub. I only made it a couple of weeks ago, and it's already got almost 1,000 people in there, and people post there all the time. It's also an incredibly talented community because it's a lot of my regulars that consistently rank in the top 100, top 1,000, and it's just a place to go to share your snap or ask for advice. So, yeah, just check out the Dreamsnap Hub if you're interested in some off-stream tips. So yeah, for JMR here, I think you were asking about, you were wanting to get foreground elements, but you also wanted your confetti. So we talked about getting that confetti on the sides. Now for your DJ booth here, you have a lot of open space kind of behind the booth. I think what you could do if you wanted to, JMR, is you could take this DJ booth and you can move it back a little bit. And if you angled it at the same angle as the road, like if you made it straight with the road, you could even include a little dance floor. I don't know if you have the glowing tiles, but they could be really cool there to make it even more colorful. And then you can have villagers kind of dancing in that portion of the scene. Up to you. I do like the DJ booth kind of where it is. But also, I think for a DJ villager, there is one that really stands out, really, really well here, which would be Sully. He works so good as a DJ. for a few reasons. But this pose, where he does the point, it's just such a DJ thing to do, and it's a very easy pose to have him do here. You can have him pointing out to the crowd, like, yeah, you know, you guys, like, hype it up, whatever. But I think you could get a great impact from your DJ booth, even if you had it a little further back. And in your case, having it a little further back is going to open up more space for some really fun villager interactions here, where you can have a bit more dancing. I do like the Mirabelle's kind of dancing right next to you. And you don't have to have the dance floor tiles, by the way. You could, you know, and you also wouldn't have to move it back far. You could just move it back maybe 4 squares, maybe 5. That way you'll have a tiny bit more room. But really good job featuring some of your summer villagers. Like we have Summer Merlin here. We have Summer Stitch here. But if you did give yourself a tiny bit more space, we could take Summer Scrooge and bring him up as well. And I would think about what you could do in the backdrop here. You know, perhaps even palm trees being part of your community here. This could become a coastal community. So palm trees could be very nice. It looks like you're using the San Francisco Bridge in a similar way as we are for this example. For good background elements, you know, think about things like the Coco music stage or any other stage. Think about things like the Moana Parade Float. Excellent background piece, because now, you know, in this example scene, if I show you the actual example, you'll see that beyond that riverway in the center of the photo, we have a lot of the things the challenge referenced. We have our summer treats, our food, right? Like the food fair concept. So we have shaved ice, we have ice cream, we have the San Francisco food stall, we have popsicles. Like all of this is towards the front. And then towards the back, we have music. So we have the Coco stage back here, which is very colorful and fun. And then over here on the right-hand side, we have the Moana Parade Float, because there's a parade happening over here on the back right. There's a concert happening over here on the back left, and in the front we have summer treats, and the street is closed for the street festival, and some villagers are coming up the bridge. So there's a lot of really fun things you can play up within that environment of yours. So think about your background elements, because thankfully for you, you have a lot of depth of field here and a lot of opportunity. It's going to be harder to showcase anything back here because you have the ice cold refreshments booth right here, which is totally fine, because I think featuring the words ice cold refreshments is going to work really good. But keep in mind, this table or this item also does have some squares where you can put stuff. So if you wanted to put some cold treats here, maybe a root beer, you know, could be very fun. You can put some little treats there. You can give yourself a little bit more space with the DJ booth. Even if that required you to move the fishies around a little bit. And then in your backdrop, you could do things like the Moana Parade Float or something very impactful, or a music stage, but you don't really need the music stage because you already have the DJ booth here. So if you have the Moana Float, that could be really good. Or you can find other fun items. And again, palm trees, I think, will be very strong this week because this is going to add to that summer element. That's why we have the palm trees kind of coming up here on the sides. And when I make my official Dream Snap, I'll probably summerify it even more. But yeah, I think you're definitely on the right track with your snap so far. You have a lot of vibrant colors. You have the popsicles. You have the ice cold refreshments. You have some good music, you know, going on here. So if you were to add, or, you know, if you were to give yourself a bit more space, you can have a little bit more room for dancing and celebrating. I love the confetti. And yeah, we just want to find out what we're going to do in this background, because there's a lot of open space back here. There's no crowds back here. So if you don't want to add items in, you could just have more villagers walking around, participating in the festival. You could do like the pretzel stand back here or something, because I know you have that because you have the ice cold refreshment stand. So the pretzel stand could be nice back here. Or you can take the San Francisco food stall that we can't really see and move it right here instead. A lot of fun stuff you can do to kind of jazz up this backdrop. And it does look like you have the pretzel stand in there, but it's mostly hidden behind the avatar here. All right, last of the Tier 2 reviews is going to be Miss Gamer Mom here. Hoping this first submission is better than the last two. Excited to hear your feedback on how to make it even better. Thank you as always. Of course, of course. All right. So here's the tricky thing when you're constructing a Dream Snap. Here's the tricky thing when you're constructing a Dream Snap when it comes to building your city out like this. You see how this building is really dark on this side? And how these ones have light and color? It's because even if your sun is behind the camera, the thing is, it's kind of on one side of the scene. So the sun, you see how the shadows are going to the left? You see my shadow here? It's kind of going to the left. If we put big buildings coming outward, like if I have a building here, it's going to cast a big shadow onto the inside of the scene. That's why for most, even city scenes, most of what you see in the 4K range is people that build the city as a backdrop, as a line in the back. Because one of the most important things with any Dreamsnap, is lighting. And the best way to have a good mastery of lighting and have good lighting throughout your snap is to reduce shadow and shade. So we want to avoid large items on coming out from the backdrop, casting a lot of shadow. That's why if you build a nice cityscape scene, you want to have that as kind of the background row. Your tall items you want at the back of the snap if possible. That way you have superb lighting throughout the entire scene, and we can really work to minimize those shadows. So going to your submission here, Gamer Mom, I would just recommend caution with buildings coming out like this. You could have the buildings, if you want to have them on just the left-hand side, that'd be fine, but I would be careful with them coming out on the side where the sun is not going to hit them. Foreground-wise, you have the little Celebration Day basket, and then you have the shaved ice bike here, but it is a pretty large item for the foreground. So the shaved ice, with it being the size it is, I think it's better as a mid-ground item. So always consider when building out your scene to make sure you can maximize your scene visibility. Like what we see a lot in the 4K range is very small items at the front. Medium items are going to be more in the mid-ground, and then your tallest items, like your buildings, those are going to be your backdrop. That's going to be your background. And you'll see this is a kind of a common trend with pretty much all my snaps. Like if we look at explosions of color, this got rank 70. There's nothing tall or massive on the left or right-hand side. But if we go to the backdrop, that's where all the tall, colorful trees are. And the casita, we don't bring anything out to the left or right-hand sides. That's going to create a large shadow. And you'll see the same thing with snaps like this. So for Cherished Childhood, in the foreground, we have very tiny gifts. We have little tiny companions and tiny villagers. And then as we work our way back, we get a little bit larger. Now we have our gift piles. We have these big stuffed monsters. So things start to get a little bigger as we work our way back. And then for the backdrop, that's where our largest items are going to be, like this big toy shop and Al's Toy Barn and these big Dreamlight Toy Story block stacks and the big drive-in theater screen. Same thing here with the Journey into Imagination. We have these little planters in the foreground because we can see over them well. Then we have these little lights we can see over. And then as we work our way back, we have some large buildings here and here, and then a nice backdrop of balloons and buildings. So going back to your snap, I would just recommend caution when building out a Dreamsnap scene. It can be tempting to make it like a street that has buildings on both sides, but it's really tough when it comes to lighting a scene like that, which is why it can be a bit challenging to pull off, or at least get, to make your snap as competitive as possible. Lighting is just such a big key part of it. So having a straight line backdrop of all your tall items can be very advantageous there. Now for items like the Celebration Day basket, you could pull that up to where it's more in the corner, to where we just see like the fans and the little pieces. You can have it way up here. And you can do another one on the left-hand side as well if you wanted to. And then you can move this shaved ice bike back. The other thing is, if your buildings were in your backdrop as opposed to coming out, that's going to open up so much space for you. It's going to open up a tremendous amount of space where you're going to be able to play up things like this dance scene. And, you have this ice-cold refreshment stand here, but we can't see the words ice-cold refreshments. But if these buildings weren't here, and if this building weren't here, you could have well, you'd also need to move this back a little bit because it's, like I said, it's a little bit too big for foreground. You could have that ice cold refreshments right here, a little further back. And then you can have the shaved ice bite kind of next to that if you wanted to. You can have a lot of villagers around that way. So that would be my biggest recommendation for you here, Gamer Mom, is your overall scene composition and how you really open up your scene to allow for good scene visibility and very strong lighting. Like I said, it's kind of a rule of thumb I always follow myself. And if you look at a lot of our top competitors here in the community, if you look at a lot of the people that just kind of stay in the top 1,000, top 100 range, they all build their scenes this way because they've, over time, really come to understand just how impactful strong lighting is and how impactful scene visibility can be. With that, I think we're ready to move on to primary tier 1 here. So let's get into these. First up is Delionica. Thanks as always. So this was your OG here, and now you have a new version here. Okay. I love all of the excitement. Really great backdrop. This is exactly what we were just talking about. So notice how in Delionica's, she's not bringing any of the buildings outward. She's keeping them in a row in the back, which is giving us really, really strong scene visibility, very strong lighting, sun behind the camera, great light coming in here. It looks like you're highlighting a lot of tasty little treats here. Now, I think instead of the wooden crate here, there may be some better options. Like maybe even a little round, like the little blue Oswald table could be good here. But I do like that you're reaching for your little tasty treat. For your backdrop, like, even though we won't see the items very well behind the ice cream stand or behind these villagers, I do think including some fun, large background things, like, imagine like a DJ booth back here. We don't have to see who's on it. We don't have to see the villagers in front of it, but just having it is going to add that element of music and entertainment. Or you can consider something like the Coco stand, or even the Moana Parade float. There's a lot of great background items you can kind of, you know, have layered behind these to bring even more of that festival vibe into this scene. Also, for avatar customization, I would consider things this week like face paint. You know, there's a lot of people playing up face paint to really play up that festival nature of the challenge. If we look at some of our other snaps, you know, some people have the little balloon face paint. Some people have the new face paint from the current star path with the little stars. And then this one has the little Mickey gloves. So there are some fun ways you can play up the festival vibes even more. But again, excellent job with your villagers. I love how you really worked well to highlight the joy and the excitement of the festival. If you've had the time to work on your star path, there are some really, really good summer elements you can add here. Like, think that could help fill out the background even more. Hello, little baby. Hi, little baby. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. She doesn't like being picked up yet. I just don't want you going over there. You got to hang, if you want to hang out on the desk, you got to go over here. It's okay, little one. It's okay. Don't panic. It's okay, little baby. She's very new. We adopted this little baby girl. There you go. There you go. It's okay. We adopted this little baby girl 2 days ago, so she's still adjusting. Rob said you got a new cat. Yeah, we got a little sibling for Horty. We haven't introduced the two of them yet. So she is adjusting. Hi, little girl. Hi, little baby. You want to stream? All right. And yeah, that's why I was saying, people were like, show us the kitty. I was like, I don't want to pick her up and try to show her the camera because it freaks her out. Right now, we're just letting her get used to everything. She's not big on being picked up because every time she gets picked up, she's been put into a box and taken somewhere else. So she hates being picked up right now. But as she gets used to us, you know, she's laying on a little cat bed right next to me, so she's chilling hard. She's feeling good. Yeah, Bob, she is really cute. She's an adorable little thing. Oh, and there goes my camera. Yeah, that'll happen. Hey, little girl. She's like, no, come back. She was like nuzzling me. I was giving her pets. She's like, give me your hand back. It's okay. He's okay, little girl. He's a good little girl. Okay, you really want attention. Okay. Well, let me fix my camera. No, don't nuzzle the camera. Oh, okay. All right. You like my mouse. Okay. All right. Where were we? Oh, yeah, the neon koi fish balloons, Delionica, could be really good for your backdrop here. You can change their color, and you can give them good summer colorations like blue or green. And another thing is you can make this feel also a bit like a coastal community. I see you don't really have the summer dream styles. So since you're not using Summer Stitch or Summer Merlin or Summer Scrooge, if you don't have those summer styles, there's other really good ways you can play up the summer element here. Think about things like, you know, turning your street festival into a bit of a coastal community scene by adding dune trees and palm trees. And then think about things like, you know, you're already featuring the cold treats really well. Ground elements like the popsicles. Hello. Hi. Hey there. Hi.
Not to interrupt, but have you been congratulated on hitting 15k followers yet?
No, I haven't. I didn't realize we had hit 15k. Let's go! Well done, everybody. Well done. Dang. Yeah, I did not realize we had broken 15k on Twitch. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Very exciting. Very exciting. Appreciate you letting me know. But yeah, I didn't know. Thank you, Samantha. Thank you very much. Thank you for the big 250 bits as well. So yeah, closing out on this one, Delionica, I do really like your Celebration Day basket here. The biggest recommendations I have would be to play up the summer elements further. You know, palm trees or dune trees towards the back could be really nice. The koi fish balloons back here could add to the festival vibes. And then perhaps a different setting for your cold summer treat here, like some kind of little table here could be nice. But yeah, I love the way you're using the villagers here. And the main reason I think some of the other summer elements could be really good here is, you know, without the summer styles, you know, really playing up those summer elements, I think would be a strong way to make this even more competitive. The Enchanted Rosie is next. I didn't have a lot of time this week. I was heavily inspired by your example, how I read in my plaza. I know I need to add items to the front to fill in the empty space. Bring the camera closer in. Okay, so you're already aware of things that I think are going to be very helpful here, so that's great. That's great. I do have a recommendation for your confetti cannon. See how you have your confetti cannon here? You're not getting that really pretty confetti dust. It's kind of fading out a little bit here. So the backdrop is strong. Though for your lighting, you do have the sun behind the camera because your shadow is going back here. And for the foreground elements, I think things like the Celebration Day baskets are going to be really good. I love the interactions you have going on here. The San Francisco Bridge, the balloons. Highlighting the water very prominently gives us very good summer vibes. And you have the koi fish here as well. If you want, and you have the Moana Parade float back here. If you wanted to, you could also add in things like maybe a couple little palm trees towards the back. And And of course, as you've already mentioned, getting that camera closer to the avatar is very, very, very popular within the 4K range. People love a well-featured avatar. It allows you to showcase your makeup and character design very well. And the same thing can apply to your villagers. You're using the daytime lighting, which is a bit different. It's more of a whitewashed lighting, and a lot of your building lights won't activate. The reason the sunset time of day works so well is because it gives you wonderful saturation, but that saturation also is a warmer lighting, and warm light is going to enhance that nice summer feel even more. Also, for skyline elements, I don't know if you had them. I'll have to go back and look, but things like these floating Tigger balloons can be really nice. And then for your backdrop guys, I know like when we talked about JMRs and some of the other snaps, the backdrop space, you could add these colorful smoke bombs in the back that can help add to those, festival vibes even more. And I want to show you the visual effects here, right? We have this sparkly confetti dust on the side. We have these fireworks. Now, when it comes to getting the confetti dust here and getting, all little bits of confetti, let me show you a great place where you'll be able to set up your confetti cannons. So yours are kind of here towards the foreground. But if you put them back a little further, it's going to free up this space so you can have foreground elements here, and you're still going to get great results from your confetti cannons. So if we look at the scene here, we have these little fireworks, we have the Celebration Day baskets, and then barely on the edge, ever so slightly, you can see the edge of the confetti cannon. So you can put it a little further back into your scene and still get really good value out of it. That's going to allow you to have this nice, colorful dust and all the little orbs kind of coming down. If you bought those new fountains from the premium shop a couple of weeks ago, the ones that can go in the water, this is going to help you elevate your waterways and make them even more impactful. So having these fountains in the back in that little waterway you created could be really fun if you do have them. And then if you did pick up those new smoke bombs, those can also be very strong in your backdrop. Just keep in mind they're going to be a lot more impactful with that sunset time of day. Overall, this is looking great so far. Very festive, has a good summer feel. Oh, you do have the fountains in there. Very nice, very nice. And you've got the lily pads too. The other thing is, if you don't want this kind of little gap in between your roadway and your sidewalk, I got a fun little tip for that too. So what you can do is you can take these wrought iron tiles that can be crafted with the wrought iron you get from Remy, and they are really good for bridging two paths together. They just help to eliminate that kind of empty gap. And the nice thing is, once you place them, you can just spam place them like over and over and fill it up really quickly. You don't have to just do one at a time. Just start with one in between both paths, and then just tap that place button over and over, and you'll get them all placed in. But these are really, really good for path gaps. But yeah, looking good so far, Enchanted. Looking very good so far. Dreamy Luna, if you have any advice or tips for me, I greatly appreciate it. Fortunately, was able to add some of the Star Path items. Still working on completing it. Hopefully it has a Street Festival vibes. Okay. So first and foremost, my biggest recommendation here would be to reconsider the balloon arch. One thing we've talked about a lot today, Dreamy Luna, has been scene visibility and limiting shadow. When you use really large items like this right at the front of your scene, it's going to greatly reduce visibility into the environment you've created, and it's also going to cast large shadows into the environment. So while the balloon arch does work well with the festival vibes, there are other festival elements you can include that are going to be far less invasive. Items like this you can kind of put more towards the back if you wanted to. The other thing is you have this concert stage behind you, but you don't have any items on it. This concert stage is like a giant table, and you can put guitars on it, you can put drums on it if you have the Night Show Star Path, any of those items. Now, if you don't have those items, you don't really need the stage here. You have a stage back here with, you know, the red curtain and the lights, but with you standing kind of right in front of it, we're not going to be able to see the performers or like dancing. So if you use another pose, you can slide yourself out of the center of the shot. Like if I did my shot like this, I'm going to block the bridge. We're not going to see, you know, a lot of the elements I want to showcase. So what I would do is I would use the dragon pose. That's going to slide me to the right. Then I just hide the dragon. And now we can have villagers walking up the bridge. We can make this a really busy intersection here at the festival. And notice how I don't have any large items like that big balloon arch. And if you look through a lot of my snaps, especially in the all these 4K snaps here, you'll see there's nothing very large and invasive in the foreground or midground. We allow for really strong scene visibility by avoiding large items like that that are going to cast big shadows and limit how much of the scene we get to see. So, same advice we applied to a previous submission. Large items like this right at the front of the scene are going to be very disruptful, and they're going to limit how much storytelling you can do, how you can utilize your villagers. So, I would reconsider the balloon arch. And if the stage is going to be empty, I just wouldn't use it. Instead, I would rely on the red curtain stage. You can either slide that red curtain stage to the left, or you could use the dragon pose to slide your avatar to the left. That way we can see the stage. And without this here, you would be able to have a bunch of villagers kind of dancing in the environment or playing or, you know, just participating with the concert you have in the back. You do have the neon koi balloon, which is really fun. And since this balloon arch is here, I have no idea what you have back in here besides this big green tree. So, I mean, you could do another building back here and then maybe palm trees to play up the, to kind of play up the beach vibes a bit more. The other thing is you paved everything with asphalt. So, the road likely won't go all the way to the front door of a building. So what you could do is you could do a brick right here, starting kind of where the stage is. So y'all are standing in the road that's closed, and then this can all be paved. But if you do pave it with something different, I would recommend, like, for example, this darker... Hi little baby. I would recommend maybe this darker grayer brick. She really wants attention. Okay. This brick came with the Perfect Romance Star Path. Essentially, I would just avoid the light gray brick. Uh-oh. You missed your jump. You trying to get back up here?
Hora, hora.
It's okay. There you go. There you go. Now you're back up here. It's a good girl. She tried to jump onto one of my shelves to get up here, and she, like, missed and, like, flailed. I was like, oh, I'll just pick you up here. Now she's very interested in my dragon on my monitor. She's, like, looking at the baby dragon here. Okay. Hey, little baby. So, I like the outfit. I like the tan complexion. Works really well for the summer vibes. Biggest advice I have for you, Dreamy Luna, is try to open up the scene. Always avoid very large items obstructing our visibility into the environment. And the stage is a fun item, but without, like, instruments or things on it, it's not really serving much of a purpose. It just kind of has a huge footprint and eliminates the ability for you to put other fun things there. So since you have the concert stage with the red curtains in the back, you could do like a little microphone, a little singing performance, and you got to have villagers kind of dancing around there. And without this here, you know, we'll be able to feature a lot more villager interactions and fun festive items. Like, instead of the balloon arch, you can just do regular balloons, like the little floating balloons. There's a lot of fun ones you can use. Lighting is very good. And you have a great shot on the avatar here. Lisa hates to buy my island, kept crushing when adding villagers and placing them. Let me know if any changes needed to be able to keep my 4K streak. All the help is greatly appreciated. Looking really good here. Looking really good. Very fun, very fun. So, a very festive environment. Love the shot of Vanellope. Good close-up of the avatar here. And you have a lot of depth of field, allowing for a lot of fun, festive stuff going on. The Celebration Day baskets here in the foreground are nice. Now, the big question is, do you really need this tram here? The thing is, the road is closed because it's a street festival. And look at this massive shadow that tram is casting. All of these villagers you're featuring here are cast in shadow, all for the cost of a tiny bit of a tram on a road that's closed, right? We don't really need the tram there. Since it's a street festival, there won't be any traffic coming through. And removing this tram is going to allow you to have great lighting in here. So I would reconsider the tram, mostly because of the large shadow it's casting and the fact that it's not quite necessary. It's not really adding much value to the scene. Now, as far as what's going on really well here, great job with the villagers and the lighting, except for the dark patch here. Again, you know, Vanellope looks great. You have Summer Stitch here. Joy is really good. The challenge did talk about featuring Joy and fun, so Joy herself is really good for that. Goofy jumping up in the background, Sully on the DJ booth. I think this has a great shot at 4K. I like that you have performance back here. Like we have Ariel singing, Eric's playing the flute, and then Merlin, Mirabelle, and Rapunzel are all dancing. And you even have some carpet down here to kind of showcase like that this is the music performance area. We have ice cream stands, we have popsicles, we have shaved ice, so a lot of good summer elements. You even have some great palm trees in the back. So yeah, overall, very solid. I do think with how far back you've put some of these elements, they're not going to be quite as impactful. So you don't have to do it this week, but when building out your snaps, I would recommend building some of these elements a little closer in, because your cityscape is so far back that we get a lot of sky here, which you filled very well with the balloons and with the fireworks. But, you know, the whole concept with Sully on the DJ booth doing the point, like, that's so fun, but it's very far back and it's going to be very hard to see. So, like, you know, behind the shaved ice and behind this lemonade stand, like, what if we had Sully, you know, a lot closer up, like right in this range where it was more visible? This side, I think, is fine. Mostly, I recommend, you know, trying to work out the shadow there. And great job with the smoke bomb effects in the back as well. Got a lot of great festive elements, even if you don't apply any changes. I think this has a good shot at 4K, though I do think some of the things we discussed could make it even more competitive. Mags is next. Congrats again on your new fur baby. I was super excited for this prompt as I grew up going to fairs and festivals in small towns. It was a great time. I tried to remember all the advice you'd given me on recent snaps and even ended up starting over because I was letting my scene get too big again. Oh, very smart, very smart. It may still be a little too big, but I'm really proud of this snap and I feel like it's one of my best ones yet. What do you think? Yeah, this is very good. You've done a very great job here. You have great scene visibility. You did bring some buildings out towards the side, but you did a good job kind of minimizing that and just having them on the very outer edge. You didn't bring them up too far. I like the Celebration Day baskets. I do think for your avatar here, I wouldn't do the glasses, even if you do wear glasses, because it's going to limit how much we can see the face paint and the makeup you've done. So the face paint and the makeup is really nice, but it would be more visible without the glasses. And then these crystal necklace pieces and the bracelets. Keep in mind, every accessory, every decision you make when customizing your avatar, you want it to somehow tie into the nature of the theme. So these crystal bracelets and the necklace, they feel really good for like a magical or nature-derived snap, but they don't really play into the summer element at all. Whereas there are necklaces in the game, like the golden shell necklace or the white shell necklace. There's a lot of necklaces and accessories that are going to tie really well into summer. So the rest of your outfit works very well for summer, but I would also consider your accessories here, because these don't really match the fit you have on, and the glasses obstruct our view of some of the face paint and stuff you have going on here. So I would recommend some changes to the avatar customization a little bit here, but not much. I think the outfit is fine, but I would look for new accessories that play up that summer or festival vibe. And for the villagers and the scene itself, I think it looks great so far. Summer Stitch featured kind of right towards the front is fantastic. Now, I do see you have Summer Scrooge way back here. So, as mentioned, some of the most impactful villagers this week are going to be the ones that carry that summer feel. And a lot of people don't have them. A lot of people don't have Summer Scrooge. They don't have Summer Merlin. The fact that you do have them, and I'm lucky I even spotted him, I think is a little bit of a missed opportunity. So, maybe instead of Mike Wazowski or Donald here, we could feature Summer Scrooge right towards the front to play up the summer vibes more. And then we have Mermaid Minnie, also a fantastic villager option this week, but she's being completely buried here by Mike. Like, Mike's really fun, but what is he giving that's better than what they could give? Because Scrooge is in a really good summer fit. Minnie is in what could be considered a really good summer fit with the mermaid outfit. It's also very colorful. So why would we prioritize villagers that don't have that summer feel like Alice or Mike when we have the perfect villagers for these locations that could work those things out for us? So I would be a little bit more careful when prioritizing where you're going to place villagers. As you set up your scene, the first villagers you want to place with your toggle are going to be the ones that tie directly into the theme. Then you start adding the rest kind of as background elements, or, like, for example, Tiana on the food stall is perfect. That's perfect. But, Alice is great as she has that, like, youthful excitement about being at the festival. But we can get that fun excitement out of Minnie or Scrooge and highlight them well. Kind of like how you have Stitch right here at the front. I do like Daisy's little dance. The confetti is very nice. The koi fish balloons are nice. And I think you've done a great job. I don't think it's too large at all. I think you built it out at a very good distance. If anything, my scene's actually a little bit larger than this. My buildings are a little further away. So no, it's not too large at all. I think it's a very good size. It's very festive. I think you could make it more competitive by playing up those summer styles, making them a bit more of a priority. And then the other big recommendation would be to consider the accessories you add to your avatar. How do they play into the summer vibe? And for the features we are adding, like the face paint with the balloons, let's try to make those as visible as we can. Poppy is next. Rush this a little as I had a busy weekend. Hopefully can get on tomorrow, or as just realized I forgot to turn companions off after spending ages placing everyone. As always, appreciate any advice. Thank you. Oh, you're talking about the broom here. Well, honestly, the broom's not too bad. So if you don't have time, if you end up not having the time to replace everybody and turning companions off, I wouldn't worry about it too much. He's not super noticeable. Kind of looks like he's just attending the festival. And then we have the goose down here, which is not too noticeable. Magician Mickey is fantastic for the festival feel. We have Summer Stitch. Summer Merlin more towards the back. I think Summer Merlin would be... Again, I think he's going to be a bit better to feature towards the front. Just like Ariel. Like you have Ariel's beautiful purple dress style. Very good for the summer weather, as it's a sleeveless style. And Ariel is an oceanic villager. So featuring villagers like Ariel more prominently and Summer Merlin more prominently, I think are going to be good plays. You have a good summer style for your avatar. But I would consider what else can you do to play up the summer vibes even more. So items like the popsicles are going to be, I think, very, very good to use here. You could put a little case of popsicles like in front of your food stalls if you wanted to. You have the ice cream stand back here, which is good, but we can't really see the ice cream stand. We can see the top of it. I do like Ralph on the DJ booth with Goofy. That's really fun. And then for your backdrop, you know, if you wanted some palm trees kind of reaching in, you can make this a little bit of a coastal community. That'll play up the summer vibes really well, too. Overall, looking very solid so far, Poppy. Looking really solid. For something you said was a little rushed, I think you're doing a great job with this. And again, one of the most important things this week is that villager toggle and how you utilize that villager toggle to make your festival feel joyful and fun. And you've done an excellent job with that. It feels super joyful. It feels super fun. So yeah, I would consider, you know, this is probably the strongest feature of the Snap, the villagers. But I would be a little bit more particular about who you highlight where and try to make sure the summer S-styles, you know, you do want your smaller villagers towards the front, like Vanellope, Stitch, some of the tiny ones, because we can see over them very easily. But villagers like Summer Merlin, like imagine this scene, but we have Ariel right here on the edge. That way we can still see these two on the DJ booth. And then we have like Summer Merlin right here. Now we have Ariel, Summer Merlin, Summer Stitch. And you can also include villagers like Moana or Moana or Maui, which are also going to play up the summer vibes. Wow, I can't talk. Now, Maui is very large, so for Maui, I think he's definitely going to be a background character. But Moana could be great towards, you know, the midground. Oh, how did I get here? Wow, we were reviewing out of order a little bit. Let me go back down to the bottom. Somehow we got moved. That was my fault, y'all. We got a little out of order there. T-Dow is next. He said, here are my 3 options for this week. Only difference, time of day, effects. Realize snapping the pick, red curtains aren't balanced on the other side. Also, I know facing away is a little risky. Let me know if I should pivot towards facing the camera. I'd have to rearrange the whole scene, but I'm happy to do that. As always, thank you for the review. I've been in 4K for 6 weeks now. The last 4 because of your advice. Well, I don't know if I can take all the credit there, my friend. I can just kind of inform you of what performs well and what the voters do, but it's your concepts, your builds, and your ideas that ultimately achieve that 4K. All right, so we have this one, and this one. So if you do end up going with the sunset time of day, the only downside is with the stage, it has these big yellow stage lights, and they're casting kind of this yellow haze over your scene. There's not much you'll be able to do about that if you're using these stage curtains. Unless there might be a way. Since you have them on the outer edge, we might be able to use 2 stages. Nah, because then you're going to get those big iron banners in there as well. So no, I wouldn't do that. And when it comes to facing away, it's not inherently bad or dangerous. One of my top 3 submissions was facing away from the camera. As long as you're facing away for a good reason and it plays into your storytelling, it can work out very well. Just keep in mind that there's going to be a lot of snaps out there that showcase the avatar's excitement and joy, and being able to see that can sometimes make the avatar a bit more relatable to the voter. And that's the tricky thing, is, you know, when you face away, you don't necessarily get that, so you want to make sure scenes where you are facing away come off as very impactful. Like in the one I did where I was facing away, that got rank 2. It was a hiking challenge. And at the time, the very best hiking wardrobe item we had in the game was this backpack. So we put Safari Donald here, and we waved at him as we're on our little hiking trip, and our monkey's waving. And then we have this beautiful little backdrop with the waterfall and the Cappy walking by. And this is a long time ago. This was before the meta of getting the camera closer to the avatar and stuff like that. But snaps where you're facing away can perform very well if they tell a story or if there's like a value to it. So having you kind of sing and perform could be that value. Ultimately, you know, there are more common things you see in 4K, like the snaps that showcase the avatar's expression and excitement. So those are usually a bit safer because there's a great track record when it comes to performance for those. But these snaps can do well too. It just depends on what they're up against and how your voters feel about it. But you are telling a very good story with the singing and the dancing, and I think that's really fun. And yeah, I would say the sunset time of day is the absolute best here if it weren't for this yellow haze. Because if we see a sunset time of day snap where there is no haze, look at how crisp and beautiful everything looks when we don't have that light kind of pouring in, creating that haziness over the scene. And that's my only concern with the stage set is if you do go with sunset, you're going to have this kind of yellow haze coming from the stage lights themselves. So it could be tricky. I mean, you could always try it without the red curtains if you wanted to. It's still going to feel like you're performing. So you could try it both ways. This would also increase your scene visibility a little bit as we'd be able to see into the scene more. But if you really want to keep the red curtains here, you could just go with daytime, but you're not going to get that very strong warm lighting that we see make up such a vast majority of the 4K submissions each week. The fireworks are fun. And we do have lots of like nice cold tasty treats. Some very good villager interactions here. So this definitely has potential for 4K. If you have Ariel's purple gown style, I think that's going to be a little bit better here for the summer feel because it's sleeveless. Going to look a little bit better for summer than her traditional style. And if you have Summer Stitch, I think he would be perfect down here, like in this pocket. But you do have Summer Scrooge, so you do have a good summer villager here. And I think the only other thing that's kind of risky with facing away, the dress you have is great for summer weather, but it's really one of those outfits that could be either spring or summer attire. And there's a lot of outfits out there this week that are going to be, I think, very direct with the summer feel. So if you are going to go with this outfit, it might be a good idea to try to incorporate some additional summer elements into the scene where possible. Like you have the popsicles, and we have like the ice cream stand back here. The popsicles definitely help. I think those are a very big boost to the summer feels here and Summer Scrooge. And I would say palm trees can be good, but these trees definitely don't make it feel quite like a coastal community in the back, so the palm trees probably wouldn't fit in quite as well here. So yeah, if you want to keep your concept of being a singer or performer at the street festival, I definitely think you can pull it off. My biggest recommendation would be to try a scene out without the red curtains, because you're still going to get the same element here since you've used this dance floor and you have the microphone and the speaker and everyone's dancing. You don't absolutely have to have the curtains if you didn't want to, and that way you're going to be able to use that sunset time of day and still get that beautiful crisp backdrop with the lights active and with that warm light. You just got to ask yourself, is having those red curtains on the left and right hand side worth the trade-off of the yellow haze we get over the photo when compared to snaps where we have that sunset time of day without haze? Mara said, here's my first draft. I made sure to do what you said and fill out the background. I've used smoke clouds and also lamps at the back to make a silhouette. I use villagers that seem to fit the theme well. Thank you for your time and advice. All right. Okay, so yeah, you filled out the backdrop here. So with this being a street festival, Meredith. Usually they're taking place in like towns or cities, but you only have like one building in the back. I think it would have been a bit more appropriate to have like a row of buildings than it is to have these big Ferris wheels set up. That way it's going to feel more, you know, because we have a street here, we have this large sidewalk section here, but then it's, you know, let's look at some other snaps real quick. Like, let's just look at Takai's because that's coming up next. You see how this feels like a little city backdrop and we have a busy street here with all these villagers? This feels like a street festival because of that. And then if we look at some of the examples, like even the example that I created, you'll see we have this backdrop of all these buildings here and this big bridge and then this closed street and sidewalk to really play up that street festival environment. So, you know, these street festivals are usually going to take place in towns or cities where they have these street closures. But you're not really going to get much of a town or city feel with just one building in the back at the center of your photo. The other thing is you're kind of building it to be a market more than a festival. Like we have market stalls. Like these, like there's lettuce and fresh vegetables. We don't want to make it seem like a farmer's market. And also we want to make sure it comes off as kind of a summer theme, right? Like you have really good villagers here for this. Moana is a very good summer villager. You have Summer Merlin. We have Mirabelle. We have Jasmine. All dressed for good warm weather. But then your summer elements, like the shaved ice bike, you've faced away from the camera. We can't see that it's a shaved ice bike, and you've buried it behind items that really aren't as impactful, like these veggie stalls or these fruit stalls. You know, we want this to feel like a festival. Now, if you've ever been to, like a big street festival, you know, there's going to be vendors, sure, but it's going to be things more like this ice-cold refreshment stand or this pretzel stand. Like, these are really good. But these market stalls, I don't think are really doing you any favors here. And then for your backdrop, I think it would have been very impactful to use items like, you know, Chez Remy's house or some of the other villager homes that feel like buildings. That way you have that kind of building backdrop. And you're wearing this very oceany, kind of beachy summer dress. So what if instead of these big green trees, you know, we played up dune trees and palm trees and we turned it into a little bit of a coastal community? There's also things like these Celebration Day baskets you can put in the front. They're going to play up the festival vibes a bit more. And I highly recommend having more than just 4 villagers, right? It's a festival. There should be a crowd. And you have so much space. Like, you have all this space over here. You have all this space right here. We have all this space over here. Placing just 4 villagers, even if they're all on theme, is not going to be quite as competitive as a scene like this that places a lot of villagers. So I'm not saying you need this many, but look at how active this scene is. Look at how much more of a festival feel this has because of the crowd. So we have Timon, we have Stitch, we have Piglet, we have Lady, we have Joy, we have Minnie, we have Cogsworth, we have Scrooge, we have Mickey, we have Tramp, we have Lumiere, we have Daisy, we have Donald, we have Jasmine, we have Anna, we have Goofy, we have Alice, we have Mushu, we have Tiana, we have Ariel, and we have the Avatar. This is what a festival is going to feel like. There's going to be a crowd. Yes, you want to use villagers that are very on theme. You want to prioritize them. You want them to be very well featured, but that doesn't mean we can't include other villagers as well. So I would, you know, you did a great job making sure we couldn't see through your snap, but you also want to always consider the advice we give in addition to the advice you receive. So we've talked about how we want to make sure we're not just seeing right through your scene. That way it doesn't feel like a movie set. It feels more like a movie scene. But another big piece of advice that we give not just you, but everybody every week is making sure everything you add to your scene ties into the theme somehow. So with this being a street festival, things like the Ferris wheels can kind of tie into that, but they're not going to be something I think would be priority over having it have like a town or city feel. And then we also want to make sure it doesn't feel like a marketplace, like a farmer's market. So there's so many other strong items. Like if you took this stall out and you took this shaved ice bike and put it right here instead, that's a summer vendor. You know, they're selling shaved ice out of a bike. And then you can have a villager working at that bike. You can have a villager interacting and maybe buying shaved ice. And then you have items like the refreshments ice cream stand back here. But you faced it away from the camera. We can't see the words ice cold refreshment. Remember, it's when it comes to getting 4K in snaps, it's not about how much time you put into your snap. It's never about that. Because when people vote, they don't get to see a timer that says this person put in X amount of hours. It's not about time. It's about thought. You have to be very thoughtful with what you use, how you use it, how you position it. That's the path to 4K. You want to impress voters by putting a good bit of thought into your snap. So when you have items that work really well for the theme, like this shaved ice bike and this ice cold refreshment stand, and then you face them away from the camera to where those things can't be visualized, and you bury them behind vegetable stalls, that's not really prioritizing the theme. Put more thought into it. What items are going to highlight the theme the best, and how can I make sure they're displayed well? So prioritize the theme and really try to be critical of your own decisions. Like when you're choosing items, ask yourself, is this really the best item I can use in this spot? Or is there something else that could be utilized that's going to work really well? And if you're kind of unsure about what you could be using, look at other snaps. Find some other snaps out there because there's so many good snaps. Like for, I think this is your mom snap here, right? So we see Lisa's snap right here. Notice how we can read, this says Lucky's Shaved Ice. We can read it plain as day here. They featured it very prominently. And then we can see these popsicles, another ice cold treat here. We see a lemonade stand that plays in really well with the summer vibe. So we can, and then we see an ice cream booth right here with another popsicle, and we can see ice cream cones. So we see these things being highlighted that play directly into the summer concept. So my biggest advice here is to rethink both your background and your foreground to prioritize the theme. This is a summer street festival, which is going to take place in a town or city, so just featuring one building and a bunch of trees isn't going to deliver that experience as well as other types of composition. The other thing is for your midground, you have good items like the pretzel stand, but then items like the ice cold refreshment stand and the shaved ice stand or bike are just buried behind items that don't really play into the theme at all. These items play more into a farmer's market type of vibe. Like, the villagers are celebrating, but why? What are they excited about? Fresh fruits and vegetables? There's other things you can do, like including DJ booths or music stages. There's a lot of things you can do to have them celebrating and enjoying those festival vibes. And the challenge gives us a lot of examples of that. Whether it's a New Orleans parade, a music festival, a food fair, or another celebration. But when it comes to a food fair, that's a bit different from a farmer's market. So if you want to do a food fair, I would highlight food vendors versus market stalls. All right. Lighting is very good, though. And like I said, you did a great job filling out your background. Mostly reconsidering the backdrop and reconsidering how you structure the midground is going to be the most impactful decision here. Takai is up next. Takai said, I noticed that you can't see the balloons on the up house, but we'll wait for a review before I try to get everybody in their places again. Oh, you're talking about back here? I wouldn't worry about it too much. even if you could see the balloons, you got enough detail in the sky. You have the confetti dust. You have these little confetti swivels. You have the confetti orbs. You got more than enough happening here. The villagers are very well done here. I think the crowd is certainly likely to carry this to 4K. You got the lemonade stand. You have the popsicles. You have the ice cream stand, very visible. We can even read the words ice cold refreshments here. You have the koi fish balloons. You can change their colors too if you want to. Now, keep in mind, if you change their colors and then you leave and come back, they'll go back to purple. But if you want to do like blue or green or things that highlight the summer feel, that can work very well. A fun summer outfit. And yeah, villagers here are looking really good. And I do like the melons on the ground. It's not quite like a market stall. We can see a little vendor table. We have Anna kind of looking at the goods here. And a lot of very summer-themed elements here. Like the melons and the pineapples are going to play well with the summer concept, more so than things like lettuce and carrots. We can see the shaped ice back here. We have summer dream styles with Summer Scrooge, Summer Stitch, and Summer Merlin. So yeah, overall, very, very strong here, Dakai. The lighting is superb. You have a really good street festival feel with the kites, the confetti. I wouldn't worry too much about the up balloons, honestly. I don't think you really need to reposition everybody. I think this is fairly strong as it is. I think you would be good to roll with this because the way you've strategically positioned your villagers to where everyone's face is clearly visible, everyone's presented well. Like even Ariel back here with Minnie's hat, we can still see her face really well. And even back here, we can see Tiana. So you've layered the villagers in a great way, and we see a lot of joy and fun, and I think you have a great summer feel here as well. So yeah, great job, great job. Well done, Dakai, well done. Uncle Rod, howdy, Sabai. I worked hours on this, and I really hope it works out. It took me about 50 tries to get Stitch summoned to the island since he was in his house. I love the nighttime one, but I took one at sunset just in case. Can't wait to hear your thoughts. Ooh, this is super fun. Yeah, I really like the dance floor. This looks like such a good time. The Torii Gate looks awesome in the back. The bridge as the backdrop. Nice aurora. And to really play up the summer vibes, you have these luminescent palm trees, which is really fun, and the big koi fish balloons. And with how you layer the trees, I think it looks like there could be a lot more city elements back here that we just can't see. It's the way it's layered. Because since we do have a bridge here, I think it's pretty safe to assume that there would be, more of a town feel back here as well. But with the confetti, the fireworks, the aurora, it is beautiful. And you have great summer styles featured right at the front. Like Summer Merlin hitting the jig over here. Very nice. Very good job for Summer Merlin. And then Summer Stitch vibing out next to you. Super fun. Ralph on the DJ booth in his little tuxedo. And I love that you have like these two playing skee ball. Like Daisy and Donald playing skee ball is really fun. Joy over here enjoying the arcade game. Yeah, you got a lot of excitement, a lot of joy. This is a super fun snap. I actually really like the nighttime scene here. Daytime could also be good. You could really go with either one. The thing about the daytime, though, is it is going to play up one element of the challenge a bit more, which was the way it closed out. It said, bring the joy, bright colors, and fun. So if we look at both options, the sunset time of day definitely plays up the bright colors a lot more. But that doesn't mean the night one can't perform very well. I think both of these have some great 4K potential. I think you've done a fantastic job bringing a lot of joy and a lot of fun. And thanks to these luminescent palm trees, I think you've found a really clever way to play up the summer feel. The luminescent palms combined with the koi fish balloons, I think serve, and then we can clearly see the street here too. Like, you guys are dancing in the street. The stage is in the road. So we have a great street festival vibe. We have great summer vibes. But yeah, both of these, I think, could do very well. This one does play up the bright colors more, but I'll put it to you this way. I like the nighttime one more. I actually prefer the nighttime one because I think it works very well with the elements you're using, especially the koi fish, especially the confetti. The luminescent palms stand out more. So I like the night one. But sunset time of day shots historically outperform nearly everything else within the 4K region. But I mean, you know, I still get 4K with night shots, even if everybody else is doing, even if most of the shots are day shots. You know, we got around the top 500 with the In Your Element scene, even though I did nighttime. So nighttime can do very well. I like the nighttime one more, but the sunset one could be safer because a lot of voters appear to be drawn towards vibrant, bold colors. I would stick with the nighttime one, and if it ends up not getting the results you were hoping for, you know, you'll be able to chalk it up to the fact that you probably popped up against very well lit sunset scenes. But with how well this is made, I think this has a very strong likelihood of getting 4K even as a night shot. I just really love the dancing stitch, how well you featured Summer Merlin. You know, when we talk about prioritizing the summer styles, you did a really, really good job with that. The coat, you know, for a summer night, I think could work. The jacket, it still doesn't cover the waist, so it's still a good warm weather coat. So, but I do think there are outfits out there that, you know, have even more of a summer feel. But yeah, I really like this outfit with this scene, you know, so I wouldn't change that either. And yeah, I'd say go with the night one. I don't really have any recommendations here. For the scene you've created, it's really just about, you know, making your choice between the two. Plum Bob, thank you for your time. Okay, so we have this one here. This is what I mean about using the leaning pose. I think this is really good. Great summer outfit. Rapunzel looks so mad. That's funny. Everybody here seems to be having a great time. Ariel's performing. Everyone's cheering. That's really good storytelling here. A great crowd. Also, I love the little bunny plush in the wagon. That's adorable. And then we have this one here where you're performing. Now, I really like both of these. I think these are both really fun. This one being in the sand, I do love that we can see the city line back here. So at least we get that street festival element. If we couldn't see these buildings, I would worry that this one might not have enough of a street festival feel, since we see that we're kind of on the shoreline here. Whereas this one, we see the street, we see the crowds, there's like a big, you know, picnic scene here in this open field where you're doing the performance, and I really love the angle here. These are both really cool and really fun. I think this one gives more of, you know, we can see the street. We see more of the vendors. The tricky thing with this one is that we see greatly reduced visibility into the scene with the size of the item you're leaning on for the pose. But the item itself plays really well into the theme, and thanks to the fact that it has glass, we can see right through it, and we can see some really great backdrop effects here. And this stage performance with Ariel is really good storytelling, and this delivers an incredibly strong sense of a summer festival, because we have all the palm trees, we have Ariel performing, we have this beachy environment, so it feels like a coastal community. This one also works very well. It's still, it delivers more of the street festival feel, but less of the summer feel. So really, it's just about which one of these you feel a bit more proud of or confident in. I think they both have a great shot at 4K. This one, you know, we have a very large item in the foreground that kind of limits visibility, but I like that it breaks up the scene a bit, which is hard to do. It's hard to do this and make it look good, but it looks really good here. This one, we get extremely good scene visibility, but we don't get to see the beauty of the avatar and see her quite as straightforward as we do here. And then another plus is that we get that good street kind of feel with all the vendors. But yeah, both have really... This one, I think, is going to impress voters quite a bit with just how many villagers you've been able to utilize and how big you made this concert. I mean, the fact that you got Joy and Sadness sitting and Alice sitting like on these little lawn chairs is super cute. Max running through the shot is amazing. I mean, it's just such a great capture on everybody. But I also really like this one, you know. This performance is also really nice. It's tough to say which one you should go with here because they're both very good. I think they both have a great shot at 4K. If I'm being honest, though, I think this one may perform the best because all of the action we see here, I think is going to... I think voters will be very impressed by this. If you look at a lot of the snaps we see in the higher ranks, they're usually using villagers in really creative ways, especially on weeks where there's a lot of good opportunity for storytelling. And I think voters are going to be super impressed by the fact that you have these action shots with Max, the fact that you've got so many villagers, and even past the concert scene, we have vendors back here talking, we have people enjoying the festival. There's just so much going on here. I think voters are going to see this and they're going to be super impressed with the time and effort you put in with the villager toggle, which I mentioned in my Thursday video that the absolute best tool this week is the villager toggle when it comes to bringing joy and fun into your festival. So, yeah, between these two, I'd have to say this one would be my personal choice just because the way it features villagers is extremely strong. Whereas this one delivers more of that beach street festival feel. But it also runs the risk of, you know, us showcasing mostly sand here. Some voters that vote quick might not catch the buildings back here and they might not get the street festival vibes quite as much. Whereas this one, it's super obvious, super clear, and super impressive with the way the villagers are layered and structured. Bad Wolf, as always, thank you for your advice. This week, I'm struggling with the gap between paths. If you're struggling with the gap between paths, I have a solution. So, there is a perfect little item you can use. It's a base game item. All you need for it is wrought iron. So, when you have these gaps, all you have to do is take wrought iron tiles and place them on each side. Then just spam the button to place them. And you can take them all the way across. And that's going to seal off any path gap. And that's the tricky thing is, you know, the paving oftentimes doesn't feel right when you have this weird green gap in between it. So those wrought iron tiles are going to be your best friend when it comes to fixing an issue like that. The other thing I would consider here, if you wanted to make this even more competitive, really great job with your villagers. I don't know if you have any of these summer dream styles, but we really want to make sure this feels like a summer street festival. So you have this refreshment stand here, but you faced it away from the camera. If you rotate it, you'll actually see the words ice cold refreshments. And you're featuring soufflés on the refreshment stage. If you turn this item around, you're going to see the words ice cold refreshments, and then you can put things like root beer or ice cream or something that's going to play really well with the concept that this is a summer street festival. So we want to make that very, very clear because this will, even if you don't make it super clear that it's summer, it still has a great shot at 4K. But if you pop up against snaps where they really nail the fact that it's a summer street festival, it's going to be harder to win against them. So if you can take that a step further, it's going to make it even more likely that you can at least match these other snaps. So if you were to turn this stand around to where we see the words ice cold refreshments, and you were to add some ice cold refreshments to the stand, and don't forget about pocket items, right? Not everything you place in your Dreamsnap has to be from the furniture menu. So there's some really good items that you can just drop from your pockets, like these popsicles. You can cook these on any cooking station. This really highlights the fact that it is a warm summer day, very strong item, and it's very small, very easy to see over. It's a cooler filled with ice and popsicles, right? So there's some awesome things you can be using here to bring out that summer festival a bit more. Now, another thing is I avoid this light gray path like the plague in my snaps. It's not always going to matter, but what we see performing the strongest within the 4K region would be snaps with very good lighting and very good color. The downside to the base gray brick is that it's closer to white, and because of that, it absorbs a lot of color. So we have this white guitar with a very pale brick behind it. I would recommend using the Perfect Romance brick. So this is a much darker brick that complements bold colors rather than working against them. So my advice here would be to use the wrought iron tiles to close this gap, turn this refreshment stage around so we can actually see the words ice cold refreshments, and then instead of souffles, I would feature things like ice cream or, some cold summer treats. There's a lot of good ones. There's a lot of good ones you can craft. Adding in items like the cooler full of popsicles and swapping out this light gray brick for the dark gray brick from the Perfect Romance Star Path. And then in your foreground, you can add things like the Celebration Day basket, the craftable fireworks from Eternity Isle. There's some really good festival types of decor items you can place at the base of your scene. So here we see those fireworks, and we see the Celebration Day basket. So there's some really fun things you can add in that are going to elevate that festival feel even more. And yeah, if you have any of the summer styles, Summer Stitch could be really good here. That's just going to make it even more clear that it is a summer street festival. And these koi fish balloons, if you do rework it at all, these do change colors if you interact with them. They go purple, blue, red, and green. Anxious Smurf, really enjoyed making this one, and I finally got a river kit, which I love. Any advice is always welcome. Thank you so much. Of course, of course. Love the foreground elements with the Celebration Day baskets and little fireworks here. Very fun. So we have the koi fish balloons. Again, these can change colors. I do love that we have the ice cream featured very prominently here. Now, what if you made a little street here? Or actually, it looks like the street's in the back. No, that's the stage. So you paved everything with the main street path. That could work. That could work. The other thing would be your fireworks. You see how they're pretty far back, so they're popping off in front of your buildings. There's not really too many places you can hide them, though, to where you would be able to get them to show up a little bit more in your skyline. I mean, if you pulled up the piano, you could put a case of fireworks back there. Yeah, it's going to be tricky. Because the fireworks are going to be great for really elevating that kind of festival feel. You see how the fireworks here kind of cover the skyline. Whereas the fireworks we have here just kind of cover, they're kind of going off right in front of the buildings. And with this being like a yellow building, the fireworks kind of just blend in. I do like the shaved ice here. The other thing that could work well is you can make this feel like a coastal community just by adding a couple of palm trees kind of growing into the scene in the background. Just a little palm tree kind of growing up here over Tony's. And then you can have one on the left-hand side as well if you wanted to. As for your villagers, Anxious Smurf, unfortunately, it doesn't look like you put much thought into your villager display. Every single one of these villagers, you have not toggled any of their interactions, and I'm not sure why. We talk about that a lot, right? That's how you can be very competitive with your villagers. It's not just using the toggle to place them, it's how you show them. Let me show you what I mean by that. So, we're going to look at some scenes here. Now, in this scene, you're going to see Merlin is hitting a little dance. He's very excited to show off his stuff. Mike and Donald, we've toggled into the confused expression to get them to look at this telescope. Timon is also doing the confused expression. Olaf is doing his little excited expression because he's interacting with this ancient vacuum. Joy, so we can see her better, is doing her celebrate expression, so she jumps up and puts her arms out. Jafar is also doing his celebrate here. Tigger is doing his celebrate where he jumps up. Eric is doing his laughing animation. This is how you get your villagers, we're doing the hello animation on Goofy. We're doing the confused animation on Jack because he's checking out the car. When it comes to your villagers, you don't just want to use the toggle just to drop them in. That's, you already did the hard part, which is placing all of them, getting all of them to the island, and then placing them. That's the most time-consuming part. The next part would have been so much more impactful and would have taken you a fraction of the time. But since you skipped that part, now you would have to add all of them back just to do this. So I want you to think about this next time you're adding villagers. If you want to be competitive with your snap, you want to tell a story and you want to showcase expression. The challenge mentioned joy and fun. So let's say I go to add Summer Merlin into my scene. Well, I'm not just going to place Summer Merlin and be like, okay, there we go. No. We have so many different animations we can do with him. You can cycle through these animations and then you can pause him when he does something you really enjoy. You can have him yelling at somebody, or you can showcase that joy and excitement by having him do that little selfie pose, or you can have him do this celebrate pose where he's dancing, right? Every single villager here has so many different expressions, so many different options. There's so many different ways to portray them. And it's a big missed opportunity if you don't even experiment with that. And the fact that you used so many villagers, but you didn't consider any kind of expression or any kind of element here where we can showcase that joy and excitement. Again, you already did the hard part. The hard part is placing them all, getting them all in the right spot, summoning them all to the island. But if you really want to make your snap competitive, it's about more than just dropping villagers in. Imagine this snap if every single villager was just doing their default expression. It likely would not even gotten 4K. We would never see Vanellope because she's behind the table. She would have just been on the ground. But by doing her celebrate, we were able to get her jumping up with the cake. Buzz and Woody would hardly be visible. Woody would be behind the cat. But Buzz jumping up makes him visible. And we captured Woody looking up at Buzz. If we didn't do Tigger celebrate, we wouldn't see him at all. If we didn't do Joy celebrate, we wouldn't see her. And then Peter Pan he looks good here because it looks like he's sitting on a big pile of gifts and laughing at Tinkerbell. But really, it's just his laugh pose where he floats in the air and laughs. Oswald is doing his celebrate pose, or his hello, I can't remember, where he waves his little hands, jumps up. Timon is doing his discussion pose, but it looks like he's interacting with the gifts. So, if I had just placed these villagers and snapped my photo, this scene would have been half of what it was. It's how you use your villagers to showcase the fun, to showcase the joy, to tell stories, to highlight interactions. That's what makes the villager toggle very strong. And you should know this. We talk about this every week when we talk about villagers. We talk about all the different poses and expressions. So I'm kind of surprised that literally every single villager in your photo is just doing their default pose. It's like you just skipped over the whole point of using villagers, which is to highlight the joy and excitement. Look at how everyone here, like, there's some happiness, but it doesn't look very fun. Everyone's just kind of standing around. Whereas you could have some good storytelling here. You could have dancing, you could have joy jumping up and celebrating. There's so much potential here. So my big advice for you, Anxious Smurf, is to, anytime you're placing villagers, not just for this snap, but any dream snap you're doing where you're adding in villagers, you need to be very mindful and very thoughtful on how you're presenting your villagers. It's not just about presenting the villagers, it's how you do it. That's what makes a snap perform very strong, and that's what makes a snap very competitive when it comes to using villagers. CR Bailey, still a work in progress, but this is my current submission. And then you have an updated version right here. Very fun. Clear street kind of view. We have like a tram here. There's some dancing. Kind of has that New Orleans vibe with the outfit you chose here. It definitely nails the street festival feel. And you have some good summer villagers. Moana, Ariel, Vanessa. You also have Anna in more of a summery look, which is really good. Sister Cat, thank you for the resub. Much appreciated, much appreciated. So like having Anna in the sleeveless dress, I think is really nice. Mirabelle kind of dancing here. Good feature of the avatar. So CR Bailey looking really good, especially from where you were. Like the way this looked before. It's just like a lot of track. And the street's closed. So it's not like we need to keep that open because that's what a street festival is. It's when they close a street and that's where the festival takes place. So I like this a lot more because it highlights the street being closed. People are celebrating in the street. We have the confetti raining down. Now, the way you've designed your scene with the buildings kind of going back on the side and with the lights here, there's not really a lot of room for much. So, you know, there's a lot of strong snaps out there that are utilizing things like the DJ booths and concert stages and more vendors. But you do have good festival elements for the space that you have. You have the little ice cream stand here. We can't really see it, but we know what it is. And then we have, you know, like a little line of balloons going down. And the confetti really adds to the festival feel. And what's really nice here is you did very well with what we were just talking about. Imagine if all of these villagers were just doing their idle pose. Like just the pose you do when you place them. But that's not what's happening at all. CR Bailey has taken the time to cycle through different expressions and pause her villagers having a great time. That's why this photo looks so much more joyful and fun than what we saw here. Where the villagers are all just kind of posing for the camera like, hello. You know, in this one, we have laughter. We have cheering. People are jumping up for joy. Gaston's cracking up. Ariel's got her hands on her heart, you know, having a wonderful time. So I think the villager interactions here are very strong. The only risky thing, like I said, would be kind of the way the snap is designed. There's really no way where you're going to be able to add in some of these elements that are going to be very strong in some of your competitors. This will not matter if you don't pop up against them, but if you do, it could be challenging. And what I mean by that is there are a lot of snaps that we reviewed on Friday and a lot of snaps that we'll be seeing that highlight a lot of vendors, which you're going to see at these street festivals. And then they highlight things like concerts and bigger crowds. That's the tricky thing with the angle you're delivering here. I think it's a very solid snap, though. I think it has a great shot at 4K because you did so good with the villagers. So I'm not saying you should change it. It's more food for thought for future submissions. Structuring your scene in a way that kind of opens up the space around you a little bit more is going to allow you to highlight more elements of the theme. But yeah, overall, I would say it's a solid snap, and I think it has a great shot at 4K. Jingle bells. Hey, somebody, I had a lot of fun making this. Appreciate your thoughts. Thank you in advance. Oh, beautiful. I love the shells down here at the base. Going to be adding these to mine as well. Very fun, very fun. We have a great DJ booth here. We were just talking about this, how when you give yourself a bit more space, you can really showcase what's going on at this festival. I think that's the only risk with Bailey's is that, you know, while we see cheering and balloons, we don't really see music performance. We don't really see vendors. Like, there's one ice cream stand. We see the street, and we have the festival elements. So it's definitely on theme, but against photos where we can see exactly what's happening in this festival. Like in this one, you know, we have Wreck-It Ralph on the DJ booth. We have all these villagers dancing. And this is also what I mean about using the villager toggle. Look at how much more impactful this is compared to just dropping a villager, right? And again, just dropping the villager in your scene, that's what takes the longest because you got to summon all the villagers. You got to find the right placement for them. Once you've done that, why not toggle through the animations? Why not spend the extra, handful of minutes, which is all it's going to be, to find good poses for them? But yeah, the dancing here is phenomenal. Stitch is a vibe here. Rapunzel kind of looks like she's backing it up. Anna's hitting the little twirl here. Even Merida is jamming. Eric and Ariel are dancing together. Aladdin and Jasmine are dancing together. Minnie and Daisy are spinning. Vanellope is grooving. So many good dancing animations here. And then behind the dance floor, we have like food and vendors. There's like the gift stall here. There's even a little camera here. We can see fries being sold. And good summer outfits as well, like good summer outfit on the avatar here. And then to play up the summer vibes even more, we have the bubbles and the shells. So we've incorporated several summer elements. We have a great festival vibe, really high quality villager interactions and storytelling, and a great cityscape on the backdrop. Lots of room, lots of detail. Really good job here, Jen. I actually don't have any recommendations for this. I think this is very solid. I think you played up the bright colors, the fun, and the joy exceptionally well. And yeah, I love the scene. I love the scene. Really well done. Great job. Glitter Elk is next. After the villagers misbehaving, clouds freezing over and over, Vanellope glitching, and the camera malfunctions, this is where I've landed. As always, thank you for the feedback, and I can't wait to see everyone's submissions this week. Hoping to keep the streak alive, as always. Okay. So we have this one here, and then we have this one here. So a couple things. I'm not sure what was going on with your villagers. You said the villagers misbehaving. I know some people have had bugs with their villager toggle, but with the villagers, unless your toggle is broken, you can place them around where you need them to be, you can cycle through their animations and you can just pause them. Once they're paused, they can't really misbehave. They're just stuck there. And we've already covered how to summon all the villagers to your floating island. So I'm not sure what was going on for you. If your toggle was bugged, that is very unfortunate. But with you and only 2 other villagers, 3 if we count Oswald way back here, it doesn't really have a festival feel. The other thing is the challenge called for bright and colorful. So I would not really... I don't think I would be doing these white and black tiles down here. The backdrop is amazing. I love the San Francisco Bridge. I love the buildings kind of wrapping around in the back. I think that looks really good. I think what would work really well for you here would be to reconsider these floor tiles. Get rid of these fences. Get rid of this foreground element here. Open this scene up. You have so much potential here. What you really need is villagers. You really need a festival. And it's never going to feel like a festival if there's 4 people. Actually, it feels more like 3 because Oswald's not even really here. He's way back here. So we have Vanellope, we have Ralph, and we have you. That does not feel like a festival. You have the smallest amount of villagers from anybody else. Like, look at your competition for 4K, right? Look at what we're seeing. This snap has like 20 villagers. I'm not saying you need this many, but they're all dancing. And look at how open the front of the scene is so that we can really prioritize villagers. The reason we want to prioritize villagers this week, the reason that's so important, is because the challenge closes out by stating, bring the joy, bright colors, and fun. When it comes to bringing joy and fun, the best tool in your arsenal is going to be your villager toggle. So, again, not sure what was going on with your toggle. Maybe it wasn't letting you place the villagers where you wanted them to be, but that sometimes will happen if you crowd your space with extra items. So if you, like I said, you really don't need these white and black squares down here. Look at how colorful it is up here. This is what we want. The scene said to bring the joy, bright colors, and fun. This is not really a bright color. This harsh white down here, it's sucking the color out of the base of your snap. Now, these fences have great bright colors, but with these fences right in the foreground, you're robbing yourself of the opportunity to do some great storytelling in the foreground here, to have some great villager interactions. And then we have the ice cold refreshment stand, but you faced it away. I don't know why people keep facing it away from the camera. If you turn this item around, you'll see that it says ice cold refreshments, and you'll even see little pictures of treats on there. The other thing is, to our favorite bad guy, this new item here. The challenge isn't really about Ralph or anybody in particular. It's about a Summer Street Festival. So, highlighting an item like this is not nearly as important as highlighting the festival vibes. Now, maybe your festival is celebrating the arrival of Ralph. That's cool. But still, having a table here, and this item here, and this fence here, and this stall here, means no villagers here. Nobody can be here. And then, you could have some villagers behind this fence, but you're not going to be able to do too much. And again, we want to look at some other snaps here. Look at what you can do with your villagers, you know. I'm not saying they all need to be dancing, but you could have some dancing, you could have some cheering. Even a snap where we didn't get as many of those festival elements like we saw with C.R. Bailey's. Like we didn't have vendors or a stage, but look at look at how open their foreground is to where they can really maximize that villager presence. And look at how people are cheering and celebrating. Look at how much this elevates that festival feel, right? So my biggest recommendation for you here, Nicole, is in order for this to truly feel like a festival, you're going to need a bit of a bigger crowd. And unless your villager toggle is bugged, you can just pause your villagers. They're not going to misbehave. Like, you tell them what to do. Now, you might not be able to drop them exactly where you need them, but you're not going to be able... You're going to make it even harder to place them where you need them if you're putting all of these items in the foreground where the villagers could be. So, the background is great. I would keep all this the way it is. The row of buildings, the San Francisco Bridge, even the bus stop here. This all looks wonderful. So the bright and the fireworks, really good fireworks. So the bright side here is the work you have remaining is actually very minor. You don't have that much work left ahead of you if you want this to be very competitive. You can interact with these new stage lights to get them to be a really fun color. If you wanted to add some more fun. Like you have the green here and the green here, so you can make these green lights if you wanted. And I would highly recommend just removing this item, removing the white and black because we want bright colors, removing the fences, and loading this foreground area up with villagers to really give it a festival feel. And if you do keep this ice cream stall, I would definitely turn it around to increase the summer vibe so it says ice cold refreshments. Or just remove it so you have more room for villagers cheering, celebrating, and enjoying the festival. That's how you're going to bring the joy and fun. Heathen Doves is a bit overwhelmed with this snap. I had a hard time figuring out what to do, and how I wanted everything to look, but I'm really happy with how this came out. Your guided video helped me a lot. Thank you for any advice you may have, and I can't wait to hear what you think. Looking really good. Looking really good. I like the way you have your villagers set up here. This is kind of what we were talking about. You know, you left a lot of your scene very open here, but you were able to fill it out very, very well with your villagers. Good summer outfit, good look. I would recommend Heathen Dove potentially face paint just to play up the festival vibes. You can have like little balloons painted on your face. You can have the little Mickey gloves. You can have the new stars one that we have. So face paint is going to like add to that festival feel even more. You have Summer Stitch right here at the front. I don't know. You have Merlin in his default, so I'm assuming you don't have Summer Merlin. But if you do, he would be fantastic. Summer Scrooge, also fantastic. I love how expressive everyone is. So if you do make any changes, I would aim to have everyone just as expressive as they are here. My only other recommendation... I'm still really trying to understand why people keep turning this away. The ice cold refreshments. Like, am I missing something here? I mean, I know that the parts where you can put stuff are, like, only on this back side. But if it's far away, guys, you can't even really see the stuff you put on it. And plus, you'll still be able to see whatever you put right here on this side of it. But, like, this side looks so much better compared to this side. And with it being a summer theme, you know, this says ice cold refreshments. That's like, you know, that's perfect for summer. And you still have squares to place things right here, right beside the sign. I just keep seeing this item placed like this, and I can't figure out why. I wanted to look at it because I was like, maybe there's something I'm not catching, but yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it. Let me go back to the snap here. So yeah, I would definitely consider turning this around. That way we can see the little menu and the ice cold refreshments portion of it. It is pretty far back though, so I don't think that matters too much. By the way, Heathen, you can rotate your Aurora. So you might not know this because it looks like you're using the default Aurora placement. But look at my Aurora. You see how we can see a lot more of it than we do in yours? What you're going to do is you're going to go into furniture menu and you're going to zoom way out, kind of like this. Now you're going to go into your furniture mode and you're going to go down to special. And once you highlight the Aurora, just click your bumpers. And find a placement for the Aurora to where you can get a little bit more of it into your scene. We can't move it anymore. We can't move it around the island, but we at least we can rotate it, so that does kind of help. You'll be able to get a bit more of it than just this, because it's kind of off balance that we have a tiny bit of Aurora here and nothing here. But you can set it up in a way to where you get, you can get it exactly like I have it here. Where you'll have Aurora come in on the right-hand side, drop down here, and then you'll have it curve back up here on the right-hand side. Keep in mind, the little bit that you see right here is from the Crystal Castle, so you won't get that, but you will get this arch, and then you'll have it sweep up. So, yeah, you can rotate this Aurora, which I think is going to be helpful. Last little thing is that there are some additional little summer elements you could add in if you wanted to. The popsicles we discussed in the video, you can make them in any crafting station. Extremely strong for the summer vibes, so popsicles can be very good. And then where we have some space in the back, you could also do like a cocoa stage or some kind of performance stage back here, even if we can't see who's performing. If we can see a little stage back here, I think that would be more impactful. And for these koi fish balloons, these are great for the challenge, these neon koi fish balloons. Why not bring those way closer so they can kind of be in your skyline and add some fun color? These are really fun items for this week, but they're hardly noticeable back here. And don't forget, if you do bring up those koi fish balloons, you can actually interact with them and you can change their colors. So you can give them some great summer colors. You can go with green or blue. You don't have to keep them all purple. Just remember, if you leave and come back, they'll go back to whatever color. They'll go back to purple. So you'll have to change them again. So yeah, I would recommend bringing those those little neon kois up a good bit, because they're really fun for the festival and the summer vibe. They work really well for both. Overall, very solid though. Great lighting. The confetti is very nice. Hey, little girl. And yeah, wonderful job with your villagers. So if you do incorporate these changes, I would just advise you to keep doing what you're doing with the villagers. Great job with the foreground elements as well. And with some of the open pockets you have, consider things like the popsicles. And I'm not sure what we have in this grassy patch. Do we need it? Because I would just pave over it and just make the whole thing Main Street at this point and just put like more vendors there, because whatever you had planned for this grass patch, we can't really see it. So it feels a little out of place just seeing a pocket of grass here since there's none on this side. Like there is grass way back here, but yeah, I would just pave over that. Looking very good, Heathen. Even if you don't make changes, I still think you got a great shot at 4K just with this, based on the villager interactions and the lighting and the you know, expressiveness. Guys, I do have to run to the restroom, so I'm going to open little gems here. And then I'll be back to review it in just a second. Yeah, face paint is not going to be found where you do eyeshadow. Face paint is found in a different section. Eyeshadow is found under eyes. But for face paint, you got to go to face, and then there's like some different face paints you can equip. There's a few in the game. I think everybody has face paint, but not everybody has all the different face paints, because some of them are Star Path specific. Yeah, guys, I already, glitter, I don't know if you heard me when I was talking about the item before I went to the restroom. Let me specify with this. I already pointed this out. I already know you can only put items on, or in a row on this side. But the thing is, we can't even see the items in most of the snaps that are using this because they have villagers in front of it. We can't even see the items. And this side just doesn't look nearly as good. You're talking about potentially 1, 2, 3 items here. Unless this is right at the front of your scene, that's not going to matter. And you could have 2 items right here. You can put items at the front, but just 1 here. It just doesn't go across the front. But this is the front of the stand. It looks way, way better on this side. Now, if we go back... The only items we can see on your stall here is popcorn and this drink. You can literally show that on the other side of it. So, there's a spot right here where they could go. They could go right here. And also, more important than the popcorn and the drink is going to be the phrasing here. That's going to be super important. The ice-cold refreshments. That plays directly into the summer theme, and it's way more noticeable than a stack of popcorn. But if we drop... I'll cook something. Let me get an ambrosia smoothie. You can still put items right at the front, just on the left-hand side. So there's a spot right here. Well, unless it wants to glitch out again. And you can put popcorn right behind that if you wanted to, so we can still see the items on the stall, and we get the wording ice cold refreshments. So you can put items at the front. That's an item on the front right there. 90% of the people I see using this, like one person had soufflés on it. What's going to work better for a summer street festival? Especially when this says refreshing. Baked soufflés? Or seeing the words ice cold refreshment? What is going to play better with the summer concept? So yeah, you can, and also if you have this close to the frame, you'll see that this is glass. We can see through this, and that's how it was designed. So it's designed to put items in a row going back, and then have additional items on the back that we can see through the glass frame. You don't need to have it only featuring this side simply because that's the side the items can be placed on in a row, especially when the good details of the item are featured on this side. Miss Spock said I put drinks on mine, but we don't see them because of the villagers. Well, yeah, that's how it is with most of these. Almost every single person I've seen using this item has had like maybe 1 or 2 things visible on it food-wise, and it's not even as impactful as the front side. The front side featuring the details of the menu, the words ice-cold refreshments, that's going to be way more impactful than like a bag of popcorn. You know, a bag of popcorn can be something at a fall festival. It could be something at a winter festival. It could be something at a spring festival. But what's going to really connect with the hot summer day, the, you know, a summer street festival would be ice-cold refreshments. That's when they're most appealing. That's when they're going to be, you know, really sought after as a summer street festival. That's why it's going to tie in really, really well. And then we can add drinks going along the backhand side. And it's really just today where I've seen people not featuring the front of this item. On Friday, when we reviewed a lot of really strong snaps, like on Friday, we saw some crazy good snaps. There were... Most of the snaps we saw were using this the same way I'm showing it here. So when we reviewed some really strong snaps on Friday, pretty much all the ones we took a look at were featuring it this way because they were highlighting those words ice cold refreshment, which was very solid. But yeah, you can definitely still showcase food and items on here, guys, so I don't know why we're acting like you can't, you know? You can 100% still highlight popcorn and drinks and stuff on this thing, showing the front of it. So yeah, I'm having a hard time understanding why people are saying it's as if you can only see food on this thing on this side. That's not the case at all. They designed this way intentionally. It's so that the stuff can wrap around the back and make it a convincing stall. This side has the details of a menu. It has the words ice cold refreshment. It has these little squiggly lines here to be like another small menu you can't read. And then you can just put your items here. This one, you can angle in between the two grids, so it kind of goes back at a curve. But yeah, this is a really good item for this week. But I think it's going to be a lot stronger if you feature the front side of it. Whereas the back of it, it just doesn't look good at all compared to the front side. We get just like a empty black board. We get the reverse side of this menu, which is another empty black board. There's just red here, no writing. The only thing that looks good from this side is the refreshing logo. That's it. So yeah, this is going to look a lot better here. Would definitely recommend using the front of the item. Again, it was designed this way intentionally. Yeah, Thirsty, it could just be a mistake as well. Like, they could have just forgot. I wouldn't put it past them. But I don't know. I don't think it's a mistake because this is how a real stall would look, right? Like, for a real stall, if somebody was working this little vending stall, they're not going to have, you know, the menu's not going to be on both sides. It's only going to be on the side facing the customer. So I don't think it's a mistake. You know, that's also why... And also, there's not enough space here for grid squares, so I don't think it's a mistake that we can't put stuff here. That's why they had the grid come out to the base. And this is based on actual park items, too, so I think this is just designed to be like the actual thing. So I don't know. I think it makes perfect sense the way it's set up. I don't really see it being a mistake, but it's possible. You know, it could just be a mistake. But the way it's set up makes perfect sense. You got room and visibility on this side for treats. There's not enough room here for them to put grid squares here, so it makes sense that there's none here. And it makes sense that they would wrap around the back, and you can even see stuff around the back because, again, you have glass here at the base, and we can see through it. Like, you can even see my lily pads back there through it. So if you put, like, especially glowing beverages or dream ice cream cones, they're still going to show up through here. So yeah, I think it's very intentional the way they designed it. Miss Fox, I can't remember what I put on. I think I put slushies on mine. Yeah, slushies I think are going to be really good. The Dreamlight slushie is great. I think it glows. Also, the ambrosia has like this little ambrosia smoothie glows. So that can show up really well through the glass. You can actually see it kind of shining back here. Depends on the angle you're going to be at. But yeah, I would say the most impactful thing about this item is actually this and this. It's going to be more impactful than the small pieces of, you know, little food details you can drop. I would say some of the stronger food details this week are going to be some of the larger items that don't even fit on it, like the popsicles. You know, this is really great for the summer vibes. So you can just put this in front of it, you know. Now we have the words ice cold refreshments, we have the word refreshing, and then we have ice cold popsicles right here next to it. And then you can just have a little boba tea here, another little drink right behind that one. Lots of great ways to set it up. Yeah, Heathen, that makes sense. That makes sense. I would encourage you guys, if you're unfamiliar with an item, for me, usually when I place this, it's forward-facing. But if you're unfamiliar with an item, definitely give it a one over if you're planning on using it in your snap, especially if it's something you haven't really used before. Because there's a lot of items that are going to work best from a particular angle. Certain things like the pretzel stand, right? If you look at one side of it, it's just kind of the empty glass, and we can't see the condiments and stuff. But if you look at the other side, you get the menu, you get the napkins, you get the salt shaker, and you get the ketchup and mustard. So on one side, you're going to get way more detail, and on the other side, you're not really going to get much at all. I mean, you still get the little pretzel sign and the light, so it's still going to look pretty. But I would recommend considering that with like every item that you're unfamiliar with. If you're ever, even like something like this that's brand new, like we just got this, I'm still going to kind of look over the whole thing. It makes way more sense for this side to face the camera on this one, because that's where the ledge comes out and faces the customer. But with whatever you may use, even if it's this little espresso bike thing, you can check out both sides of it. Most of the time, every item has like a good side. Some items are going to have identical sides, but a majority of the things in the game have a front-facing side. So if you're new to an item, if you've never placed an item, especially if it's something that works really well with the theme, like things like this, I would definitely, because even this side's still going to work well with the theme, because it says refreshing. But the refreshing here is really low. It's going to be very hard to see. Whereas on this side, you get a lot more value out of the item. I just ate my popsicle. That'll happen. That'll happen. Luckily, they're easy to cook. I do that all the time. I actually, the first time I ever got Christmas fish, when I fished up the Christmas fish, I was trying to drop them and I ate my Christmas squid and I was like really sad about it until I got another one like a year later. What's the actual name? Owlet. It's a item you can cook, and it's called paw sickles because they're little paws. So it's not a decor item. Hey, it's okay. It's okay, little girl. So if you just search paw at your crafting station, it'll come up. Hey, did you have a bad dream? It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, little girl. What is it? You got big feelings? Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. What is it? What's the matter? It's okay, little baby. It's okay. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, okay? You be alright? Alright, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Hello, MB. Hello. Sorry you came in and said that right when I was away for a quick potty break, but I am back now. I'm back now. All right. Let's get back to it. I think it was Little Gems we were looking at. Yeah. Okay. Hey, it's okay. Okay. Very strong, very strong. Good summer fit, great villager placement. I like the dual set of fireworks here. Celebration Day basket on the left-hand side. Really good storytelling here. The way you position the villagers, Summer Merlin hitting his jig here, Scrooge just kind of enjoying himself, Rapunzel singing. Very good villager choice for the singing there because of the pose she has. I like how you have the koi fish balloon at blue back here. Not much I would recommend here. If you want to add the Aurora in, you can get some fun color in your skyline if you want to, but not absolutely necessary. I would say, you see how your confetti dust isn't very visible? You have like some great dust back here. But if you take your confetti cannons and bring them in a little bit more, you can have that confetti dust a little bit more impactful here. But that one change is going to require you to set up all these villagers again. So if you don't feel like doing that, you could roll with what you have because this is very strong. Overall, very solid. And if you do end up moving the confetti cannons, you could add some other fun summer treats here. I see you have the shaped ice bike, but it is pretty far back. So if you wanted something a bit more noticeable, again, you could do like popsicles. Again, very strong item, very easy to see, even if it was like right here or along the edge of the road here, could work very well. But yeah, Little Jim, good job, good job. Author is next. Had fun with this one. Thanks for your time. Very cool, very cool. I would recommend a bit of an outfit change. I think the shirt works, but we want to make sure the voters can tell that this is a summer street festival, not just a street festival. So you have one summer dream style, which is good. But I would choose something other than denim pants, for sure. You could do, like, beach shorts as well, like something you would wear in the summer. But I would definitely stay away from, like, thick denim jeans. Really trying to make it come off like a hot summer day. Now, villagers are really good here. Rapunzel looks great. Everybody looks... It's okay. It's okay. You really don't like being picked up, but you did want to get up here, didn't you? So yeah, really good job with the villagers. And you got some strong festival vibes with the Celebration Day baskets, the confetti. The only thing I would encourage you to play up a tiny bit more would be the summer aspect. So with only one summer villager, you'll likely have to lean into some other elements to play up the summer aspect more, because this outfit could work for a variety of seasons. But if you gave yourself like beach shorts or some summer shorts, that's going to play well with the summer concept. And oh, you stepped on my mouse, little girl. You could try the ice cold refreshment stand as opposed to the pretzel stand if you wanted to. You could always move the pretzel stand back so we'll still see it. But then we'll see ice cold refreshments here. So that's just a couple of ways you could play up the summer concept. But yeah, lighting is really good. Villager interactions are really good. The festival vibe is really good. And it definitely has that street festival feel, so well done. Queen said I had a lot of fun with this one. All right, good summer fit. We have some nice crowds. Now, I don't know if you have, like, Mermaid Mini, but I think Mermaid Mini can work really well here. And then for Mickey, Magician Mickey, if you have him, is really good for a festival. Alternatively, you could also do the varsity type Mickey with the red jacket and the blue pants because he's very colorful. So we have our street scene here. You have some good buildings kind of on the side. My other recommendation is you have great opportunity for small villagers. Like right here, right here. Like you can have Mushu popping up right here. You could have Vanellope or Stitch right here. It's not going to obstruct your hopscotch very much. You have a lot of villagers, but they're buried a little further back. So think about small villagers that would be great for this foreground. You don't always have to fill foreground with the core elements. It could be villagers. And I don't see any of the summer dream styles here, so I'm assuming maybe you don't have them, but they are a very, very good tool this week to play up the summer portion of the theme. So if you do have Summer Stitch, Summer Merlin, or Summer Scrooge, I would say they're some of the most important villagers to highlight if you do have them. Or if you know, Moana is somebody everybody has, and she's really good for the summer concept. So the biggest advice I have for your scene here would be to consider which villagers and dream styles to prioritize and which ones are going to work the very best for the theme. Lastly, to play up the festival vibes, things like fireworks and confetti can work really well here. I see it looks like you have confetti orbs coming in, but I'm not sure where you've placed your confetti because it's very minor. It looks like you're catching the back end of the confetti or just a little bit of it. If you position your confetti cannons on the outer edges towards the front of your scene, not only will you get those little confetti orbs that you got, you'll also get the very popular confetti dust. This confetti dust can be found in a lot of 4K snaps that are centered on festivals or celebrations. I'm talking about this really pretty, colorful dust you get on the sides. And the challenge did state to bring the bright colors, and that confetti dust is very bright and colorful. So the way we're doing that is we have, the front of our scene here, and we just have the confetti cannons towards the front on the outer edges of the frame. So you'll see in the foreground here, we have our fireworks, we have our baskets, and then right behind that, we have our confetti cannons. So you can get a lot of bang for your buck if you capture your confetti cannons when they're going off like this, because you'll get this beautiful confetti dust, and you'll get the little orbs and the swivels. You get it all. And it really helps to highlight that festival feel. Like imagine this scene, but with the confetti dust and with more of those little orbs. But more importantly, I would be very considerate of your villagers You want to play up the summer theme as much as you can to be as competitive as you can. Like, I see a lot of things like cotton candy, but what are we featuring to highlight summer? Aside from your outfit, I think your outfit is the only summer element we really see. So what can we do to make it extremely clear that this is a summer festival? Now, again, this is not going to matter in every scenario, but I really wish I had saved it, because on Friday, we reviewed probably the best submission I've personally seen so far. It was this summer street festival in a coastal community. They had palm trees, they had all the summer styles, they had loads of villagers, they had a really good summer and ocean-themed dress on. They had Eric playing the flute. There were palm trees, and like I said, the houses all looked like beach houses. It looked so... It was like 1,000% a summer street festival. There was no room for confusion. And the reason why is because it just played up the summer elements incredibly well. So, my advice to make snaps as competitive as possible this week is to find ways to make the summer portion exceedingly clear. Not just clear, but to a high degree. So again, there's lots of ways to do that. It's not going to matter unless you pop up against those types of snaps. But if you do pop up against those types of snaps, and the voter has to choose between two snaps, one that feels like a summer festival, and one that is like 1,000,000% a summer festival, that's like, wow, that's a super summer festival. That's exactly what I think about when I think summer festival. They're likely going to choose the latter, right? So, again, when it comes to being as competitive as possible this week, you really want to work to highlight a street festival, but you really want to make sure it feels like a summer street festival. So the outfit here is very strong, but what about villagers, dream styles? What kind of treats are we highlighting? You know, are there refreshments? Is there, you know, like popsicles, ice cream, things like that? Also elements like palm trees can be very good. Coastal communities. Doesn't have to be a coastal community. Just putting that out there. Miss Box, my submission for this week. I know Mulan is not animated, but she photobombed once I spent 30 minutes placing everybody. Yeah, that'll happen. And for some reason, was not showing in my character toggle. Oh, if she wasn't showing up in your character toggle, that means she was sitting down whenever you opened the camera. If a villager is sitting when you first open the camera, they will not show up in your toggle. It's annoying. Very good, though. And you know what? Mulan might not be animated, but everybody else is. And that's... I guess that kind of works for Mulan. She can be kind of stoic sometimes. And I wouldn't worry too much about Mulan because everybody else is celebrating. There's a lot of joy and fun. You captured the confetti very well here. Great street view. Miss Spock, you are getting just better and better and better at Dream Snaps week after week. Really good job here. Great foreground elements. I love this. Last week, you really impressed me with your elemental snap as well. Or not last week, but the week before. And then this week, I think you've outdone yourself once again. Very clearly a street festival. Good summer style. Summer style on the avatar here. Summer style on Merlin. We can clearly see the ice cream. So instead of like just cotton candy or souffles or just a pretzel stand, we see summer treats. Very clearly represented right here. And Donald in his little diner get up selling the ice cream. Great storytelling. Great way to utilize Donald. We can see the ice cream melting. We can see the little ice cream sign here. Yeah, and I see we can't see. You did feature the front of the ice cold refreshment stand. It might be covered by Mulan, who photobombed you, but I'm so happy. I'm so happy to see the front of it. But yeah, this is really good. This is really good. You got great summer elements. And if you really wanted to, I mean, you could throw in like a palm tree kind of creeping into the scene, but you don't need it. I think you got enough summer vibes. So if you want to be done with this week, you could totally be done with this week. But if you wanted to make this feel like a little coastal town, You can always throw a little palm tree in the background. Very nice. Very nice, Miss Spock. Great job. Clinksy said, too dark. Too much going on. So, Miss Spock, thank you. Thank you. That means a lot. Of course, my friend, of course. It's been, yeah, I mean, you've been doing these reviews for a while, and you've always had a good talent for snaps, but I gotta say, like, watching you grow over time has been super impressive. You know, it's very clear you're putting so much work and thought into your snaps now. And you were before, but I think you've really mastered it at this point. I think you're just going to be one of those types of players that lives in 4K. So, Clinksy, you asked if it was too dark or too much going on. So, I wouldn't say it's too much going on. The element of this new item does add a lot to the base, and the confetti is also going on in the fireworks. But only having 4 villagers is hurting how much this feels like a festival. So it's you, Mirabelle, Mulan, Mickey, and Minnie, and that's it. So, you know, let's look at the snap we just reviewed. I want you to think, if these two popped up against each other, if it was this snap versus this snap, which one do you think would be more likely to win the vote? I would wager good money that it would be this one, and that's not a jab at your snap. It's just that for something to really feel like a festival, it needs to be busy. It needs to have a crowd. That doesn't mean we can't see into the snap. Like, this is pretty open. We can see well into the background. We just have small villagers towards the front. They get a little bit taller as we go towards the back. But we have great crowds. We have good storytelling, like Donald is selling ice cream. And Mickey and friends are over here celebrating. We have Eric and Ariel and Anna talking. Joy's waving at the camera. Stitch is cheering, right? So, Clinksy, I want you to consider that as the main recommendation. Is you really need to think about how you can make this feel like a festival. Right now, it feels like you guys are setting up for a festival. Like maybe you guys you're there early, and this will definitely do better, I think, than most snaps, because most snaps are just random selfies. So the fact that you built like a good town and you have some festive elements here, I think it can definitely perform well. But against other 4K snaps, almost everybody is using villagers a bit more prominently this week. And as I mentioned in my Thursday guide, that's the most important thing this week, to really nail the joy. Like, you did so good with Mirabelle dancing. You did so good with Mulan cheering. Imagine that, but with 5 more villagers. And you don't have to clutter the scene. You could use tiny villagers. You can use Vanellope down here. You can use Stitch over here. You can use Mushu over here. So think about adding more villagers, and especially ones that work really well for the summer aspect. So Moana is really good for the summer portion. Ariel in her purple dress is going to be really good for the summer portion. Any of the summer dream styles are going to be really good. Now, when you asked if it was too dark, I think you've lit it up pretty well, but the reason it may feel that way, notice how none of the houses on the right-hand side are getting sunlight, but the ones on the left-hand side are. We talked about this earlier today, so I won't get into it too much, but this is exactly why in most of the snaps in the 4K range, they rarely build their city outward. Some of them do. You'll see a couple in the 4K range that do that, but most of the snaps you see in the 4K range, because these are the ones that get chosen more consistently, they make a row of their tall items in the back. So buildings are going to be a row of buildings. The reason why is because when you have the sun behind the camera, it's at an angle. So the sun, it's not really lined up perfectly with the camera. It's not here. It's off here to the side. So if you put big buildings coming out, what you're going to see is a very large shadow. So you see this big shadow? If I bring a building right here, you see how it casts this shadow all through the scene on the left-hand side? And you also see if I put a building here, I don't get any light on this side of the building. It's all dark here. That's why the same thing applies to trees. We talk about this a lot with Dreamsnaps. When I build forests, when I build just about anything, tall items stay in the back. Because one of the most important things next to theme is lighting. And when it comes to having good lighting, one of the biggest things you want to avoid like the plague, you want to stay away from it as best as you can, is shadow. A lot of shadow and a lot of shade on your scene can make it a lot more challenging to pop visually in the voting phase. So you'll see with like almost all of my scenes, I'm not bringing big elements towards the front or sides. I reserve those for the backdrop. And that's why none of these scenes have shadow. They all have vibrant, bright, bold color, which time and time again, every single week, when we review hundreds or thousands of 4K photos, you'll see most of them are very vibrantly lit, very bold, very colorful, and that's because they're not getting a whole lot of shadow. So in almost all of these daytime photos, we don't bring large items out too much just because they can hurt performance quite a bit. I do love city scenes like yours where the city comes out. It's just tricky because, yes, it is going to be a little darker. There's not a lot of ways to work around that. So this side, when you have the sun behind the camera, since the sun's going to be kind of off to the right, this side's always going to be darker. It's always going to be like that. I say go for it this week. I don't think you should rebuild the whole thing just because of that. The main thing I would prioritize here, Clinksy, is villagers. I'm sure that's probably already on your radar from what you've seen today. You've seen your competition. You've seen just how far people have gone to really highlight villagers in amazing ways this week. It's all over the place, right? This is most of what we're going to see in 4K. I can tell you right now, most of what we're going to see in the 4K range this week is going to be snaps that utilize villagers in big ways to showcase joy and excitement and bring the festival to life. So I want you to consider that as the most important thing you'll need to add to your scene. Right now, you only have a few villagers. So if you don't want to have the scene feel too congested, you can focus on a few smaller ones here, and then maybe some taller ones towards the back if you want. The tricky thing is, with the tram here, with the buildings coming up, you don't have as much room as other players. And you're going to have darkness on one side. Luckily, the items you're using here have lights. Like the cinema has all these lights. So that helps. That helps a lot with the darkness. So if you are going to have buildings come out in your snap, the buildings on the right-hand side should be the one with more lighting elements, so that way they can compensate for the shadow you're going to be getting from that. And for future snaps, Clinksy, you can do this. You can build out like this, but I avoid it. I kind of go in the direction, like if I want to have the buildings come up to the scene, I go more in the direction of Miss Spock here, where I do a backdrop that descends. Because look at how we get perfect lighting on each of these buildings, but we also get the street and the sidewalk here, and we don't get any shadow. We get amazing lighting. That's why I was talking about just how much Miss Spock has grown in her Dreamsnap design. She's truly mastered lighting in Dreamsnaps, composition. She knows how to play up the meta now. And I know early on with some of the settings, she would kind of overcompensate with like saturation and contrast, but like it's perfect now. Nothing needs to change with what we see here because this is the most consistent style we see in 4K in terms of saturation, color, and villager utilization. And it can be tricky to match up against scenes like that when we have darker buildings. Luckily, the light sources you have here, like the golden glow at the base and the fireworks and the confetti, definitely help to break up some of the darkness. So yeah, the main recommendation I have for you is really work to highlight more villagers if you can. Tag Bunny! Hi, thank you for reviewing. I do have confetti cannon to the lower right and lower left of my snapper. For some reason, the only lower left goes off when I activate the effect, so I don't know what's going on with that. I would still love any advice you have for me. Yeah, so with the confetti cannon, if you want to guarantee that it activates, I would move it. So anytime one activates and the other doesn't, is because it's just not enough in frame. Let me show you a great place to put them for your particular snap. Oh my god, Scrooge. Get your speech bubble out of here, bro. It's irking me. Go over here. So, you'll see here, both my confetti cannons activate with no problem. And the reason why is because they're both very easy to see in the snap. So, if you look right here, there's one confetti cannon here. And you can actually see the edge of it. You can see the edge of it right there. And you'll see the same thing on this side. We can see the edge of this confetti cannon on this side. If you want to guarantee your confetti cannon is going to activate, make sure at least the border of it is kind of visible in your snap. I know they're probably an equal distance away, so it's kind of annoying that one will activate and the other will not. But I actually can't see either one of them. And that means you're pretty lucky that the one on the left is activating at all. So what you could do is you can just kind of set them up the way I have them here. I can give you a little cheat sheet. You can just screenshot this. This is the way my foreground is set up. So you can see the item that's pushing my camera. We have the fireworks here. And then right behind that, we have the basket tilted to click into the fireworks. And then right behind that, we have our confetti cannons. So, because of the way this duck literally walked back into my scene just to reopen his speech bubble. If there was a toggle to murder you, I would click it. I just want you to know that. Okay. So, if you put your confetti cannons a little further back and have them kind of creep into your scene just on the edge, see, since I can see both the confetti cannons in the shot, they're guaranteed to activate. So make sure you kind of, if you're having an issue with the confetti cannons, just make sure you position them in a way to where you can see the edge of both of them. Now, for the rest of your scene, really good summer vibes on the avatar here. Great storytelling with Jasmine kind of singing. I do think you have a lot of potential for more villagers. You don't want to make it so busy that we can't see into the environment. But a little villager here like Vanellope or Timon. Or Mushu right here. There's so many villagers that are so small. They're going to add excitement and joy to your scene, but they're not going to crowd your scene. And if you're like, well, Senpai, how do I get the exact villagers I want? They're not always available. Yeah, they are. All you got to do is, on your floating island, use a villager summoning item, and then you can always use exactly who you want to use. So, wherever you're building your snap, fence in a little zone and use a villager summoning item to bring every villager in the game to your floating island. It takes a few minutes, but usually within about 4 to 5 minutes, every single villager in the game will be on this floating island. Make sure when you do this, you're using, if you can, the unbirthday cake table that you get from Alice. The reason I recommend using this is because this actually summons 7 villagers at once. And yes, it will summon villagers that are inside their house. It will summon villagers that are in the Scrooge shop. It'll summon villagers that are in Chez Remy. It'll summon everybody, which is incredibly helpful for Dreamsnaps. That way you can always use exactly who you want to use and avoid who you don't want to use. Alrighty. Now let's seal this off. I'm going to kill Scrooge at some point. Oh, Aladdin escaped. Alright. Going back to your scene here, there is one last little thing. One last little thing I can give you a tip on here. Always avoid building on the edge of a floating island. The thing is, Tag Bunny, there is no benefit to this. You see right here how that's the edge of your floating island? There is no benefit to building on the edge. Because what if the advice would be to add taller buildings in the back? Basically, when you build on the edge of a floating island, you're robbing yourself of the potential of doing anything different with your background. So if you build right here, once you get past this, you can't do anything else. That's where it all ends. Now, luckily, there is a new feature in the game as of the previous update, and you can just move your build a bit easier by doing group select. You can just grab a bunch of your build and move it away from the edge if you ever have to. But this is why I set my build up right here and built it pretty far away from the edge. That way I had room to put this castle back here to add more of an aurora. I was able to have some nice tall buildings back here. And that's kind of the case with all my snaps. I always give myself a lot of space to work with. So back here, I still have like half the floating island behind these trees. That allowed me to add street lights for this nice green silhouette and put waterfalls back here. In your case, I think what would be really nice to fill in, because we also want to fill in these gaps. The thing is, this feels like a street festival and a town, but it kind of hurts the illusion that we can just see through it and it's just empty back there. That kind of stops it from feeling like a real city or town. Because a real city or town now it's just going to have, it's not just going to have clouds behind it, right? It's going to have more buildings, more trees, whatever. So what you can do here is you can use smoke bombs. You can put the new smoke bombs here if you have them. You can make them blue or green, nice and colorful. That's going to add to the festival element, and it's going to seal off your snap, which is really nice. If you look through my 4K snaps, you'll see that you can't actually see through any of these. Every single snap I create is completely sealed off. And if you look at the high-ranking players in the community, like Beyblade or Mama Dukes or Bob's or Sunshine or Miss Spock, you're going to see that with all of these snaps, you can't ever see through them. That's kind of the difference between making something that feels like a movie scene versus something that feels like a movie set. If you can see right through a snap into an empty field, it stops feeling like a movie scene. It starts feeling like something that's put together, that's fabricated. But if you can't see through it, the imagination has to fill in what's behind it. And that's what allows it to feel more like a movie scene versus a movie set. Even when I have trees with like little gaps, I'll do street lights to create silhouettes behind them, or smoke bombs now as a new item. There's a lot of ways to seal off your snaps to prevent, people from seeing through them. So a lot of people use street lights. But yeah, now smoke bombs are very popular. So my biggest recommendation here, beautiful scene, good summer feels. In the future, avoid building close to the edge because you may always want to do something extra in the background. And like, for example, we could have streetlight silhouette back here, but I don't think we really have room for it. So smoke bombs will have to do. So I would definitely add smoke bombs to seal off the snap. And I would definitely add a few more villagers. If you don't want to block up the scene, use small ones. Sorry, I got a new baby kitten here. Hey, hi, little girl. She is 3 months old. She is very tiny, and she's still learning the world. What is it? What is it? Okay, bye-bye. So yeah, adding some more villagers here I think would be good. And then the smoke bombs can be very nice as well. Hi. Hi, little one. I know it's getting hot in here because of my computer. I apologize. Breezy is next. I went to the Tropical Street Festival. Overall, I really like how it came out, but I feel like something may be missing for decorating the ground more, but I'm not sure what else to use. Villagers, for sure. This is really good. You really nailed the coastal community. This really is feeling like a summer street festival. The only thing that's taking away from that street festival feel that's really going to sell it is the crowd. This is you and 5 villagers. Everything about this is pretty much perfect. It's got the summer It's got the street. It just needs a little bit more festival. You got the confetti and the fireflies to up those magical festival qualities, and the balloons. Villagers. I don't think you need more decor, but we don't even need to see the villagers' face. I mean, you can have some back here. You can have some back here. You can have small villagers here. You can add Lady and Tramp, like a couple of dogs walking through the festival. You can add villagers with pets attached to them, like Eric and Max. You can add Ariel. You can add Moana. There's really good oceanic villagers that are going to work really well for a summer beach theme or like a summer street festival scene. So, and also for Mickey, if you have Magician Mickey, I think he's very well dressed for a festival. This one works too. But yeah, great job highlighting the summer outfits towards the front. Main thing I would focus on from here would just be more villagers, and I think you'd be looking really good. Brittany, the fun thing is you really don't need to spend Moonstones to get 4K. I've actually done a lot of Dream Snaps with 0 premium items. And a lot of times it's been when people said, oh, I can't do good this week because I don't have the premium stuff. And I've literally gone out of my way to build snaps with 0 premium items and still locked in 4K. It's not about premium items, Brittany. It never has been. Yes, having premium items can be really good because it gives you more options. But the most important thing when it comes to Dream Snaps, there's 2 big priorities that are the most important. Number 1 is the theme itself. And number 2, oh my gosh, and you got ads right then. Okay. I'll wait. I'll tell you in a minute. Okay, let's move on to the next one. We got Nikki Marie here. I didn't have much time this week for the challenge. Head to Michigan tomorrow for vacation to see my family, but I try to make it very colorful and festive. So, not a lot of time for the challenge this week. Okay. Well, given that you don't have a lot of time, it's looking really good so far. But since you kind of made it a thin alleyway, and, you know, if you'd have made the buildings a row in the back as opposed to bringing them out, you would have had a lot more room. That would include your room to add maybe a stage for performances, maybe a DJ booth. It would give you room to add vendors. Now, I know you didn't have a lot of time, but you did have time to place the buildings here. But I think that might have been a little bit of an oversight because you can have even more of you can have more festival qualities if you had your buildings as a backdrop as opposed to an alleyway shot. But we won't worry about that too much because you're not going to have a lot of time to tweak it. Additional small villagers could be good here. And then to play up the summer vibes, I would also be considered of villagers like Ariel, Moana, could be very fun here. Envy's hard cosplay, so this is a lot of information to learn. Yeah, when it comes down to it, I've done every snap challenge there's ever been. I've been obsessed with snaps for a long time. It's my absolute favorite part of the game. I've helped thousands of people over the years not only obtain 4K for the first time, but get to the point where they can stay in 4K because there's plenty of room for everybody that watches this stream. There's about 9,000 4K slots on average available each week. So it's very possible to get in there. Brittany says, yeah, I get it. All games like that. It's about time. It's about the time you put in. But like I said, I got maybe 6 hours in my game. Just got it. And I see some of these snaps. I'm trying to upgrade my storage. Never mind. Well, yeah. If you're brand new, like if you only got 6 hours in the game, yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. It's going to be really tough to perform as well as others because you don't even have most of the villager houses. You're going to be very limited on items. So when you first get the game, Brittany, I'm just letting you know now, it's not necessarily about the premium stuff. There's more than enough free stuff in the game that'll allow you to perform very well. But you're going to want to check your Scrooge shop very often if you can. You're going to want to unlock as many villagers as you can so you have their houses. And if you just submit something, you can earn a lot of moonstones very regularly. Don't go back there. Come on, kitty. Don't go behind the computer. It's dangerous. You can earn, and you can just submit random selfies for now. The worst case scenario is you'll only get 300 moonstones. The thing is, you definitely want to submit something because it's guaranteed free moonstones. You'll get 50 free moonstones from voting, a minimum of 300 moonstones from submitting something, And if you put even the tiniest bit of effort in and try to do the theme just based with what you have, you might not be able to do it well, but you can potentially get 600, 900, or even 1,200. And when it comes to Dreamsnaps, there are two big things that are going to be the most important. Number one is the theme itself, and number two is your lighting. Neither one of those things necessarily require premium items. Some challenges having premium items can be quite helpful because they tie in very well with the theme. Gameloft does that on purpose to try and incentivize purchases. But in the grand scheme of things, most challenges can be accomplished quite well. And every week on YouTube, every Thursday, I make example scenes for challenges, and I typically include budget options there as well. Nikki Marie, we finished there. Let's go to Becca. I tried different layouts, villagers involved. I don't have Stitch's Summer Dream Style or any other face paint just yet. That applies. I love your advice week to week on enhancing my snap for the best one. Thanks for all you do. Of course, of course. Very fun. Love the pose with the bike. Great option here. Great option. As we stated before, I think Mono Newbie was using this pose, but they didn't have it mounted on anything. The bike is a great option for this. Mickey, very, very animated here. I love it. I love it. And even if you don't have the summer style for some of the villagers, some villagers are naturally going to carry that summer style. So think about villagers like Moana, Maui, Ariel. Maui's really big, so he'd be better as like a background person. The other thing you can do to highlight summer elements, there's great free items like palm trees. You can turn this into a little bit of a coastal community if you had some palm trees reaching over on this right-hand side. You get a palm tree kind of coming out in front of the Main Street Emporium. And then to play up the summer vibes, you can also consider things you can cook, like the popsicles. So cold treats are going to play up the summer vibes. Right now, the only summer vibes we really have are in your look with your summer shorts. But there are some additional ways you can push this even more in a summer direction. So consider things like palm trees, consider things like the popsicles, ice cream stands that you get from Scrooge. Not that you need a heavy amount more of summer elements. It's just that if you do happen to pop up against snaps that are really playing up that summer street festival vibe, it will be good to be competitive alongside them by amping up the summer feel. Now for your options here, definitely a few more villagers. I would say the final one has the most animation and the best villager presence. But I would still recommend, since you do have Summer Merlin. Perfect, perfect. I would utilize Summer Merlin, and I would also utilize maybe Moana very prominently featured here, and I would still consider things like palm trees and maybe even the popsicles, tucked away on the side to where they're somewhere somewhat visible. And if you could position your confetti, like we talked about, where you can catch the confetti dust in the top left and right corner, that could be really nice too. Claudia, hope you had a great weekend. Let's take a look here. So we have a Tiana-style build. Very fun. Good summer outfit here. Very colorful, very bright. I like that you got some cold treats here, like the ice cream. And we have like a little sundae here. So you do have some good cold summer treats. That's going to be very important. We got Moana prominently featured. Good summer villager there. And we do have Summer Stitch here as well. Now, if you have Summer Merlin or Summer Scrooge, I do think they would be very good to include here if possible. Overall, a very strong festival vibe. And it's got good summer feels to it. And it definitely feels like a street festival with all the buildings in the back. Great job having your buildings kind of as the backdrop. Tiana's Palace as a centerpiece is really fun. I think this is very likely for 4K. The biggest boon to this, I think what's going to ensure that it performs well, is just how animated the villagers are. I keep coming back to this when it comes to, just like the last snap we reviewed, when we were looking at Becca's. We had some, some advice on how to make it even more competitive, but even without changes, this would be another snap that's just very likely for 4K on merit alone because of how well they're using that villager toggle. The challenge asked us to bring the joy and bring the fun alongside the bright colors. So the best way to highlight joy and fun and to really make it feel like a festival is by making sure those villagers are animated and excited and celebrating and festive. So overall, very solid work. Snoko. This is my third snap for review. Last time was Nature Takeover. I want to let you know, on PlayStation, the toggle to turn on the Aurora would not let me turn it on. Update, just found out we can rotate it in furniture mode. Thing in advance for the review. Yeah, we can rotate the Aurora now, which is nice. You don't necessarily need it, though, for the summer festival. If you want to have it, I think it can be great. I love the dance floor here. Good summer elements like the shaved ice with Donald selling the shaved ice. Very good play here. The koi fish balloon, another good summer element. And then the fact that we have the nice blue smoke bombs behind Sully with him on the drums and Ariel singing. The storytelling here is top-notch. We have people dancing. We have a musical performance. We have the dance floor stage here. Celebration baskets in the foreground. A very good villager presence. Rapunzel once again backing it up for her boy Flynn. So yeah, very solid here. No big recommendations on this. Like I stated, I think one of the most important things this week is going to be how you play up your villagers and how you really nail that festival vibe, and this checks all the boxes on that. The summer outfit is really good, and the fact that you have both Summer Scrooge and Summer Merlin dancing back here, and you have Summer Stitch, you definitely have plenty of those summer vibes, especially with the shaved ice being included here. Great job, great job. Taters. Hey, somebody, hope you had a great weekend. Don't have confetti cannons. Don't worry about that, don't worry about that. Very fun, like the DJ view here. I definitely think the sunset time of day is going to be best here because it offers a lot of warm light, which plays really well with the summer setting. Now, you got Merlin sitting back here. The thing is, Merlin has a really good dance animation if you toggle to celebrate. And he also has one of the most important styles for you this week, which would be the summer style. So rather than having Merlin sitting back here, I would highly recommend bringing him up to be in one of these front positions just to really highlight the fact that this is a summer street festival. So you already have Summer Stitch here. I think Summer Merlin is going to play even better than Summer Stitch because he'll be even more noticeable, and he has a really good dancing animation. If you have Ariel's purple ball gown style, it's sleeveless, which is going to have it feel even better for the summer vibes. Everything else here is very strong, though. Overall, looking really good. Good festival environment. And yeah, if you wanted to, instead of, I would say on top of bringing up those villagers to play up, bringing up Merlin and potentially changing Ariel into a sleeveless outfit, the other thing you could do is have a couple of palm trees arch into the scene to give it somewhat of a coastal community vibe. Suli. Hi, Zeb, I've submitted 3 snaps for you to view this week. I'm trying to make it look like I'm dancing in the street. I'm still having problems with the villager toggle. After the first picture, sometimes it will let me place a couple of villagers or none at all. I hope I've hit the theme this week. Thank you for your feedback. Okay. I like the lean on the drums here. That's really fun. I would not do this one because you're leaning on air. Or this one. So yeah, this is definitely going to be a better option if you want to use this pose. If you want to go with a scene like this or a scene like this, change the pose, right? Because this pose, there's so many, if you're going to be standing in the middle of the scene, there's so many poses where that works. This pose is going to mostly shine like this, when you can angle it in a way to where you're showing that you're leaning on something. So as of right now, I would say this is your strongest option. If you were going to go with one of these, I would highly recommend swapping the pose. And I also think adding some items to your foreground, like the Celebration Day baskets, could be really good here as well. I see you have Donald in his little diner outfit. You could pair him with an item like the shaved ice that we saw just in the previous snap as well. Like if we look at Snoko's, look at Donald here, super cute, selling the shaved ice. Plays directly into the summer concept. So my biggest recommendation is if you do decide to go with one of these styles, is to select a new pose. If you want to lean on the drum kit, this works really well too. And that's why right now I think this one's ready to ship if you don't have time for anything else. If you do have time and you want to go with one of these where we have a bit more visibility into the scene without the drum kit, just use a pose where you're not leaning. There's lots of good options. I would also recommend changing your koi fish colors to something like blue or green to play up the summer vibes a bit. And for Sully, if he's on the DJ booth, he has a pose where he goes like this and he points out. Could be awesome, like he's trying to hype the crowd up, you know. I love the popsicles here, the shaved ice here, but I would say the shaved ice being noticeable is going to be more important than like this picnic table. So I would kind of swap those two. I know you're trying to balance it out with both sides, and you have some like cool summer treats on these tables, but the shaved ice is a really useful item this week because it plays up the summer nature. Lisa, thanks for taking a look. Of course, of course. So the trick with posing with accessories, what kind of hurts that a lot of the times, is when you pose with an accessory, you just kind of stand there. You're not as animated. Whereas, you know, if you were to strike something like the dragon pose, for example, you can welcome the voters into your festival. Like, hey, welcome to the summer festival. Or if you were to use one of the like camera tool poses, you could be taking a beautiful selfie at the summer festival. There are a lot of ways you can tell a bit of story, not just with your villagers, but with your avatar. And just simply holding an item, kind of smiling at the camera, is just very low energy. I would recommend something a little different here. Also, with Donald in his little diner outfit, what is he doing? What is he selling? Right now, he's next to this Celebration Day basket. But if you paired this little Donald outfit with the shaved ice or this ice cream stand, that could work really well. And I like all of your villagers here. Some of them you have rather animated. You do have opportunities for, you know, you can always do like a little Mushu right here potentially, or Timon right here. Where you have empty pockets in the front, you can always do very, very small villagers. That way they won't clutter the scene, but they will help to fill out these emptier areas. And since we can't really... You want to get back up here? It's okay. It's okay. She's like, I hate being picked up. It's okay, little one. It's okay, Tiny. Tiny little kitty. Okay. So yeah, if you wanted to add more summer elements, you can also make it somewhat of a coastal community by bringing in some palm trees like on the sides. That could work well. And I would be careful with like the collar neck. I know it has exposed sleeves and the exposed belly, but there's a lot of tops that have even more of a summer feel. So biggest advice here would be to make sure some of these summer elements are a little bit more visible. I think the bubbles work very well with the summer concept, but you can also consider things like palm trees, the popsicles, and making sure elements like the ice cream stand are a bit more visible, maybe pairing that with somebody like Donald. And then consider, you know, you're already doing really well with your villagers. Showcasing the excitement that we see. If you do make changes, making sure everybody is very excited to be here, very animated, is going to be very strong. But the biggest recommendation I have for this particular snap is to reconsider your pose to make sure you're a bit more animated and excited to be here. There's a lot of different ways you can showcase your avatar this week. Sadly, posing with the accessories often is a trap. Sometimes a certain accessory will work very well with the theme. Sabelina, very good job here. Beautiful work. You know, bringing the buildings out. We do get a lot of shadow here, but you brought in some good lighting. And the buildings you are using do have good lighting effects. And you have the confetti kind of going over those dark pockets. We see the words ice cold here. We see refreshing here. And we got some great summer styles. Summer Merlin here. We have Pawsicles. We even have little canned drinks on the ground. We have Summer Stitch here. Great lighting on the avatar. Very fun summer outfit. I do think for this particular outfit, I think, you know, with the challenge calling for bright colors, I do think wearing something a bit more colorful would make this even more competitive because you have so many bold colors along the sides and within the scene itself. And there's a lot of summer outfits we've seen that really bring a lot of color, but with how well constructed this is, even without changes, I think it's extremely likely for 4K, but I think it could get an even higher rank if you were to slightly rethink avatar customization here. Face paint to play up the festival vibes, like the little balloons or the little Mickey gloves or any of those face paints could be really good. And then a summer outfit that's just as colorful as the rest of the scene, I think could play really well here. Because when we look at most of the summer styles, they're very colorful and vibrant. They have lots of fun, bold colors. I think you could play that up here as well, too, if you wanted. But you're likely set for 4K with this as it is. But I do think you can make it even more competitive that way. Sweet Lady Sue. Hi, Zemai. Thank you so much for the tips this week. They really helped me. Here's what I come up with. I'd love to know what you think. All right. So this is actually the first kind of like or you're on the magic carpet. I see. So the magic carpet pose. And you gave yourself a little popsicle here. That plays very well with the... This plays very well with the summer theme. Very cool. Very cool. We have a nice little waterway. For your waterway, do you have the fountains? Oh, yeah, you do. Because I see a couple here. I would add a little bit more, like maybe some of the arching fountains. We'll still see the stage, even if you have a little water fountain kind of arching this way. But I think it's going to add to the celebration aspect. And the other thing I would add is smoke bombs on your backdrop of some fun colors. I think that's just going to build up on the festival nature even more, and it's going to add some more fun, vibrant colors to your backdrop. You don't have to go too crazy, but I think back here you have a good opportunity for some extra color. I mean, you have plenty of color, but the smoke bombs just add another really good festival layer to this. We have the street right here, which is obviously closed. We have some ice cream cones, some treats in the foreground. Very clever there. These are from Time Bending, by the way, if you guys are curious about how to get these. I like the vintage cooler. We have the San Francisco food stall, San Francisco bridge, and some good villagers. If you have any of these summer styles, I would prioritize them. Like you have Summer Merlin, but if you have Summer Stitch and Summer Scrooge, I would definitely consider bringing them in as well. Overall, very solid. I love the outfit, and I love the way you've layered the scene. You've got a lot of really, really strong festival vibes here. Cozy Pixel, I saw you talking in chat about how you're laying in the air. Yep. So I would, either you want to have an item here you're leaning on, or just use a different pose. What's strong about this new pose is the ability to lean on something. There's not much of a reason to use this new pose if you're hiding the broom and you're not leaning on anything. It just doesn't really do anything. There's so many other poses where you can be in the same position and telling a bit more of a story instead of leaning on air. So I would reconsider the pose. Now over here, really, really great job with like the DJ booth and the dancing. Summer Merlin well featured. Ariel singing is very good. We do have a lot of shadow in your scene, but you boosted your character lighting enough to where the characters stand out really good. Now with these open spaces behind the villagers, consider things like popsicles that play up that summer element. You can have a box of popsicles right here behind Minnie or Mickey if you wanted to. But that's about it. There's not a lot of room to add more. Confetti cannons could be really fun. And I don't know about like the big... I think there's like wearing two shirts in the summer, like a big flannel on top of the green shirt. I know we just got this outfit, but that doesn't mean it's good for the challenge, right? There's going to be outfits that at least is short sleeves, so it's not the worst option, but there are definitely outfits that are going to play up that summer feel a lot better. And I also noticed you're close to the avatar with your camera, but you've done nothing with your makeup. So avatar customization is often something that really helps set apart two good dream snaps in the voting phase. If you're in a 1v1 scenario, both snaps feature villagers well, both snaps have good lighting, both snaps have a good festival feel, but one snap has gone out of their way to really detail their avatar with fun eyeshadow, festival face paint, and a more summery outfit, and a pose that communicates some storytelling or highlights the beauty of the avatar, well, then it's likely going to win the vote. So my biggest recommendation here for you would be to reconsider the avatar customization and then consider items in some of these empty pockets, even if we can't see the whole item. Things like the popsicles are going to be really nice. And I'm guessing you don't have the colorful night show Star Path dance tiles. It's too bad, because black and white just really isn't the best option here. The challenge wanted us to bring together a bright and colorful type of scene. So it wants it to be full of bright colors, joy, and fun. You have a lot of bright colors from your villagers, thankfully. But instead of these white and black tiles, we could do some kind of colorful rug for them to dance on. And then adding things like the popsicles are going to add some more fun color behind the villagers here as well, and elevate those summer vibes. Marie said, thanks as always for your reviews. Here's my submission. I like the first one more, but the corners are off. Okay, I see. So you're talking about this one here. Well, the second one would be just as good if we were able to move Vanellope to where she's not blocking Tramp as much. But what I would recommend here, you have Summer Stitch. He's kind of in the shadow a little bit. I think you could move him over slightly. And then if you have other Mickey Dream styles, like Magician Mickey, that's going to be really good for a festival feel. Or the Rock and Roll Mickey could also be very good, but I would prioritize there was an API issue. Just failed to communicate with Twitch for a split second there. Or actually, with both platforms. It was on my OBS end. Okay. So we should be good. We should be good. Just refresh. Let me type it in chat. All right. And then if you have, like, Donald from the Night Show Star Path with his little diner outfit, the fact that we're showing the shaved ice spikes so well here, Marie, having Donald right here to, like, serve the shaved ice would be perfect. But setting-wise, I think you're looking really good. We can see the ice-cold refreshments. We can see the popsicles. We can see the shaved ice. Oh, and don't forget, you can interact with these new koi fish balloons, and you can change their colors. So if you wanted these to be like blue or green to play up some summer flair, you could do that. You could do that. I would also finish paving in the back, because your paving just stops, and then it's just grass before the buildings, which is a little odd. So I would finish up the paving. I would be more mindful of your villagers. Even if you don't have Summer Merlin or Summer Scrooge, what about Moana? What about Maui? What about, you know, villagers that are going to work really well with the summer concept? So, final thoughts here. Everything's good with the pose and the avatar. Everything's good with the foreground. Donald serving the shaved ice would be really fun. More colorful styles. Mermaid Minnie would be perfect. Magician Mickey or Rock and Roll Mickey would be perfect. Moana would be fantastic to add in. And then you can change the color of some of these koi fish balloons to play up some fun, festive summer colors a bit as well. And I would wrap up the paving back here too. Johnny, after my 7 weeks of 4K, I broke my streak, wanted to set up for this one. I won't have much time to make this better, but any advice is truly appreciated. Okay. Well, I always recommend being wary with green lip. It's kind of a tough color to work with on the lip. If you're working with a lot of green colors, brown for the lip works really good. If you are going to go green, go very dark green. It's a lot more natural. on the avatar. I love how Moana's kind of in a bubble here. That's really cool. And I think you did a great job with your villagers. So that's kind of food for thought for next time. I don't think you need to worry about that this week. I just think for the makeup, you can make it look a little bit more natural with some of the colors. And overall, the palm trees, the ice cream stand, the outfit here, I think you're playing up the summer vibes really well. The shaved ice. So, and you have some really good villager animations. John, I'll be honest with you, Johnny. I think you're looking good for 4K this week. You have a good street festival feel. You've got a lot of fun villagers that work well with the summer theme. This dancing scene with Ariel and Eric is awesome. You have Moana. You have Summer Stitch. You have a great summer outfit. You have a great summer accessory with the white shell necklace. You have a concert stage. You have good summer treats. You have seafood. You have shaved ice. You have ice cream stand. You have mermaid cupcakes. Really solid. It's very clear you've gone out of your way to highlight both the festival environment and the summer environment. These little tiki, like umbrellas over the tables is also a very good summer touch. So yeah, really well done here, Johnny. I think you're looking really good for 4K this week. Danielle. So, a few things here, Danielle. First off, not very close to the avatar. I do see you're using the ice tree to like push the camera closer, but you're not. You can get a lot closer to it if you want to have the camera close to the avatar. The second thing is you have a stage here with all these lights, but you have nothing on the stage. The other thing is that this is supposed to be a street festival. So it makes, if you watch my Thursday guide on this challenge, street festivals take place on closed streets, like in cities, in towns. That's where street festivals happen. They don't really happen in like a forest or a park. And that's what this feels like. Your whole background is trees. So what's going to work better here is a backdrop of buildings. And then these wooden agrabah stalls don't have a good festival feel. And the items you're using also don't really relate to festivals. Like you have tea ingredients, you have a berry salad, and then we have this wooden agrabah stand. So I would recommend a lot of work into this one if you still want 4K, and you would need a lot more villagers. So, my biggest recommendation is to kind of look at what people are doing with this theme, how they're utilizing buildings for the backdrop, how they're building a street festival on a street, and how they're highlighting summer by showcasing cold summer treats like popsicles, shaved ice, and how they're utilizing a lot of villagers and getting the camera close to the avatar and having those festival elements like fireworks and confetti. So, unfortunately for this one, Danielle, I feel like it's going to be very difficult to get 4K with this as it is. We're not making a park. We're not making a market. You're using market stalls and park items. We're making a street festival. So, if you want to know some great ways to approach this, head over to YouTube and watch my guide on the video, but it's too much to cover here. I would have to spend 30 minutes on this snap alone to try to get you more towards the theme when you could just watch my video and it'll cover all that good stuff for you. So, I would highly recommend checking out the guide before this challenge comes to an end. Biko Mama! Very nice. Looking really good. I love the luminescent palms to add to that festival flair and that summer feel. Amazing job with your villager interactions here. Mike, very excited in the corner. Joy kind of jumping. Merlin dancing behind the microphone. Ralph on the drums. Very fun. And the koi fish balloons also add a lot to that summer feel. We have Summer Scrooge here, Summer Stitch here, and a good summer outfit on the avatar. Really good festival vibes with the fireworks and the joy on the avatar's face, the confetti falling on the sides. We can see the ice-cold refreshments here, too. If you have that little shaved ice bike, that could be good, but I'm not sure where you would put it in this case. Don't have too much room for it. After such a creative and fun challenge last week, I'm finding myself a little uninspired with this one. Saturation is at 4, but it seems a bit more heavy-handed than usual. I think your saturation is fine, to be honest. I think since the challenge called for bright colors, I think it's a good week for enhanced saturation. So I would keep the saturation high here. Also, the color in Mike's eye just looks awesome here. The big thing is we do have a lot of opening here in the street scene, but there's not much you can do to really fill it out because we have villagers in those spots. I think it'll be fine. I think there's a good chance, even though you're feeling uninspired, this will still get 4K. If you wanted to, you could include some good foreground items like little fireworks or celebration day baskets or popsicles or even ice cream, like the time-bending ones. There's some fun things you can include there, but not absolutely necessary. If you're not feeling super inspired with this challenge, I think you're looking pretty good with what you got. And I think you have a good shot at 4K with this just because of how good your villager animations are. That's going to be one of the most important things this week. And you also nailed the street festival vibes, like the fact that we're in the street, the fact that the vendors are in the street, the fact that the band is taking place right in front of the street and everyone's dancing out here. I think this has a good chance of 4K as it is. But some additional elements could be strong here. It just depends on if you really want to deal with that or if you just want to wait for next week before you dive deep into another theme. Cam Bam, I really enjoyed this week. I love when we get to do colorful snaps. As always, thank you for your feedback. All right, all right. So, a few things. My first recommendation would be to get a little bit closer to the camera here. Usually, rule of thumb for me is a little bit of space between the top of the frame and the avatar's head. You can do that with this scene, you know, with the San Francisco Bridge behind you. So, as you can see here, I'm pretty close up, giving a good view of the face paint and the eyeshadow and all that stuff. I love the shaved ice here. Donald kind of selling these cold treats plays really well with the summer vibes. The biggest issue I see with your scene is that your foreground is very empty. Now, you have villagers down here, but to play up the festival vibes down here, like we have all these good colors back here, but down here it's all gray. Look at this picture when it's small. You see a lot of gray, right? You see kind of a lack of color at the base of the photo. And when we look at some of your competition, we see snaps that are kind of exploding with color. So think about foreground elements like these Celebration Day baskets, right? These are going to be really good. They got so much color. They work really well with the festive nature of the challenge. So if you added the Celebration Day baskets here on the sides, all you'd have to do is now you could take Stitch and you could put him right here at the base of your photo. That's going to eliminate a lot of this gray. Now Stitch is going to occupy your foreground right here. Celebration Day basket in the foreground over here on the bottom right. And you can do another Celebration Day basket over here on the bottom left. That's going to add some really fun colors in your pockets and break up some of this gray and allow you to reposition these villagers to break up even more gray right here. And getting your avatar closer to the camera is going to help you to break up even more of that. But that would be my main advice for yours is to occupy your foreground a bit more and get some more fun colors down here at the base of your snap. Chica, small characters between the two. Thanks for the review and recommendations. All right. Love the confetti falling here. We can see the ice-cold refreshments in the back. I like the cooler in the wagon with the soft drinks and the ice cream here. Playing up the summer vibes very well. Fireworks on the side. Good villagers. Really bold colors at the base. This is kind of what I was talking about, because if we look at the previous snap, it was a lot of gray at the base. This one really has a lot of color. Good building backdrop. Love the dune trees. You know, this really makes it feel like a coastal environment, which plays up that summer street festival even more. And we do see the street back here. But we also have a lot of grass down here. The street's kind of more towards the back, but at least we have the street. That's what matters. It could be fun. Why not position Sully back here on your DJ booth? He's really big. He'll be visible even way back here. That way you'll have somebody performing instead of having the stage back here empty. could be a great opportunity for you, Chica. But yeah, the villager animations are strong. You have a lot of good festive elements, and I think you really nailed the summer vibe. Lunera says bye. Pretty happy with this turned out, but would love any suggestions on how to make it stronger. All right. Beautiful avatar here. She looks stunning. Very fun. And we have Tiana. I like that you guys are in the street. Now, I would not do flowers in the street because it doesn't quite make sense to have a flower bed there, because since it's a street festival, people would bring things into place into these environments. And I think what's going to work better here would be like Celebration Day baskets. They're also going to add way more color. You're laying this dark purple and this white and kind of gray color on the flowers on top of gray for the asphalt. So I think if you were to go with Celebration Day baskets in the bottom left and bottom right-hand corner as well, that's not only going to play up the festival vibes even more, but it's also going to break up this gray a lot better than these flowers will, and it would make more sense than having flowers in the street. You can always say, well, that's on the other side of the street, but that would make this way too thin to be a street. The other thing would be to really highlight the summer feel. Like the root beer, I think, plays really well into that. But other elements like the shaved ice bike, if you have it, or popsicles. Popsicles, I think, would be perfect here because they're small, they're easy to fit in. It's a cooler with popsicle sticking out of it. So, you know, you can always set one of these back here if you wanted to, just to show some nice ice-cold treats. The fireworks are really nice. Again, Avatar looks beautiful. I love the green silhouette here around you and Tiana. I think it's a great highlight of both of you. The other thing would be for your villager selection. I don't know if you have any summer dream styles, but summer dream styles I think could play in really well here. And then perhaps instead of Elsa and Anna in their wintry looks, why not Ariel and Moana? You know, like since it's a summer street festival, I think, you know, because Jasmine and Aladdin work very well because of their short sleeves. But Elsa and Anna aren't, I think, the best to highlight the theme here, whereas Moana and Ariel talking would really help to highlight that this is a summer festival. That's the main thing I would be concerned with here, is that there's not, compared to other snaps, compared to the way some people have approached this theme, it is exceedingly obvious in their submissions that it is a summer street festival. Because of the palm trees, because of the types of villagers, because of the outfit, because of the shaved ice, because of the seafood, the mermaid cupcakes. There's so many things in this shot that scream that this is a summer street festival. Now, in yours, you have elements of a summer street festival for sure. The outfit has a good summer feel, and you have, you know, like the root beer. But aside from that, there's not really much I'm seeing here that makes me go, oh yeah, this is a summer street festival. And as I've stated, I think the best way to be competitive with snaps is to design your snap in a way to where the title or theme description can be somewhat guessed. So if you showed me this photo and asked me, what's this, what do you think this is about? I don't think summer street festival would come to mind. Definitely festival of some kind, definitely some kind of celebration for sure. But if you had some summer elements incorporated, not a lot, but just a tiny bit more, maybe a bigger focus on summer-themed villagers, or things like popsicles, or cold treats, I think it would be much more likely that I would be able to figure out that it was a summer street festival. Right now, we definitely feel like a street festival. But if you pop up against really good summer street festivals, I think that's where this one might struggle. Silver tab, my submission, open for suggestions. Okay. Very solid here. I'm loving the vibe. The fact that we see the ice-cold refreshments right at the front here is really good. You can put items right here. So keep in mind, when it's at an angle, sometimes it won't let you. So you might have to turn it back to where it's perpendicular with the grid again. And then you can just put, like, smoothies here. You can put one here, and then you can put one on the back kind of in front of Rapunzel. That way we'll see two ice-cold refreshments. That way we'd see the wording for ice-cold refreshments, and we see some nice ice-cold drinks to pair with these popsicles. But you have some great summer vibes here. The koi fish balloon, the ice-cold refreshments, the popsicles, Scrooge in his summer style, Merlin in his summer style, Ariel with the short sleeves, Moana, So you've got summer villagers, you've got summer dream styles, you've got a very good summer outfit, you've got ice cold refreshments, you've got the koi fish balloon, and you got a... Now, this is what I mean. This is what I mean about being very competitive. As much as I love the previous snap, as beautiful as this snap is, I am a very theme-centric voter, and I know I'm not alone. If I were to choose between these two snaps, I would 1000% choose this one because this one truly feels to me like a summer street festival. And there's other voters out there I can guarantee that are going to be kind of the same wavelength there. So you're not guaranteed to pop up against snaps like this, though. And I would still vote for this snap against a lot of snaps I've seen because it's beautiful. But if it were to pop up against snaps that really do feel like a summer street festival, I think that's where it would have a harder time. But these snaps are going to be more rare because not, that's why when it comes to getting 4K, if you really emphasize the theme, you usually have a great shot of landing there if you make a beautiful snap as well. But yeah, not really any recommendations here. If I did have any, small villager here maybe, like Timon could be really good. Mushu could be really good. But yeah, you have a nice pocket right here for a small villager. You can even do like Woody popping up at the base here, hitting a little dance or something. So a little small villager here maybe, a little small villager here. The tiny villagers are really, really useful. Oh, Lady and Tramp as well. Puppies are great, Everybody loves the doggos. So you could have Tramp right here or Lady. A lot of options for you right here and here just to flush out this foreground and make this festival feel even more populated without making it too busy. Wishing Stardust, Taste of My, finally got the Firefly, so excited. Still have something to look for, something to look for though, confetti cannons and dream styles. As always, your thought and time is greatly appreciated. Ooh, this blue silhouette is very pretty. Popsicles featured right at the front, good play. Celebration Day basket on the other side, good play. Very fun and festive environments. We have dancing, we have joyful expressions. We have a good look on the avatar here. We have the koi fish balloons, couple of different colors, one purple, one blue. We have even more going on over here. Now we have this one as well. This one, it seems you've gone a little heavier with your villagers, which is great. But I think the side profile on the avatar, it doesn't give us quite the same effect that we have here. I would say if you want to do with the arms open, I would actually face the camera, even if it's just going to slide you left. You might have to reposition villagers if you take that route. But I don't think this pose is quite as strong. I think this is going to be a little bit stronger here. If you want to look more excited or animated, that's great. I think the pose there is good because it has such a good expression. It's very joyful. It's like, welcome to the Summer Street Festival, So if you wanted to go with this pose, I say go for it. I think it's a very strong pose this week, but I would face the camera with it. That way you can be welcoming the voter into your festival, which I think would be very strong. But it would require you to kind of shift some things around. Your alternative would just be to roll with this one. But yeah, I love the palm trees in the back as well. Like I said, a lot of things you're doing here highlight the summer aspect of this street festival very well. Oh, and for your path divider, you want both paths to be bordered for that to work, because we can still see the sand in between these paths, but if you made this asphalt path a bordered path, it'll fix that issue. Femme Fatale. Hola, Senpai. Thanks for all the great tips and advice, as always. Wow, very cool. Beautiful scene here. Good summer vibes. Love the face paint. Love the fit. Very prominently featured summer villagers. Summer Scrooge. Summer Stitch. Summer Merlin. We have a little bubble machine. I would maybe consider playing up some cold treats. So the Popsicles, again, I know I've over-recommended them today, but I can't stress how impactful they can be. Just a cooler full of ice with Popsicles in it makes a lot of sense with the setting. So Donald's right here, like he's working this little diner. You can have the Popsicles right next to him, like right here. They might not be as clearly visible, but we'll still see them kind of popping up here. So I think they could be very strong there. And we do see we have a little palm tree action back here, but I think that's the only palm tree I see, and it is a little buried. You could potentially have a little bit of palm trees coming in on the right-hand side. I know you're using the blossom trees, but which one do you think is going to work better with the summer vibe? Cherry blossoms, magnolias, and cherry blossom trees are tied directly into springtime. That's when they bloom. Palm trees are going to be tied to the concept and idea of the ocean and coastal communities, which I think will play better with the concept of the theme. I do love the pink. I think it's really pretty, but you can always keep the pink on this side and then maybe do a little palm tree cut up on this side, unless you don't want it to cover too much of the snack bar. In that case, don't worry about it. But I love how animated the villagers are. Even if you make no changes to this, I think it has a great chance at 4K. Lastly, I would take this basket and I would move it a little to the right. That way it can fill out this corner here. You see how on this side, the basket doesn't touch the corner, but on this side, the handle does. If you did move it over a tiny bit more, I think it'll fill out that corner well. I would actually consider moving both of them over just a tiny bit more if possible. And then to work out this shadow, you see how this one has a lot of shade on it. Don't forget about our nifty little trick where you can take the Chandelier of the Deep, the last remaining light casting outdoor item, and it's going to cast light directly on those foreground items and help you eliminate any shadows they may be suffering from. Even without changes, I think this is very likely for 4K Fem. Looking very good here. Crafty Joe, any advice would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. All right, all right. So we have some waterways here. We have a lot of festival elements in the back. But you do have a lot of opportunity right here and right here. So I would take some of your villagers and play them up a lot closer. I would also have Sadness doing her happy expression where she actually smiles a little bit. Right now you have Joy and Sadness being hit by the shadows from these poles. But if you put Joy and Sadness right next to you here, I think you're going to be able to get them to be a bit more impactful in your scene. And it's also going to help you fill out some of the space and make your scene look a bit more occupied. That would free up the space where they are. And in that space, you can include somebody like Tramp or Lady or other medium-sized villagers. Featuring the water is a great way to highlight the summer festival feel. And same with the koi fish balloons. And you have lots of vendors in the back. We can see the closed street behind you, which is really nice. I would consider leaving the wings out. It's not really like a fantasy challenge. You're going to a festival. I don't think you really need the wings. And they're limiting your visibility into the scene. So if we didn't have the wings, we would see more of the backdrop. And for this particular outfit, like this bottom and this top were part of the Oasis retreat outfit, which was kind of like something you would wear at a spa. It's almost like PJs. I think there's going to be some summer outfits that offer more color and more of a natural summer feel. So I would encourage you to rethink your approach to the outfit design here this week as well. I don't think you need things like the butterfly tiara or fantasy wings. It's not necessarily a fantasy challenge. The direction we want to go in this week is a traditional summer street festival. We want, if you go to a street festival, are you really going to see people like this? I've been to a lot of street festivals. Maybe a street performer of some kind, but we would want some storytelling element helping us understand what was going on there. And then there's accessories you can add that are going to play up summer. There's like shell necklaces, but we have a villainous necklace that doesn't really tie into summer. So there's a lot of things you can do with the avatar that can play up the festival and the summer portion of the theme. And I would try to be very aware of that too, because the scene itself is strong. We have a lot of opportunity right here and right here. And I think if you were to utilize that space and take advantage of that opportunity, and if you were to tweak your avatar customization to give her more of a natural summer street festival feel, I think it would make this snap even more competitive. As it is right now, definitely has a shot at 4K. Heather had a really hard time with the villager toggle this week, and my game kept crashing, but managed to save a couple of options. They are very similar. The only difference is the amount of confetti and fireworks. Well, they're pretty much all the same snap. I think they would all rank about the same, because really it's going to come down to the way your scene is structured. I mean, if I was going to go with any of these, it'd probably be this one, because the fireworks are a bit more prominent. Now, when you say you've had a hard time with the toggle, I'm not really sure what kind of issue you were running into there. But what's really going to make it tough for this snap is the fact that it goes back so far. This is way too much space to fill. Snaps in the 4K range, what you're going to see very consistently, week after week after week, most of what you see in the 4K range, and especially in the top 1000, top 100, are snaps that are very filled out. They feel very complete. They feel very detailed. The thing is, when you make a snap and you create it to be this big and this open, it is going to require a lot of work to make this feel complete, because you're going with such a big scene. And on top of that, we're kind of doing the same buildings on both sides. Like, we have the same exact cinema on both sides of the build, which doesn't feel quite natural for, like, a city roadway here. What you could do that's going to save you time, it's going to be a lot easier, and what you see a lot of other people doing, is instead of building a view where we're going down the street, build a view where the street is at the front of the scene, going across the build, and then just have your buildings as the backdrop. Like in this scene, all I really have to decorate is this little environment here. Well, I mean, I also decorated the water with fountains, and then I added features to the background. But this allows me to only have to fill up this space here with villagers. Whereas for your scene, it's going to be really hard to make this feel like a busy street festival unless you want to bring in every villager in the game and pour them into this environment. So it's a tricky direction for the build is what I'm getting at. Again, for my big recommendation, if you're kind of in and out of 4K, if you're trying to get 4K more consistently, when you build your snaps, try to build your scene to where your tall items are in a row in the back. That way you always get really good lighting in the entire scene. There's nothing big on the right or left-hand side that's casting these large shadows. And if you build that background somewhat close, you don't have to do as much work on decorating and filling out your snap. We see the same thing here. The tree line is in a row at the back of the snap with Casita at the center, and then we just have to decorate these pockets here. So snaps like this typically take less time to complete than what you're working on, because your snap has a lot of depth of field. Like, you're going across the whole floating island at this point. The sad truth of the matter is, building across an entire biome or floating island often takes way more time to complete, but gets a lower rank. Because voters aren't concerned with how much time it took to make your snap. They're concerned with how well it came together. And if you take a different approach, where you're not decorating such a large space, you can make it appear more full, more fleshed out. You can have the villagers more animated. You can have more of a street festival feel. But this feels very empty right now for a street festival. And even if you weren't having issues with your villager toggle, the only way to really make this convincing would be to add a ton of villagers and then some big features in the middle of the street, like maybe a big stage right here, or a big DJ booth right here, maybe a dance floor right here. That way we're not looking so far back. And then in between the Ferris wheels, there's just sky, You could still get 4K with this, though, if you pop up against the right stuff. It's just going to be... I think it's going to rely heavily on, hopefully, not popping up against snaps that do feel very full and complete. And always consider that when you're making your snaps, if you want them to appear very full and complete. Also, Wishing Stardust, I see you have I think you have the Tier 2. You could upload in the Tier 2 channel if you wanted to. When you build out your snaps, if you build a nice backdrop a bit closer, you'll have a lot less work to do when filling out your space. You see how this is a much smaller space than what you have? They were able to just use a handful of villagers here and a handful of decor and fill out this environment really, really well. So, when you're designing snaps, I highly recommend avoiding having this much depth of field and this much space, because it is going to take a lot more work to fill something like this out. So what you could do, like I said, if you want to keep the scene the way it is, you could put a big DJ booth right here. Yeah, that might block the Ferris wheels, but they're not that necessary. This is a street festival. This is something that gets set up on the fly. The Ferris wheels can be neat for it, but they're far from required because it's not like a park thing. It's a street festival. So you could do a DJ booth in the middle of the scene. That way you're not going to have to decorate too much behind it. And then you can bring your villagers in a bit tighter, and you can kind of isolate the scene. On top of that, my only other recommendation would be to try to give your outfit a little bit more color. I've seen this top a lot, but it's usually paired with some colorful shorts to give the outfit a bit more of a summer color vibe. So there's those new summer shorts in the Scrooge shop that can be really good. But you're already on top of a lot of gray here, which is why I think the DJ booth could be really good here. And bringing all the villagers in to break up this gray. But the gray of the asphalt paired with the very pale pink, the center of the photo just is bleeding color compared to the sides. Camzel, hi Zamai, here's my snapper review this week. I'm a bit worried that I took the street bit too far back because of the water I placed. I'm grateful for any suggestions. Also, thank you so much for all the help over the past few weeks. I'm at a 5-week streak now, thanks to your advice. Well, Camzel, I can't take too much credit. You're the one that comes up with the builds. I just help inform you of what's performing well within the 4K range. So your street is a bit further back, but it's still very clear. Some of the details back there are a lot smaller, but the fact that we can see the buildings and we can clearly see that the whole area back here is occupied, I think works well. If you're really worried about it, what you could do is rebuild your foreground a little bit to put a street here as well. Kind of like what we have here, right? We have a street on this side and a street on the back side. So, if you really wanted to, and this would keep you from having to rebuild the entire build, if you're worried about this could be more of an easy fix. So yeah, what you could do is you could set up your scene to where you have a road on this side too. And all that would require is putting a little bit of space between you and your water line. And then you can have a road at the front. You can have a sidewalk behind that. You can separate the two with wrought iron tiles. And then you can have all of these villagers occupying the front and the back of your scene. So that could be an easy fix for you if you are worried that the street is too far back. I think it's kind of okay. But I do think having these larger items in your foreground, you see how this isn't going to get any sun on this side? It's very dark. We do get some sun on this popcorn. But due to the angle of the sun, like look at the light brown here, then look at the dark brown here. Most of what we see here is this darker shaded brown. And then we also see a big patch of shade here. And then the banner is also creating more shadow. So if you did give yourself more space, instead of the banner, you could, if you want to fill your skyline out, you can use things like these neon koi fish. They work really well for the summer aspect, and they can fill out the skyline well. There's some great directions you can take here if you are worried about that street element. And then for your foreground, instead of things like the popcorn stand, you know, you can highlight Celebration Day baskets and fireworks and little things that you would see in these summer scenes. And instead of popcorn stands, I think it's more important to play up things like ice cream and shaved ice and popsicles, because those things are going to tie directly into the summer heat. So there's a lot of darkness at the front of your scene. The big shadow here, the dark wood from this rail, the shadow from this rail, the shade on this popcorn stand. I would say that's the bigger issue than the street being far away. But if you wanted to tackle both issues at once, all it would take is kind of redesigning your foreground a little bit. Could be very good for you. So far, I think it's looking great, though. Sabzi, first submission for review for a good few weeks. Be gentle. I'm not going to be gentle. I'm going to rip you apart. No, I'm kidding. I changed the setup about 5 times. I just couldn't get how I wanted it, but I'm sort of happy with how it turned out. Looking forward to hearing your view. As always, Senpai, thank you. Sorry, I had to give the kitty some love. Very good, Sabzi. Very good. For a noob, this is trash. No, I'm kidding. I'm just giving you a hard time because you said not to. Yeah, this is great. This is great. We got the ice cold refreshments here. We have good summer fit on the avatar. Now, I do think, you know, things like the photo booth, I think you could put that in the background on the sidewalk on the opposite side. Also, you see how you did your wrought iron tiles here? But you're doing it without the bordered version of this path? Switch to the bordered version. So they can both be bought from Scrooge. So if you don't have the bordered version of this dark gray brick, I would go buy some from Scrooge. Since you have unlocked this version, I'm assuming you have the other version. Because it's kind of weird having the line from the bordered asphalt, but then not having the line from the gray brick. I would recommend doing the same thing on the other side and doing your wrought iron tiles across the back side. I would take large items like this photo booth and like this little shadow play and put them in the background against the buildings. And then in your street, I would highlight things that play up the summer aspect of the challenge more, like an ice cream stand, or popsicles, or the shaved ice bike from the Stitch Bundle. Some really good things to use. That is if you have the Stitch Bundle. My other recommendation would be to consider summer villagers and summer dream styles. If you don't have Summer Stitch, Summer Merlin, or Summer Scrooge, do not fret, my friend, for there are some great built-in summer villagers. Moana, Maui. Now, Maui's really large, so I think he's going to be better as a background character. But Moana's going to be perfect. Ariel's going to be good. Eric's going to be good. So think about how you can play up the summer vibes with more than just your outfit and more than just the koi fish balloons. So having more ice-cold treats, ice-cold refreshments, featuring more ocean-themed villagers, more villagers dressed for warm weather. Right now, you're doing a great job with your villagers, but I would try to get them a bit more expressive. Right now, all 4 of these Mickey and Friends villagers are just doing their default pose. You didn't cycle through their poses at all. Same for Mirabelle. I want to show you what you could be doing. We can look at some very strong scenes here. Give me a second. There were a few we came across that were really, really good. Actually, I've already passed some really good ones. Like, look at this, for example. Right? Look at Joy jumping up in the air. The challenge description said to bring the joy, bring the bright colors, and bring the fun. So how do we bring joy and fun into a challenge? Well, we don't do it with decor. We do it with expression. So look at Mickey. He's not just standing there like, oh, hi, everybody. Good to see you. Thanks for coming to the festival. He's jumping up and down. He's celebrating. He's having a great time. Merlin is hitting the jig over here on the mic. Sully has his arms out pointing like he's playing the keyboard like nobody's business. Stitch has his arms up in the air like, yeah, let's go. Mike is extremely happy to be here. Peter Pan is celebrating. Moana is dancing. So guys, when you place your villagers, and this is for more than just Sabzi here, but for everybody, when you place your villagers, think about the opportunity. You've already gone through the time-consuming process of getting all the villagers to the island and then placing them in their little spots. You did the hard part. Now it's the fun part. Toggle through some animations and pause them. That's the easy part. And that's the part that's going to be the most impactful. So, final thoughts here, Sabsy, would be consider some additional summer elements. Take some of these large items and maybe large villagers and have them as background elements. And then for your immediate scene around the street here, items that play really well with the summer concept, like ice cream stands, the shaved ice bike, the popsicles, feature them here in the middle because we could see over them or through them. And also consider what kind of fun and expressive poses can we do for these villagers. Like you did great with Woody. He's hitting a little dance here, but he's the only one that seems to be having a great time. Well, Tramp looks pretty happy too. But everyone else looks like they're kind of just posing for the camera. But you can tell you have a great storytelling opportunity here to showcase just how much fun everybody's having. So I would fix up the path here. I would switch to the border. I would animate the villagers a bit. And I would take some of these larger items, put them in the back. And instead of these here, I would focus on having some fun additional items. And then if you don't have the summer dream styles, consider good summer villagers. Now, Varia, thank you for the resub. Much appreciated. Cozy with Lala. Hello again. Thank you as always. Trying to get Toontown villagers, but my villager toggle did not allow me to select Minnie or Mickey all weekend. Some of the 3 that I could. Ooh, I'll be honest with you. I highly, and I mean extremely highly recommend more of a villager presence. I don't know what's going on with your village toggle where he said it won't let you select them. But if you've brought them to a floating island and they're grayed out, that means they're talking. So you have to close the camera, you got to go over to them, and you got to watch their dialogue bubbles until they're gone. Then you'll be able to use them in the toggle. However, if they're on the floating island and you open your camera and they're not even available, that means they were sitting down when you open your camera. That's why when I summon villagers to a floating island to use in a Dreamsnap, I keep telling everybody, this is the way to do it. You want to build a big fenced-in area. And, this way, if there's a couple of villagers that it won't let you use, you can just pick other villagers. You can't use Toontown villagers, so be it. You'll have plenty of other good villagers to use. The thing is, we're making a festival. We're making a summer street festival. It's not going to feel like a festival if you have 2 or 3 villagers. I cannot stress that enough. You might still get 4K if you pop up against selfies and quest photos or other snaps that don't have good villager presence. But if you want to be competitive this week, if you want a shot at a very high rank, and if you want a very high likelihood of 4K, take the time to summon a lot of villagers to your floating island. Use items like the Unbirthday Cake that can summon 7 villagers at once. And just keep using this over and over until you have a bunch of villagers here. And then choose the best ones for a summer festival. So in this case, we have Magician Mickey, which is going to work really well for a festival kind of vibe because of his little outfit here. He's a street performer. We can use Donald in his diner outfit. We can use Maui in the background because he's got a good oceany feel for the summer vibes. He doesn't wear a shirt. We have Summer Merlin. Mother Gothel's grayed out, of course. We have Scrooge in his summer outfit. We have Stitch in his summer outfit all showing up here. We have Joy, who has a tiny little sundress, and she's very expressive. The challenge also said, bring the joy. So, you can literally have joy jumping up and celebrating. But yeah, when it comes to adding villagers to your scene, guys, if you really want a much easier time getting villagers in your scene, don't just try to summon villagers to your floating island the normal way, because if they're in the Scrooge shop, if they're in Chez Remy, if they're in their house, they're not going to show up on the island. They just will not show up, and that means they're not going to show up in your villager toggle. Villagers will only be an option in your toggle if they are present on your floating island. And in order for that to happen, the only way to get every villager on your floating island is to use a villager summoning item. This way, you're always going to be able to pick the cream of the crop, the creme de la creme, if you will, the best villagers for the best cause, for the best theme, for the best interactions. So, like in this little example, we have Moana waving with Pua, we have Timon, we have Lady and Tramp, we have Anna in her little sleeveless gown, we have Summer Stitch at the front, we have Mushu bouncing behind me, we have Donald and Summer Scrooge interacting, we have Mickey coming across the bridge, we have Ariel and Eric coming across the bridge, we have Maui coming across the bridge, and if a couple of these villagers weren't available in the toggle, so be it. I would just add some other villagers. Oh yeah, well, for the reset floating island thing, Mags, there's actually a really fast way. The reset floating island option being gone is just temporary. But if you want to just reset your floating island, you can just go into group mode and just delete things in group mode. Like, you can just select things and just delete them. It's actually really fast now to, like, clear your floating island if you had to. So keep that in mind as well, guys. If you want to reset your floating island, just go to group mode, group select, and then delete. Very fast way to do it. And I'm sure they will bring back reset floating island soon. But yeah, the main thing I think I would recommend here is a villager presence. Otherwise, it's not going to feel quite like a festival. Right now, it's very empty. We have a lot of cool scenery set up, but without a crowd, it doesn't feel like a street festival. Hi, little squeaky. What you doing? Alright, Leave is next. I made 4 or 5 different versions and wasn't fully happy with any of them. I also don't have items to push the camera forward that don't cast a huge shadow. I start with a county fair type of idea, arcades, prize. Well, when it comes to pushing the camera up, there are ways to do it without ruining your snap. There's a lot of people that are new to the game that don't have things like the Vizier's Alchemy table and can still push the camera up using the rocks without the big shadow, like ruining their snap. Let me show you. And if you have Eternity Isle, I would just recommend prioritizing Jafar so you can get the item to push the camera up. It doesn't take that long to get. It's not too time consuming, not too tough. But here we are with the rock. So I'm not really seeing the issue here. I'm not really seeing a huge shadow. We got a little shadow right here. That's it. That's all it is. One tiny piece. And yeah, it's not ideal. It would be even better if we didn't have this. But acting like this is a big enough reason not to do what voters have shown time and time and time and time and time and time again that they gravitate towards. I don't know what else to tell you. I don't know how else to convince you that it's worth doing. I can go over to we can go to Dreamer's Portal. We can look through 1,000 4K snaps, and you're going to see most of them are doing this. We can go to my Facebook, and we can look at hundreds of 4K snaps, thousands of 4K snaps, and you're going to see most of them are doing this. But you're still going to say, nah, because I'm going to have this little shadow on the left-hand side, and I just don't want that. So be it. It's your snap. It's your call. You don't have to use that. But I hope by now you at least know just how popular that is with voters. Just how well received it is. Because it showcases your avatar very well. It showcases your makeup, your customization, your designs. It also allows you to get very close to your villagers. And if you look at the top performing players here, like Beyblade or Fim or Miss Spock, why do you think they're always doing it? Silver Tab, why do you think these villagers are always doing this? You know, why is it that most of the people here that I review that just stay in the 4K range, they just live there passively, why do they keep getting close to the camera with their villagers and their avatar every week? Now, I'm not a betting man, but if I were to put money on it, I would say the reason they're doing this is because it works. So, yeah, I don't know about you, but I definitely think that's worth the trade-off of like a tiny shadow on the left-hand side of my screen. But hey, that's just me. Well, and pretty much a lot of voters too. But your call, your call. So yeah, first off, starting out here, I highly recommend getting closer to the avatar with the camera, despite the shadow. Everybody that plays the game starts off with an item that does this. It's the large rock. Basically, you're going to have a shadow right here. And what you could do in that instance is simply put luminescent items in that range. Or you can put a Celebration Day basket there, or something that's not necessarily going to need the light as much. The trade-off is that you're going to be able to feature the avatar well, and you're not going to have, and all you're trading for it is a small shadow. The alternative is if you have Eternity Isle, you could just take the 30 minutes to go do Jafar's quest, just spam the dialogue, skip it, do whatever the quest says, get to level 7, get the Vizier's Alchemy table, and now you have one of the best Dreamsnap tools in the entire game. So I would consider that as well. But if you're not going to have anything there, the big thing is that your corners, I would definitely think of things like the Celebration Day baskets, fireworks. There's all kinds of fun things you can put in your corners. One of the biggest things I talk about when it comes to Dreamsnaps Leave is not just having the avatar closer to the camera. It's lighting, which you've done very well here. The lighting is very good. It would still be good even if you push the camera up. You've only had a small shadow. And number 2 is I talk about composition. So foreground, midground, and background. None of these villagers really come down to the foreground all the way. So you have kind of this empty range right here under your feet where there's nothing. What you could do is you can have a little Celebration Day basket here. You can have little fireworks peeking into the theme. There's all kinds of things you can do in the corners. And if you look at a lot of the strong players, they're all doing this week after week. If you look at a lot of the high-ranking snaps, if you look at snaps in the 4K range, top 3, top 1,000, top 100, you'll see that they fill out their foreground with fun items. Items that fit the theme, items that tie in to multiple parts of the theme, week after week. You know, so here we see fireworks, we see Celebration Day baskets. So these fit very well with the concept and idea of a festival. So some really fun things to use. So my advice to you, Lieb, is to be considerate of what performs very well in the Dreamsnaps range. If you want a good shot at 4K, consider taking the advice instead of saying, no, I think my approach might be better. Otherwise, why submit? Like, if my recommendation is to use the rock to push the camera forward, if it's all you have, if you think that's bad advice that you're not interested in taking, why exactly do the reviews? You know, like, because I've told you before, you can push the camera up, you can use the rocks, and you're like, nope, they cast a big shadow. There's no way I can get 4K with that. I disagree. I think you should try it. I think you should give it a go. I think you would be surprised at how well that performance can be. And then don't forget about elements like foreground. Going to be very important. Going to be very important. All right, let's keep it moving. Saturday. I decided to take a break from reviews last week. In my Elemental review, back again for this challenge. I'm trying out an idea of a night shot, but also submitted Sunset for this one as well. Last one is my current submission. I also have Confetti Cannon in my snap. In my shop, I might buy it. Do you think it would help? Absolutely. Not only would the Confetti Cannon help you this week, but it is an extremely good item for any week that calls for celebrations, parties, color. I've got a rank 2 snap that used the Confetti Cannon. I got rank 70 with explosions of color, and I think the Confetti Cannon played into that as well. It is one of the best items in the game for colorful snaps or party snaps, and it's really cheap. You're talking 1,200 moonstones for an item that's just as good as fireworks. All right, so we have a nighttime version here. I love the scene setting in the back. Very fun. Though for nighttime, I would definitely take the vignette borders off. They're on by default. That way we can see some of your foreground settings. I think for this, I honestly think your daytime photos are actually a lot better, though. not just because of the daylight, but if we go to this one here, out of all three options, this one is definitely the strongest in my eyes for a few reasons, things that we see performing very well in Dreamsnaps for one. So your foreground is more filled out here because you've added this additional element with the Mickey popcorn bucket. You did that in both the daytime scenes. Now, in your third one, your foreground is looking really good. So in this one, foreground's still very empty right here. But in this one, you brought Stitch down to the foreground, the kitty came down to the foreground to play with the ball, and you timed the snap perfectly. And then we have these layers with the popsicles hyping up the summer elements, the shaved ice, the palm trees, the koi fish, and then you have this really good villager scene in the back. So for me, Catterday, I think it's kind of a no-brainer that this one is the ideal choice because it has a very strong foreground, a very strong mid-ground, loads of storytelling, the strongest summer elements, and just overall is a very, very well-crafted snap. I mean, if you'd have done the same things with this one, I think this one could potentially be the best. But as it stands right now, I mean, also when you do a night snap, luminescent items that put off light are going to be way more impactful. And since none of this stuff really puts off light, I think it's going to be hard to make the foreground as impactful if you go in the night direction. Whereas this one, this is just perfect. The cat, Stitch, the crowds, the concert. This looks really good. I think this is extremely likely for 4K. Holly is next. This is my submission this week. I'm away this week, so I'll be taking my Switch 2 with me. Might be able to make changes, but it'll probably mean that the quality of the picture will change, unfortunately. Well, at least it's Switch 2, which isn't too bad. You know, quality won't go down too much if you upgraded the Switch 2 version, which is free to upgrade to. So we have the rainbow flowers here. I do think these Celebration Day baskets are a bit better than the rainbow flowers because the Celebration Day baskets play up the festival vibes a bit more. My biggest recommendation is you have a lot of open space here, and you have a lot of open space here behind Joy. So I'm not saying to dump a bunch of furniture there, but what you could do that would work very well is some additional small villagers or even companions. So, for example, right here, we can do Lady and Tramp kind of playing and frolicking in this open section here. That's not going to obstruct any of this. Right here, we could do potentially somebody small like Stitch. And then, you know, you could have somebody small here like Mushu or Timon or Buzz or Woody. There's a lot of opportunity in some of these smaller spaces to give even more storytelling and even more of a crowd presence. But this is why I like summoning as many villagers as I can onto the floating island. That way, when I'm placing them with the toggles, I can actively add in some additional villagers. But even if you don't add any in, you know, this still has a great shot at 4K because the villagers you have added look really good. Like this concert looks great. This DJ set back here looks great. You have some good interactions here. So it's a good street festival vibe. And thankfully, you do have some good icy, you know, ice-cold refreshments here. The popsicles, some good summer feels for that. If you have any summer dream styles, I would definitely consider trying to make them prominent just so it's very clearly a summer street festival. You can also have palm trees kind of break into the scene to make it a little bit of a coastal community. So a little palm tree, even just one. You don't even need one on the right-hand side because this stage would kind of block it. So if you put a palm tree on the left-hand side, we can have a palm tree come up like right here. Could be fun. Could be fun. Hi. Come on. It's okay. Come on. It's okay. Come on. Come on, little one. Come on. You too shy to climb on me? It's okay. You're so funny. You funny little kitty. All right. Lilo. Where'd we go? Hi. Hoping voters will like the Tiana vibe. 2 photos to choose from. Very fun. Very fun. I like the singing. And we have Summer Merlin. I love the effects here. Beautiful effects. The yellow pairs really nicely with the green. Yeah, and hopefully voters would go for the Tiana vibe. I think highlighting Tiana at the front is a good play since you're kind of doing a little food fair idea. The only downside is it doesn't play up the summer festival vibes quite as much as others, but at least you do have some good summer elements like Summer Merlin here. But yeah, not really anything I would change about this if you're going to go with this direction. Between the two options, if you upload them together at the same time, I can toggle between the two instead of closing one and opening the other, and it makes it a little bit easier for me to see the differences. But these are very close to the same photo. But if you stick with this concept, I wouldn't recommend any changes. You don't really have much room to add in more of a crowd. I mean, you could have some extra people like back here just in the background just to make it a bit busier. But yeah, Tiana looks beautiful here. And I love the avatar. It's not really a summer outfit. It's more of a performance outfit. So you could be like, you know, performing alongside Tiana, which is pretty fun. And at least you have Summer Merlin, so you got some good summer vibes there. Janelle, I had another one I did without the Aurora before I found out you could still rotate it. So this is the updated snap. I don't think I'm going to do anything else to it, but would still love your feedback for the future. Well, we have a lot of snaps to review, so if you're not going to have time to make any changes or do anything else, we'll just roll forward. Overall, I mean, it's really solid. You don't really need much else. You got good villager features here. You filled out the space well. And I love how much summer you packed into the foreground. The tiki torches, the celebration day baskets mixed with like the tropical plants. This is a really good foreground element, and the dune trees plus the palms adds to the coastal community kind of effect we get here. My one minor recommendation is when using palms, if you're doing coastal, don't be tricked into using the Sunlit Plateau palms. They're very dark green. They're not the coastal green. The coastal green ones are at the bottom of the landscaping tab. Beautiful work, though, Janelle. I think you're pretty safe for 4K. I don't think you need any changes, really. Kimberly, thank you for your time and feedback as always. You're welcome. You're welcome. Love this scene back here. Lots of good jamming out. Ariel singing. We got some dancing. We got some, Joy jumping back here. We got some more interactions here. We have Summer Merlin. Some treats on the food stand. And then we have the ice cold refreshments, which plays into summer. Another thing, again, I would throw some popsicles right here just to play up the summer elements even more. And the biggest opportunity I see here with your Snap Kim is you have some great space to work with right here. And I think by adding in some more villagers, I mean, you can even do the puppies. You can do Lady and Tramp down here. You can do fun villagers like Timon right here. You can have him kind of looking up at the treats here like he wants them. There's all kinds of fun things you can do with this space. And since it is a festival, if you have any fireworks or confetti, that could play really nicely here for your backdrop just to make it even more festive. Then for Mickey, he does have an expression where he like jumps and celebrates. That could be really fun and animated here. Kind of like how everyone's very anime on this side with the dancing and the performance. We can make Mickey a bit more animated here, kind of like Joy is. And if he does jump up, you'd have opportunity for maybe another villager right here. But yeah, I would try to fill it out a little bit more here. And I would definitely add in some good summer treats to make, the koi fish balloons really help it feel like a summer type of setting. But so would the popsicles or some other cold treat elements. Scuttle, last currently submitted. All right, so we got this one. Wow, very nice, very nice. This one and this one. Yeah, I can see why you submitted the last one. The confetti is definitely the most prominent here. Combines really well with the fireworks. Great foreground elements, great details in your street with the grids. And look how well you filled out the space. I keep talking about this. We keep on coming across festival snaps with these big open empty areas. Like, imagine if Lady wasn't here. My feedback would be, let's put somebody right here, like a small villager in this spot. But you see, Scuttle has gone out of their way to fill out all these open spots with more villagers, and it doesn't make the scene too busy. Far from it. It makes it convincing. This feels like a street festival. There are going to be crowds. There are going to be people weaving through each other. That's how street festivals typically are. You know, there's not going to be like 4 or 5 people. But yeah, really good job here, Scuttle. Actually, no recommendations. Well done. Stick with the one you have submitted. It is definitely the best out of the 3. I think you're pretty set for 4K. Kirsty, thank you for the advice. Really, I'm going to focus on the details. I don't have any dream styles, as I've only been playing for a year or so. It has been trickier to keep it to summer characters. Well, that's the thing, Kirsty. You by no means do you have to keep it to summer characters. There aren't enough. You just want to highlight, very important, highlight a few good summer characters. And you don't need dream styles for that. Like, let's say Scuttle maybe doesn't have Summer Merlin. Well, then I would recommend putting Moana right here. And then we could do Ariel right here, right? And then you also want to stick to villagers that, you know, are fitting for warm weather. You don't have to. Like Vanellope wears a sweater. We can still add Vanellope. But Jasmine with her sleeveless outfit here. Joy with her sleeveless dress here. Right? So you by no means should you stick to only summer villagers. That is not a good direction to go this week because we just simply don't have enough. The other issue here is lighting. Lighting, more so than your villagers being problematic, lighting is really going to make this one kind of tough. So when it comes to Dreamsnap, there are 2 things more important than anything else. Number 1 is theme. The most important thing is theme. Very close second is lighting. Lighting is key to getting 4K consistently. So, you know, you were saying you don't have good summer villagers, but then you have Moana, and you've put her further back than anyone else. She is a summer villager, my friend. She is. Why not have her out here with you? These 2 are great choices as well. They both have short sleeves. They're both dressed well for these warmer environments. But then, you know, we have Kristoff right here with thick winter wear. Why not switch Moana and Kristoff? Like, why not have Kristoff kind of in the back because he's background, and then we can have Moana right here. The other thing is you got to find out what's putting all the shadow on your scene. And this is not a rock pushing the camera up. You got some... You got a lot of shadow from something really big right here because this shadow goes all the way to Mickey. So there's a huge shadow here from something. You got to find out what that is, and you got to move it. If it's a tree built into the floating island, I hate to say it, but you built in the wrong spot. You cannot build where giant shadows are. The other thing is we're making a festival, not a marketplace. So market stalls, these are not ideal. These are Agrabah market stalls. They feel a little out of place. The stage is great. The smoke bombs are great. The dancing is great. You're doing a lot of things really well. But we don't need these market stalls. What about ice cream stands, right? Like, you can get it from Scrooge. I know you have those because if you've been playing for a year, there's no way you don't have the ice cream stands yet because there's like 5 of them. Well, there's really like 3, but still. But you can have ice cream stands in here. You can craft popsicles at any cooking station. We'll cook them. So you can have a cooler with popsicles in it. There's all kinds of things you can add in. But whatever's casting these shadows here, like I think this is coming from the bike. And also with how long your shadows are, it looks like the sun might actually be setting. So on the 2nd hour of sunset, the sun actually starts to descend under the horizon, which makes shadows even longer. So if you are going to use the sunset time of day, you want to use the 1st hour of sunset. If it is late in the hour, don't use the 2nd hour. But my biggest advice would be to rework your scene. You got to figure out where these big shadows are coming from, and you got to get rid of them. If you can't, if whatever's making that shadow is part of the island, you need to use group select to move this build. You need to get it out of the shade if you want a great shot at 4K. The other thing is, don't block your avatar. And you're also clipping into Moana. why use the character toggle to put Moana right on top of you? Why not have her off to the side or right behind you? And then, you know, she's a great dancer. You can have her dance in the back if you wanted to. And I would also highly recommend pushing the camera closer to the avatar here as well, Kirsty. Bella, after a disappointing 1500 for In My Element, I'm hoping I'll be back with this one. I never realized how hard it is to do snaps on vacation. Thank you for all your help. Yeah, it can be tough. It can be tough when you're out and about, you know, on the go. I never noticed this search icon here before. Is that always there? Is that when you interact with that, does that come on? Interesting. If you can turn that off, I would, because it feels a little odd there. But yeah, the street festival vibes I think are really good here. You got a lot of good celebration. The big koi fish balloons add a great summer feel to this. And you don't have a lot of darkness and shadow. You see, going back to the previous snap, you see how having these big buildings here on the side, Kirsty, and these big stalls create a lot of shadows? If you take all your buildings and put them in a row at the back of your scene, rather than having them come out, you won't get those big shadows. Really, what I advise is when you have big shadows on your scene, follow them. You can just follow the shadow right to where it's coming from and then remove that item. And if it's built into the floating island, then you don't want to build there in the first place. Villagers are looking great here. You got good summer dream styles. You got Summer Scrooge. You got Summer Merlin. You got Moana. We have Tiana with the short sleeves. We have Maui. We have a good summer outfit on the Avatar. We have Timon. So yeah, Bella, I think you have a great shot at being back in 4K this week. This looks good. Some of the fireworks are triggering. We do have great confetti on the sides too. And if you wanted to, in the backdrop, you could also add palm trees kind of coming up just right behind some of these stands. Since you have the waterways here, I would maybe add a couple more fountains in them so they're more visible, but honestly, it's not too necessary. We barely see the water here, unfortunately. But yeah, palm trees I think would be very nice here. Oh, and if you have Mermaid Minnie, I think she's going to fit with that summer vibe even more. This one's really good for a festival vibe, but Mermaid Minnie fits both the festival vibe and the summer vibe. And then Summer Stitch, I think, would be really good in the foreground if you have him. I think you have Summer Stitch. But having him in the foreground here, maybe having... You see how Timon's looking to the side? What if you had Summer Stitch right here and they were having a conversation, right? Could be really fun. And then in this open spot, you could do Lady or Tramp, or both. Great opportunities all around. Samarantha. Very pleased with this. I think I hit the marks. One with Motis, one without. And then we have most recent. Let's look at your most recent option. Oh, yeah. You definitely hit the marks here. Wow. Good job. Very good festival feel. I love the palm trees and the dune trees kind of layered up here. Really adds to the summer flair. We have a nice performance stage. We have a lot of summer fruits here, which, you know, you don't want it to look like a marketplace, but if you are going to use fruit stands or any kind of stands, tropical fruits are going to really fit with the summer vibe. You just don't want to show, like, lettuce and carrots. You don't want veggie stands. You have the shaved ice bin here with Donald in his little diner outfit. Summer Merlin. Summer Stitch. The summer vibes are very strong. And you have a great festival look. You got the face paint. Yeah, you nailed it. And you even got the confetti coming in. I think you're really safe for 4K. This has the summer feel, has the bright colors, has the joy, has the fun. You did a great job with the band back here. I think that's probably my favorite part of it. That and Merlin dancing. You even put little ice creams here on your ice cold refreshments and the shaved ice. So you have the summer treats, you have summer fruits, you have summer trees, you have summer villagers, and you have a very good street fair, very good festival. Really great job here, Samurai. I think you're pretty safe. Looking great. Cat Calico, my first time submitting for a review. I'm feeling very meh about this one. It is fine, but would appreciate feedback. Gotcha. Wow, you're feeling meh about this? This is so pretty. I really like this. I think this looks great. I will say I think I like your first one more, because it looks like in the new one you switch to asphalt, and combined with this gold effect item, we just don't really get as much texture, whereas on this one, seeing the brick under it I think looks really good. I know you probably switched to asphalt, so because you might be worried that maybe people say, oh, that's not a road, it's not a street fair. But I discussed in my Thursday video, street festivals, not every road has to be asphalt. The town where I come from, our street festival, the Azalea Festival, would actually take place on Front Street and Water Street, and one of those was an old street made with brick. So, you know, this totally still works, and I would definitely stick with it, because look at that awesome texture you get. Now, you did a fantastic job with the avatar design, fantastic job with the villagers. Everyone is very animated. And the fact that you have Moana jumping up in the back, you have a great Summer Dream style featured right at the front. Actually, all three. We have Summer Stitch, Summer Scrooge, and Summer Merlin. And then we have palm trees coming up. 2 big palm trees here. We have fireworks. We have the Celebration Day basket. I'm surprised, Calico. I'm surprised. I'm surprised you felt very meh about this. It's so beautiful. This is actually stronger than a lot of the snaps I've looked at, because not only are you using very expressive animations on the villagers, really capturing the fun and the joy, but you also nailed the bright colors, and you absolutely crushed the summer portion of the festival, which I think is one of the things people are kind of struggling with the most, and that's why I think snaps like this are going to steal the show. If you can make a snap that feels like a festival, but really embodies the feeling of summer, that, because what everybody's going to see when they vote are the words Summer Street Festival. That's what's going to be on everybody's mind. The moment you click to vote is going to say Summer Street Festival. So when you come across street festivals, you'll be like, oh, that's good, I'll vote for it. But when you come across a true summer street festival where there's so many elements of summer, that's where it's going to be hard to lose the vote. If your opponent just has a festival and you have a summer festival, it's going to be very hard to lose the vote in that case, I think. Very good job. No recommendations. You did a fantastic job. I'm very surprised that you were not feeling good about that. For your first review, I got to say, you got some talent, my friend. Brittany is next. We got your first option here. Very cool, very cool. I would time the pose where the eyes are open, because you can kind of be welcoming us to the festival. This pose with the eyes closed is more of like, I'm enjoying myself. But I like the idea of welcoming. I think it tells a story there. They both do, but I think it could be stronger. Now, in this one, you kind of change the angle. You see this green gap here? If you're going to do an asphalt road, I would definitely do a border on it. This is a road going through like a very developed town. Like, look at these buildings. Look at how developed everything is. It's all very crisp. It's all very clean. Obviously, a very nice part of town. So why does the road just become grass on the edge, right? That's why we want to use that border road. It's going to make a lot more sense. And then instead of the gray brick, I highly recommend the dark brick from the Poffic Romance Star Path. Light gray, this very, very light gray, it leaches color from your snap. It absolutely absorbs it away, because that's just what whites and grays do in photos. That's why when you look at snaps that are using the gray brick, they work really well with colors. And notice the gray brick here, the dark gray brick. Look at how prominent the colors are on this entire snap. So we have the asphalt here at the base, and then instead of the pale brick, we have this dark gray brick. Look at how it complements this rainbow pattern next to it. Add bright, bold colors laid over top a darker color are going to be more impactful. But laid over top a very light color like white or gray, it is going to phase them out a bit. So I would say between your two snaps here, Brittany, your first option is definitely the stronger of the two. But I would still, because we see less of the light gray brick, I would still switch to paved asphalt road, or bordered, I mean. And also what you can do, Brittany, if you want to take it a step further, when you do a bordered asphalt road, you can also use wrought iron tiles to seal the gap between two bordered paths. That way you're not going to have this weird green line going between your sidewalk and your road, because that doesn't happen in real life. You know, in most city scenes or town scenes, The road just, it seals off with the sidewalk. There's not like a layer of grass in between the two, unless you're like, in a very worn down area. So look at how these wrought iron tiles kind of play into this and how they seal that section there. These are craftable. You can just craft them with wrought iron. Very useful, very useful. So I would use bordered asphalt path here, and then I would seal it off with wrought iron tiles, and I would still switch to the Poffic Romance bordered brick. You can just swap the paths. It's very easy. I would probably do the eye open pose here, if I'm being honest. I think the closed eye one could be good as well. You can still definitely get 4K with it. But you got to think of the storytelling element of a pose like this, where you're at the front of the scene, your arms are out, you're looking at the camera because you're looking at the voter. So you're looking at the voter, your arms are open as if to say, welcome to my Summer Street Festival. And it's kind of like a very, it's a very welcoming pose. You're smiling, your eyes are on them. This one has a different story, the one you're using. It's more of like a, I'm at the Summer Street Festival. So which one do you think will be better? The one that kind of communicates directly to the voter, or one that's kind of more in the avatar's head? I would wager the one that's connecting more of the voter, that kind of communicates directly to them, like, hey, welcome in. If you have confetti, that can be really good here. You have done a great job, like, kind of arranging your villagers. You have some good interactions here. Like Kristoff with his arms out, Mickey and Minnie kind of had a conversation. Wreck-It Ralph on the stage back here. But aside from the outfit, what else can we do to highlight a summer street festival? Like, you have the neon koi, which is summer derived, but we don't see much else that ties into the summer aspect aside from your outfit. And what I mean by that is, if we look at Calico here, right? Look at how much this festival ties into the summer aspect of the challenge. We have Casita, which I know is not a beach house, but if you look at the way it's made with the pastel colors, it feels like a coastal house. And then you look at the palm trees. We have these big palm trees in the scene. And then you see shaved ice, a nice cold summer treat. And then we see 3 summer dream styles. Now, I'm not saying you have to use the summer dream styles. Not everybody has these. But everybody has ice cream stands. Everybody has palm trees. Everybody has some elements of the summer that they could incorporate into their snap. The more you can have your snap feel like a summer street festival versus a street festival, the more competitive you're going to be this week. So my biggest advice for you here, Brittany, is to go with your first option because the angle is very good. But I would also consider adding in some more summer elements when and where you can. So you can use the popsicles that you can craft at any crafting station. You can use ice cream stands. You can use cold treats. Lots of fun things you can do here. And if you happen to have any summer styles, you can include those as well. If you don't have any, what about summer villagers? I can't help but to notice, we have Kristoff in this thick winter wear, Anna with her long sleeves, and we see them very clearly, but Moana is like hidden behind Minnie. Why not feature villagers like Moana or Joy, who are in good summer attire, a bit more prominently, and bury villagers like Kristoff and Anna more towards the back? Cray, I feel like I can't get the lighting right, and I'm not sure how to highlight the characters on the side. Well, you can't quite do that because when it comes to character lighting, it comes at an angle. When you boost character lighting, it boosts it for everybody, but character lighting likes to come in from the left side of the scene. So with the way they're positioned, you might not get the best lighting on them. Overall, it's a fun scene. I like that you're playing up the new pose. My recommendation here for night shots, if you want to make a night shot really stand out, your best friend. Oh boy. Okay, good. Wait, what the heck? Okay, there we go. Your best friend is a slider called Highlight. Nothing is going to be better when it comes to night shots than the highlight slider. You'll want to use that before you use character lighting. So, real quick, I'll give you a quick rundown on this. But if you're not, if you're not extremely comfortable with your sliders, with your camera tool, and you're not on a 10-week 4K streak, like if you're not consistently getting 4K, unless the challenge wants you to do nighttime, do not do it until you are very comfortable with that camera tool. Because it's going to be so... The thing is, a sunset time of day image, I don't need any sliders. This is good to go. This would work. All I would have to do is add villagers. But for a nighttime scene, you want highlight, you want to increase saturation, you want to work with character lighting, you have to adjust a lot of things to make it work. So I'm not saying don't do it. I love doing nighttime snaps, like I just did in Your Element. Got a great ring for this. But snaps like this are a lot more technical. So you want to have a really good understanding of your camera tool. Otherwise, you're going to have a much easier time just going with the sunset time of day. It's a lot easier to get good performance with sunset lighting because it doesn't require a lot of knowledge on the camera tool or getting things just right. But I can show you some great settings here. So what we're going to do first, I'm gonna pause my avatar. Give her a second. Let her finish celebrating. Okay. The very first thing we're going to adjust is highlight. So we're going to take highlight all the way up. Now, that will make some glowing elements too bright. So to fix that, we got to go down to light bloom and set that to 1%. Right? That's going to tone down some of those things that increased when we increased highlight. Now that we've done that, everything in the scene is going to be very visible, but it's not going to be as colorful. So now we're going to boost saturation. We're going to take saturation to, we'll take it to 0.4. So now that we've got great color, like this is a nighttime shot. Look at how colorful it is, and we're not even done yet. Now we would go down, and we can either adjust vignette to make the outer edges of the shot brighter, or we can keep vignette on default. And we'll also adjust our character lighting now. The reason we didn't adjust character lighting first is because when you do highlight, it also increases the power of character lighting. So you want to do highlight first and then do your character lighting afterwards. But you can definitely have a lot of beautiful color in your snap and a lot of good lighting at nighttime if you get your settings down. And then we activate our effects, and boom, we got colorful confetti, Aladdin's speech bubble for some reason, good lighting on the avatar, and if I had villagers in here, we'd have a lot of fun lighting on them too. So when it comes to night shots, highlight's going to be your best friend, but if you're not consistently getting 4K, I would lean more into sunset unless the challenge is telling you to do nighttime, because it's a lot easier to get good lighting. It's a lot easier to get good color. It's a good place to push for 4K. And then once you have a really good understanding of the camera tool and a really good understanding of what voters like, feel free, to branch out and try different things and do nighttime. I do. I love doing nighttime scenes. I don't just stick with daytime. I have a lot of nighttime scenes that have performed incredibly well. So, all I'm saying is that nighttime scenes are a lot more technical. They're a lot more challenging. But if you're up for a good challenge, go for it. Go for it. The only other thing here is when it comes to getting 4K, you want good scene visibility. You want to be able to see into your environment really well. This is going to allow you to tell more stories, feature more villagers, show more of the theme. I love the nighttime vibes here. I love a nice warm summer night. I think this looks really fun. And I think this has a great shot of 4K. Just depends on what it pops up against. Its biggest challenge is going to be beating photos that have really good visibility into their scene. Since you have the San Francisco food stall, and that's why you're leaning on, we get no visibility behind you and your crew here. And then we have these elements very close to the scene. So really, we only get two kind of pockets to look at, right here and right here. We don't really get to see much of the backdrop at all, or much of the festival. But it's still a beautiful photo, as most of your submissions are. Pretty much everybody here makes beautiful photos. It's just more about considering the competitive nature of Dreamsnaps, because there are tens of thousands of beautiful photos, but only 4.5% of photos can get 4K. So how do we be as competitive as possible? How do we lock in votes as much as we can? And that's why I recommend having good scene visibility, because most of what we see, as mentioned, within that 4K range are scenes that don't have anything too big right at the front that can allow you to see deeper into the image and see across the image. And I'm not saying this is better than what you did. I'm just saying this is what voters gravitate towards. It's never about what's better, what's right, what's wrong, because that's all subjective. It's all opinions. I'm just telling you what voters choose on average. And you can see that too if you go look at 4K results. After every week, we showcase hundreds of snaps and we research it over and over and over and over. And we always see the same things. There always will be some outliers that don't follow these things that get into 4K, but they are a very small minority. So a lot of things can get 4K. It just depends on what they pop up against. We're talking about what people commonly gravitate towards. Tori here says, thank you for any suggestions. I don't know what I was going for. Maybe Princess Parade at this point was kind of uninspired with the theme. Just threw this together. Don't flame me too hard. I'll get rid of the heavy ball gowns. New one posted in the comments. So, oh, good job. Good job. Good job. Good call. We won't even talk about that one, Tori. Don't you worry about it. No flaming required. You've already done your part. Great job here. Love Mermaid Mini. You really... Yeah, that's great. That's great. I mean, honestly, you've already done what I would recommend. You know, highlighting more of the summer feel, bringing in dream styles and villagers and just styles in general that really work to showcase a summer street festival. Mermaid Mini is really good. The only, this would be small, so you don't have to do it because you're going to have to put all your villagers back. I think you got enough here going on to potentially get 4K. But if you wanted even more competitiveness, you could add in something like the popsicles back here on the sidewalk, or a little ice cream stand right here. So there are some things I think that could be very good here. And it's good that you have the confetti, because since the sun is behind the camera and to the right, we're not getting any light kind of on these buildings. But the balloons and the confetti helps with that a lot. So, yeah, overall, very solid. My one big recommendation here, if you do end up reworking this at all, is to use wrought iron tiles all the way down. You have a couple right here, but you stopped. I would take the wrought iron tiles and I would bring them all the way down this row, just so we don't have this kind of weird green line under your rails. Dizzy Chic, hope I'm getting better with the camera settings. I'd say you are. I think you did a great job with the camera settings here. Definitely good street festival feel. Oh, and you filled up your gap here with the wrought iron tiles. Great job with that. So you have a good element here with the shaved ice bike. I would recommend maybe scooting Mickey like to the left so we can see it. And if you have Donald in his little diner style, you could put Donald beside the bike like he's selling the shaved ice. That could be cool. You have the ice cream stand back here. We have palm trees. You have been tricked, my friend. You have been tricked with the old Sunlit Plateau palms. These palms are a very dark, kind of mangy green. I really think they should fix this at some point. But if you go into your landscaping menu, there's actually a palm tree for the oceans and a palm tree for the Sunlit Plateau. So what tricks people is that the Sunlit Plateau palm, which is not nearly as beautiful, has its own little button where there's 3 actual buttons, like the medium one, the small one, and the tall one. But if we look at the beach one, it just says bent palm and that's it. But if you keep clicking it, you'll get the different versions. You just got to keep on trying. But look at this vibrant green, right? This is the palm tree we see at the beach. And it's a very beautiful green, especially with the sunset time of day. So I highly recommend making sure you're using these palm trees as opposed to the other ones if at all possible. So if you have time to swap out to the more lush, beautiful, vibrant greens, just think about how the challenge called for bright colors, vibrant colors. And the outfit is fun. This outfit is fun, but it's more of an oasis, like a spa day outfit. You could use it if you want because it does work for the summer, but I do think some of the more colorful summer styles are going to be a bit more popular this week. The scene itself, very strong though. Great job with your villagers. A lot of them are just doing their basic pose, where they're like, oh, hello. Like, Rapunzel's doing her basic pose. Daisy's doing her basic pose. Rapunzel has a really good dancing animation. So there's some fun poses you can do with some of these villagers. But at least the ones you have in the front seem to be very well featured here. And yeah, you have a good summer feel. You have a good festival feel. Definitely feels like a street festival. Overall, very solid, very solid. And yeah, you did great with your camera settings here. Lighting is good. Color is good. And those are very, very important. Amanda Rosie, thank you for your time in the review. Of course, of course. So we have this one and this one. So I like the selfie here, but this one feels a bit more complete because you filled out the foreground a bit better here. If you do go with the selfie concept, I would just recommend somebody here. It could be Lady, it could be Tramp, it could be Mike. I love all the tasty summer treats here. This highlights the aspect of summer really well. And I like the singing. I don't know if you have any of the other summer dream styles, but maybe instead of Rapunzel right here, if you have Summer Merlin, his Celebrate has him doing a little dance. So Summer Merlin dancing right here facing Ariel would play really well with the summer concept and showcase a villager dancing to Ariel's music. The other thing you can do too, if you have any of the Night Show Star Path stuff, there's like drums. You can put drums behind Ariel and you can have Wreck-It Ralph on the drums. There's a keyboard from the Night Show Star Path. You could put solely on the keyboard, like big villagers in the back. That could be super fun. And yeah, the confetti's good. There's pros and cons to the table being this close. Pros is that you get to highlight some great summer treats. Cons is that it's going to take up a lot of space. Beyblade. Congrats on the new kitty. Open to any suggestions? Think you're all advice? She doesn't understand why I'm not giving her attention, because most of the time when I'm in here, she's getting a ton of attention. And she's just like, Dad's ignoring me. Oh, this is beautiful, Beyblade. As expected from you. As expected. Great summer outfit here. Good bold colors. Lots of exposed skin for the heat. Face paint for the festival vibes. Palm trees for the beach, for the summer vibes. We have Summer Stitch right at the center. We have a really fun little expression on joy. Not only do we have these Celebration Day baskets, but you also paired them with a little V8 fragment, which looks fantastic. We have fireworks here on the side. We have popsicles. No recommendations here, my friend. This is absolutely perfect. Goofy on the DJ stand. Loads of dancing. Really good villager animations. Really good summer environmental options. And a very clear and direct street festival. I like how the bridge is in between buildings here too. That's pretty fun. Yeah, really, really good job. Bethany, congrats on the new kitty. Excited for you. This snap is my idea for this week. There are 3 options. One has different villagers. All advice suggestions. Greatly appreciated. All right, so we have this one, and this one. Well, the final one has the biggest villager presence, so you added a couple more villagers in, which I think is better. I don't know if you have confetti, but I think that's going to be a lot better than butterflies. So if you have the confetti cannons, that'll be huge. It is very dark on the sides, so have you considered removing the vignette border or adding the potentially adding the hanging lights. Have you considered adding these lights to light up those darker foreground elements? So either your vignette border or the hanging chandeliers to brighten up these elements here and here. Also, if you put Minnie in different dream style, her hat's not going to cover this entire DJ stand. In fact, we would actually see somebody on the DJ stand, which would be a lot more fun. You can show an active performance. All you would have to do is either move Minnie or give her a dream style that's not going to cover everything. What about her mermaid style? Do you have that one? It's really good for the summer. This one's a spring dream style and it has a humongous hat. So if you did that one, I think that would be helpful. Also, a lot of your villagers are just doing their default pose. Rapunzel default pose, Mickey default pose. Why not have them do something a bit more animated, a bit more fun? You can have Mickey jumping up and celebrating. And then you can also put like Sully on the DJ stand and have him doing the point. There's some really great ways you can play up the storytelling elements of your villagers here. The main thing I would try to do here is brighten up your snap. You also have these new lights, but you didn't turn them on. It's so dark over here. You have these new stage lights right by your DJ booth, and they're off. If you interact with them, you can give them all kinds of fun colors. And then the snap also said to use bright colors. Why the black and white umbrella? Why not a colorful one? We have colorful umbrellas, or you can just get rid of the umbrellas. So instead of this black and white, we see this beautiful koi fish in the back. We see the red of the ice cold refreshments. You know, the outfit is great for the summer feel, and you have Stitch for the summer feel. You have Summer Merlin. You can also add palm trees in the backdrop, dune trees in the backdrop. Play up the summer vibes even more. Dreamy Dewdrop. Beautiful work here, Dreamy Dewdrop. I love this. I love this. Very fun. I'm not quite understanding the bridge here, though, because it looks like there's nothing on either side of it. It's just paving. So, like, why the bridge? You know? Why not use the river kit to make, like, a little pond on each side so it looks like the bridge goes over something? Celebration Day baskets here are good. And we have the shaved dice. If you have Donald, you have Donald back here. If you have Donald in his diner style, you can have him selling the shaved dice. I would also try to move these popsicles so they're a bit more noticeable. You can put them like kind of here in front of Eric or kind of here to the side. I like the dancing for Mirabelle. But for the San Francisco Bridge, I would either do what Beyblade did, where you bring the buildings up and you put the buildings on the side of it, or I would put water on the side of it. So if we go down to Beyblade here, you could do this with your bridge, where on each side of the bridge, it's buildings. So the bridge goes between the buildings. Or you could set up your bridge to where we have water and fountains and glowing lilies. And then the bridge, you know, has some function and form. But just having the bridge like kind of in the middle of a paved area, I think is a missed opportunity. So I would be considerate of that. I would be mindful of that. I think there's some pretty fun things you can do. And there's not too much going on back here. So if you really wanted to, you could just bring the buildings up and have them going on the sides of the bridge. Or you can add in some water elements. Mama Dukes. I was struggling with a character placement issue, but I finally figured it out. I really tried to check all the boxes this time. Thank you as always. Oh, nice. Yeah, I like the lean here. Very cool. Oh, Mirabelle. I love all the fresh sushi. That's so fun, especially for the San Francisco stall. We have Summer Stitch playing his ukulele. Great motif here. Vibrant colors as the theme mentioned. We got the Celebration Day basket in the corner here. Ice cold. We see the words ice cold. Fantastic, fantastic. We have the popsicles. We have a great summer outfit. I love the black hair with the pink highlights. And then we have some good city skylines here on the side. Big balloons for some bold colors. Summer Merlin. So many good summer styles. Also, Joy looks fantastic. For a scene that has less villagers than many of the scenes I've seen, this one's actually really, really good. This might be I think this might be the best scene I've come across that only has 6 villagers. Most of the snaps I've seen with only 6 villagers have been so big that it feels empty, even though they have 6 villagers. But with the way you set up the scene and you brought things together, it feels super busy, even with only 6. You did a great job here. I think you're very safe for 4K. I don't think you need anything else. I love the popsicle on the ground, too. That's really clever. Yeah, no recommendations here. Also, good timing on this little balloon, just like floating right in front of the scene. Great job, great job. I mean, if you wanted some cute face paint, that's probably my only recommendation, but it'd be a lot of work to put everybody back just for that. Dory said, so much fun. Thank you for taking a look. Your new cat is so cute. Yeah, she's a cutie. I feel bad because she's probably wondering why I'm not giving her any attention right now. I just want to give her love. She's making me sad just laying there. She looks so eepy. Very good, Dory. Merlin reaching into the cooler here is super fun. We got the Celebration Day baskets, all the koi balloons. It looks like you have some palms over here. And you have a palm over here. That looks like the sunlit palm, though. These look more like the beach palms. Have you thought about adding dune trees instead of the bamboo here? I think the dune trees in the back could be really nice. They have a very good oceanic kind of feel. The outfit is super unique. It can definitely work because it's a sleeveless dress. And you have the shell necklace here. It does seem like a lot of people are favoring like the tube tops and the shorts. I don't know. The dress could work out. Just depends, you know. I'm sure some voters will like it just based on the fact that it's different. I would completely ditch the idea of the lettuce, like the lettuce and carrots. If you want to showcase the fruit stall, that's the stall people are showing because it's full of tropical fruit. But I would be wary of having it feel like a market. Luckily, you got enough going on to where I think you could get away with this. But, you know, like, I think, like, things like this are way more appropriate, like the watermelons and the coconuts. So you could just swap this out for one of the fresh fruit stalls that has, like, pineapples and watermelons. Really good villager poses here. I like how you have Pocahontas kind of grabbing the surfboard. That's pretty fun. Overall, very solid. My biggest recommendation is you can highlight these villagers through the shadow a bit more if you add the chandelier of the deep towards the front of your scene. That's going to help you eliminate some of the shadow and shade that's on them and make them a little bit more colorful. Peanut butter quacker. All right. Oh, it's like a little cookout type deal for your festival. So we got a burger here. Well, that works well for the summer vibes, a cookout. I like the grill here. Then we got some like fresh ingredients. Goofy hitting the boxing pose with Cruella is pretty fun. Now, my biggest concern is that like back in here, it feels really empty. And it also feels really empty right here. Whereas, like, most, you know, street festivals are, like, really busy. There's a lot going on, and you'll see that with a lot of these snaps. Like, even snaps that aren't using a ton of villagers. Notice how well filled out the space is. So, going back to yours here. We have a dance floor scene, but you don't have anybody behind the DJ booth. Have you thought about putting Sully behind it and having him do like his little point animation? You don't really need the power lines. I get it that it's a city, but they're kind of just getting in the way because, you know, Sully back here would make a lot of sense, and this power line is pressed right up against the DJ booth. Also, if you got rid of this silhouette around you, you could put lights behind the DJ booth and highlight, or you could put smoke bombs and highlight the DJ. Then everybody's dancing to somebody actually performing. Right now, you have a lot of people dancing, but there's nobody back there. So a big opportunity for storytelling there. The other thing is we see the same, we see this building here, this yellow building, then we see the same building here, and then we see the same building here. Why not use the movie theater building that's part of this kit. You know, like, why not throw that in there just so we're not using the same building 3 times? Because it gets a little repetitive there. It doesn't feel as clean as some of the other cities. The other thing is, with your backdrop, you know, you can have some palm trees coming in to make it feel a bit coastal. And then to really play up the festival vibes, you could also have things like fireworks in addition to the balloons and the confetti. I don't think you really need the Ferris wheel. For example, if you got rid of the Ferris wheel, in its place, you could have, because you have the pretzel stand, which means you also have the ice-cold refreshment stand. You could have that in the back, but you would need to move Ralph because he is massive. He's going to be better. Why not make him the DJ if you want to have him in the shot? But the reason I think you should remove the silhouette is because this is where most of the action is happening in your scene, and the silhouette is kind of bleeding into it. We're still going to see you just fine. Not every Dream Snap needs a silhouette on the avatar. Sometimes it hurts the snap. It just depends on what you're showing going on behind the avatar. So I think in this case, if you 86 the silhouette, we're going to see this dancing scene so much better. We're still going to see you very clearly. We're still going to see you cooking here. But then we'd see the dance scene better. We can feature a villager here. It could be Ralph, but he's very big to have in the mid-ground right here. And if you didn't have Ralph here, you didn't have the Ferris wheel here, you can highlight more summer elements, take it even further. You can have some palm trees and dune trees towards the backdrop. You can have a stage here. You can have a parade float. There's a lot of things you can do with that space. Overall, the foreground is looking really good, though. I like the idea of kind of cooking at this summer festival. I think the idea back here is that the road is closed and, like, Goofy is stopping Cruella, who wants to drive through the festival. It's kind of funny. Alfira. Very solid, Alfira. Very solid. Very fun and unique outfit. Great job with the face paint. Plays very well into the festival nature. You got Magician Mickey. Good street performer for your festival. You got Summer Scrooge. Checking out his gold coin here. He just bought some Buñuelos, it looks like. We have Stitch vibing. We have a lot of good animations on the villagers. And a great concert going on back here as well. Oh, I love Moana jumping. Oh, Pirate Goofy. I think that's a great call. Pirate Goofy. It's almost like another street performer. Also kind of works with the ocean and summer element. Very cool, very cool. We have a lemonade stand. So you have some really good summer elements here. I see 2 summer dream styles. I see the ice cream stand. I see the vintage cooler. I see Pirate Goofy and a good summer outfit on the avatar. You filled out this space here really well. The glowing flowers here are fun, but I do think for this particular challenge, they're going to be dark at first, and that's probably why you're using the luminescent flowers. But for the scene you've made, I think if you were to do kind of what we did here and bring in these Celebration Day baskets and these fireworks, I think they can work really well. And they're going to be dark, but if you add the Chandeliers of the Deep, you're going to get some great color value out of these items. I think they're going to play really well into that summer aspect you have going on. And of course, you know, they pair very nicely with the visual effects as well, if you pair them with like the fireworks and the confetti and whatnot. So going back to your snap here, we have the confetti on the sides. We have the fireworks. So having some of those fireworks kind of towards the front and the little Celebration Day baskets, I think would be really fun. The luminescent flowers are cool, but they're in the street. So like a flower bed in the street is something I personally try to avoid. They're still pretty though. I don't think voters will read into it too much. But the nice thing about the baskets and the fireworks is that they'll tie directly into the street festival vibe. But that's really the only recommendation. And that's kind of a small recommendation to force you to replace all these villagers. So if you just want to roll with this, I think you're pretty safe. Though I do think those foreground elements would be very nice here. Babbitt, final review. We already gave this one some advice on Facebook. That's right, that's right. Babbitt said, hi, Semi. Thank you for your advice on the Facebook post on the Dreamsnap Hub. It was so good. I have reworked the float snap, but still concerned with not meeting the meta. Have 2 other options. I actually like the last snap as much as the float one. So your opinion would be greatly appreciated. As always, stuck on which I should pick to submit. So this one's really fun. I talked about this one on Facebook. It has pros and cons. It's a super unique perspective, but I think you did a great job capturing the float scene. And also the way you opened up the scene here to really showcase everything. I think you did a great job at the end of the day. And then you have... Oh, these are both really good too. Well, I'm not as big of a fan of this one. I don't think I would recommend going in this direction, Babbitt. The reason being is because it doesn't have as much of a street festival feel, because street festivals pretty much always take place inside of, you know, these towns and cities where there's like these road closures. This feels more like a park festival because most of it's taking place like in the grass. So this feels a lot more like a street festival, and this feels a lot like a street festival. I think both of these are really fun. It's kind of hard to say which one I think you should go with because they're both really good. I actually really like the way your float one turned out. And since the float does obstruct the scene so much on the right-hand side, I think it's really good that you opened it up a lot here and you featured so many villagers watching the parade. What's fun about this is that it's going to be extremely unique, and the Moana float ties directly into the summer concept, and so does the outfit. And it also ties really well into the festival concept, and you being a part of the parade is a really, really neat approach. And where you did feature villagers like Sadness crying over her drop lollipop, that is so good. That is such a good interaction. So while we can't get the camera as close to the villagers with this kind of view, making sure you still have prominent moments highlighted here is still going to show the voter that you put a lot of time and effort into how you presented everything. And that's really what most people think about when they vote. They don't think about how much time it took you to make the snap. They think about how much thought went into it. They'll see things like this and say, oh my God, that's so smart. That's so clever. I wish I'd have thought about that. That's what really likes to motivate votes. And that's why we see stuff like this in 4K a lot. Now, not necessarily like this, because the parade float is very new. This is actually the first challenge we've ever had regarding the Moana parade float where it actually works with the theme. So this would be a good... I kind of want you to submit this for selfish reasons. Because I want some good case studies on how this is received. It still plays up the meta well, though. You're still close enough to the avatar to show her off really well. It's just a unique angle. Now, this one is a lot more on your kind of standard, typical meta. But... I don't think the storytelling is as strong here. We do have some good storytelling with like the parade scene. And we still have the drop lollipop here. You just have way more villagers featured in this one. But then another downside of this one is that you have a lot of shadow. With the sun being behind the camera and to the right, of course, this parade float's going to create a lot of shade. Thankfully, items like the smoke bombs help dissipate that a lot. So this one has very strong color, very strong lighting. Not as many villagers, but a good parade. You still have a good parade. I definitely think this is more of your, standard traditional style snap. But I would say this one, if you were going to make a traditional style snap, I think you should have leaned very heavily into the summer aspect. So you do have those summer elements, like the popsicles and the Moana Parade float in the back, but you could have played up things like palm trees and dune trees and made it like a coastal community parade, which I think would highlight the Moana Parade float really, really well. So I kind of feel like this one is a great choice. This one is super cute with the pose on the bike, but without a city backdrop, I just think it's going to be a bit tougher because that's kind of how most people have read into this. I mean, if I'm being totally honest, I feel like this one is very likely for 4K, like very likely. Not because it's my favorite. I would actually say I like this one the most, but it's not about my opinion. You know, I got to be honest because I want everybody to get 4K. I think this one has the best shot based on what people vote for, based on what we see in 4K week after week after week. Mostly because you have vibrant colors, you have a great feature of the avatar, you have really good balance, and the voters, they haven't seen this one yet. So, I think this one, color-wise, balance-wise, is probably going to be your safest option, but I think you should go with this one. I think you should risk it for the biscuit. It's one of those high-risk, high-reward scenarios. You take a risk, and who knows? It might cost you 4K, or it might get you rank 1. We just don't know. I say roll that dice, baby. See how it goes. It's a very unique approach to the style of the theme. All the snaps I reviewed, over 100 snaps and not a single person on the parade float. Very good storytelling down here. Even down here in the corner, in the foreground. Peter Pan cracking up at Joy jumping out of the popsicle box. Sadness crying over her dropped lollipop. All the villagers playing and celebrating. The dragon being part of the parade with Maleficent. There's just some really clever scene building happening here. And I think it would be a shame not to go with this. As long as you know the risks, you know. Like I said, it's high risk, high reward. It'll heavily depend on what it pops up against and what kind of voters you get. But I have this kind of suspicion. But this is just an opinion. This is just an idea. It's not based on anything. And that's usually what my reviews are. That's why I said I feel like this is likely safer, because we have evidence of this being safer. This is very similar to what we see in 4K week after week after week. We haven't really seen anything like this in 4K because we haven't had this parade float very long. But I have a suspicion that this will be well received. That's why I think you should do it. I could be wrong, because this is an opinion. Whereas the fact that things like this do well, that's a fact. That's a fact. This is a feeling. This is a fact. Which one do you want to go with, Babbitt? Feeling or fact? I say go feeling. That's my 2 cents. That's my opinion. I really like what you did with this. I think it's super fun. I think you got great storytelling. I have a feeling it's going to do well. I have a feeling people will like it. But that's all it is. I don't have enough data. I have no data on how the Moana Parade float performs from this angle. But at least you're still close to the avatar. Very unique scene. Very good villager captures. Very filled out. Minimized shadow. You get good lighting for the most part. So, yeah, I really like these two. Like I said, this is, if you submit this, I think it's very likely for 4K. I think, probably be like somewhere between 2,000 and 6,000. Just, easy 4K, probably landing in there somewhere. This one, anybody's guess. Could be top 100, could be 2,500 moonstones. I don't know. And that's rare. But, like, you know, I don't have a lot to go on with this. But I know I like it. I know I would definitely vote for it. Because it's bold. It's bold. It's fun. But I'm just one person. I can't speak for everybody. But you did a great job here. All right. That'll do it, you guys. That'll do it. Oh, wait. Oh, looks like we had a couple more. Somehow they got moved. Looks like Wag, Crafter, and Krellick? How'd you guys get up here? That's weird. All right, yeah, it looks like we have 3 more. So Wag, very solid, very solid. Donald serving the popsicles. I like it, I like it. Great job with Sully. And I'm guessing you don't have Stitch Dream Style. That's too bad. Not that you need it. Not that you need it. Summer element-wise, I don't know if I would wear, like, denim jeans if it's, like, a hot summer day. I do understand they have little ice cream cones on them, or ice creams, but I don't know. There's some really good new summer shorts. I think shorts would be ideal here, but you could get away with that. I do like the face paint. And then if you wanted to bring in even more of a summer feel, you could also have some palm trees cresting into the scene on both sides. Potentially. Not absolutely necessary, but I think they could work well. So, biggest advice here, everything's really good. I think this is pretty safe for 4K. But I would experiment with some shorts, some short shorts. And I would also weigh the concept of dune trees or palm trees. Mother Crafter. Oh, you had a big flood in your basement? Oh, no. Well, you know, for not having a lot of time to work on this, I think you've done pretty good with it. Overall, it's a solid little scene. My biggest advice would be, if you have time before the challenge comes to an end, try to have more of a villager presence. If you're pressed for time, don't stress it too much. Some weeks, life is going to happen. Things are going to get in the way. But if you have, like, Diner Donald, you know, having him beside the ice cream stand, like he's serving the ice cream and maybe somebody ordering from him. And then you can have Joy a little closer to you here. And then you can have, like, maybe, you know, Timon or Sadness or another tiny villager here. And then maybe, like, Lady or Tramp or some medium-sized villagers here. The main thing is a little bit more of a crowd, right? That would be something easy and quick you can do. That's not going to require you to, like, rebuild everything. I like the leaning pose here. I think that's fun. I think the design of the avatar is also quite nice. And I think it's looking good for a scene where you didn't have much time to, like, really sink into it. Biggest recommendation is to draw a crowd to bring this festival to life. And Krellick. This is the final snap. Hi, Zemai. Here's what I have so far. Love to hear your thoughts. Okay, very fun, very fun. This one I think is a little risky because you have the lantern taking up a lot of space, you taking up a lot of space with your hair coming all the way to the top of the frame, and then we have, like, Rapunzel and the stand here, so we really only get to kind of view here and here. Could work, but yeah, having a bit more visibility into the scene like this I think is good. But do we really need the leaning pose here with the lantern? Or could we do a pose that's a bit more welcoming like this? Like, I think this is kind of the better direction. But I also love the fact that in this one we can see the word refreshments. So, I mean, what you could consider is kind of a combination. You could do a pose like this that showcases the ice cold refreshments a bit more. Or you could do the ice cold refreshments, you know, we don't really need these benches, so if you wanted to, you could take that refreshment stand and move it back a little bit. That way, potentially, you could go with a scene like this, but in this little opening here, we could see the ice cold refreshments wording, and we could see somebody ordering them. But I do think this is the strongest one, as we get a good look at the dance floor. We get really good villager interactions here. We get the confetti raining down. And I actually like this pose a bit more in this instance. I also really like Tinkerbell here. I mean, her little dress works well for summer. But there's a lot of dancing. There's a lot of fun. We get a clear view of the street. We get a nice little city feel back here. You have the Newcastle skin, some good balloons. My worry with the leaning pose is that we don't really get as much of a view into this awesome scene you've made. Whereas in this one, I think we get a really good look at the scene. But if you do go with this one, don't forget about this space here. Bringing up, I would take some of the small villagers maybe and consider bringing them up into these areas if possible. Just because it's a lot of gray. So, looking for, so Lady, I don't really see Lady, so we could put Lady here, potentially. But there's definitely some fun villagers we can add to these spots. All right. Oh my god, you guys, that was a hell of a stream. That was such a long stream. Jeez, bro. Okay, that's a lie. My stream crashed 2 hours and 13 minutes ago. We went live at 2:30, so yeah, that was like almost 7 hours and 15 minutes. I did not expect it to go that long. But I think we're finally done. I think we finally did it. I think we finally reviewed everything. Tomorrow we will do your secondary reviews. Oh my god, is you're on late tonight, so I'm going to catch a stream. Oh, good to see you, Toxic. Good to see you. I'm actually getting off right now. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm sorry, Toxic. I have missed you, my friend. I have missed you. Oh, dude, Toxic, we adopted a new kitty cat. You want to see a picture? Or pictures? A little baby. We got a little baby. Little baby kitty. She's eating next to me right now. A little baby. It's a little sister for Horty. We haven't introduced them just yet. We're letting them adjust to each other's scent and kind of get a feel for each other. We only had her for a couple of days, so we're just going to keep on, you know, she looks like a sassy girl. She is a skittish girl. She is so skittish. She gets a little sassy when I pick her up. She just immediately goes, she doesn't like being picked up. Because I think she associates it with, like, being taken to scary places. Because, you know, she gets picked up. She gets put in a box. She goes to a shelter. Then she gets picked up. She gets brought here. Then she gets picked up. She gets brought to a room. She's very soft. She's very skinny, you know, with the size difference. Horty is huge and she is tiny. So we definitely want to give her... we want to make sure they're very well adjusted, because even if he tries to play with her, he can hurt her. She's so tiny. And we definitely want to supervise them very carefully and give them, you know, maybe when we can't supervise them, keep them separated a little bit longer. Yeah, life is good for the most part, except my car broke down yesterday. So I think it needs a new starter. So things are good. Things are good. Except for the car. So I actually had it towed to a dealer or a auto shop today. They're going to work on it. So they'll call me in the morning with like the estimate. I'm predicting it's probably going to be somewhere between $800 and $1,200. Because I'm pretty sure it's the starter solenoid and on that model with the diagnosis and with the parts and labor. That's kind of the average. And just towing it was like $130. But, you know, we had a great month on the stream last week. We had a great month. We had a lot of gifteds and a lot of support, so we'll be okay. But, all right, I'm going to hop off. As always, guys, thank you so much. Wonderful stream today. Lots of great reviews. I wish you all the best in your summer street festival submissions. And tomorrow, we will knock out your secondary reviews. We will also be live a bit earlier tomorrow as well. As always, you guys, stay safe, stay awesome, and stay healthy, and I will catch you on the next one. And thank you for the subs, both Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. As mentioned, you know, we have a big goal this month, a big goal. We are trying to get back into the Partner Plus program. So shout out to all of you guys that are helping us take that on. And yeah, I will see you guys. I will see you guys on the next one. As always, stay safe, stay awesome, stay healthy, and I'll catch you tomorrow. Have a wonderful night. Oh, I'll definitely give the new kitty some love. I feel bad that she's been wanting me to play with her this whole time, and she's been very confused because almost every time I'm in here, I'm like giving her loads of attention, and now I've just been streaming, and she's like, why is he just talking to like this screen? I don't understand. So yeah, I'll definitely give her some love. All right, you guys, I'll see you tomorrow. Ta-da for now.